fantastic heading into a series against Houston. And in fact, the last day, like as I was leaving, it was still a big win over Houston. And then I get back, no fans not here anymore. Training camp's going to start tomorrow, which is actually kind of fun. And the Mariners just absolutely fall on their face against the Brewers. I will say this, Brewers, hottest team in baseball right now.
Good club.
I know. This is their 11th win in a row. Their pitching is phenomenal. It's really deep, and they do just enough offensively to get by, and they certainly did get by Seattle. A lot of things that we're going to talk about with this team, including what we saw from George Kirby, what we saw or didn't see from the offense, a little bit from Dan Wilson, and we are going to kind of stick with the Mariners for the first hour. I can't tell if it's just me. Maybe, I've had the break that you guys didn't in talking about this team, but I could stomach the one loss. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've experienced one loss so far this week, so I was coming in going, I feel pretty good.
No, I'm good. Of course you're disappointed because of the way they lost. You got Kirby going into the 6th inning with a no-hitter, and then things get lit up. But I'm like, what do you expect? This is a team who lost a series to the Nationals, who swept the Tigers, who lost a series to the Yankees, who beat the Astros in a series. Like, they're just inconsistent. This is exactly who they are. And then you come up against a team that has won 10 games in a row, swept the Dodgers twice, threw another game in there. No, it's one game. It's disappointing the way that it happened. You listen to Kirby talk about what went wrong and the guys not hitting the ball, getting it into play. It's just, this is the Mariners, but it's one game. I start getting frustrated after 2 games. After 2 games, you get smacked down like that, you get shut out. Then, okay, I get a little grumpy. But this one, I'm like, look, hottest team in the game right now. And you're coming off a series where it was emotionally draining. So, okay, you're allowed one.
I think 2 things happened to me. The first thing is I look at that opposing team's record, what they've been doing. I look at them having swept the Dodgers. Sorry to bring that up again. And I
Twice.
Go, and I'm sorry. And I go, hey, I can feel okay about, Jeff Passan tweeted it yesterday, hottest team in baseball right now on July 22nd, the Brewers, right? Okay, cool. But then I also look at a team like the Brewers and I go, that's not a top payroll. That's not a top offense.
Right.
There is something that, like, it's a little triggering as a Mariners fan. Look, it's like when the Rays play really well or when the Royals kind of had their big season. Like, there are a couple of teams around the league the Tigers, that when you see teams with lower payrolls without, like, superstar power playing well, you go, well, how did they figure it out? The Brewers would be like if last year's Mariners team maybe didn't have, like, the top-level premier 1 through 5 pitching, but still, your strength was pitching. You were really deep there, and then your offense did just enough, and you're kind of seeing like what that team could have looked like. Now, it does not mean that you are out of it. I will not tolerate any doomer complaints today because we still have the trade deadline ahead of us. You have 2 more games against the Brewers ahead of you. I'm very curious to see Logan Gilbert tonight. A couple questions coming in from listeners, though. 253, should we be worried that Cal finally cooled down and is slumping? The last 15 games, he's hitting below 200. It's either he's walking, striking out, or hitting a home run with little exception in between, says the 253.
Look, he's allowed this. He's allowed this. He's led the league for most of the year in bombs and RBIs. He catches dang near every night. The All-Star weekend, he has so many obligations. He became a superstar overnight with the nation. He's allowed this. He's a human being. You get mentally fatigued. You get physically fatigued. And also, pitchers start to throw around you. They're not giving you these meatballs that they used to give you because they didn't know who you are and they didn't respect you. Kyle's allowed this. Is he slumping a little bit? He's in something. I wouldn't call it a slump.
It's a baby slump.
But he
I
ain't.
think it's a slump.
I mean, he's not the guy that we saw a couple weeks ago for sure. But he's allowed this. I think everything's going to be fine. He'll recover. Someone else just has to pick up the slack. It's a team sport.
Yes.
So Randy, Julio, JP, all the above, we got to go.
See, that's where I'm thinking is kind of like looking at the rest of the lineup going, okay, well, what are you going to do? I was not in here reacting to – I was gone when Jerry Dipoto made his comments about the deadline and about the offense, so I didn't get a chance to sound off about it. And I'm not going to here. We have other things now. Time has surpassed, you know what I mean? Like, I lost my chance. But I will say that one thing I was thinking when he was saying this was about Cal and thinking, hey, I know that as part of this interview with the Times, he's talking about how great Cal's season has been and saying, I love the aggregate, like the average of what our offense has been. Well, when the bulk of your offense has been one person, you have all your eggs in that basket. Can you feel that great? So I get that some people are looking at Cal when he doesn't have a great game or when he has a stretch of not great play. And it's not about not valuing Cal or loving Cal. He's a massive fan favorite. It's about the fear of what does this team look like if Cal isn't raking.
Yeah.
That's what it is for a lot of people, because I do agree with this listener. Cal is in a little bit of a slump. He's kind of back to being that 3 true outcome player. I know that he just got a single. I also knew that he threw out a runner, would have had 2 if you didn't have an error on Young, and all of that's great. But you do want to see a little more from Cal. We'll talk with Shannon about it in the dugout coming up at 1. Maybe we'll see it against a very, very, very good rookie today. I mean, the MO heading into this game has to be more offense. Your pitching matchup doesn't get easier, but unfortunately your goal remains the same. You need to get more offense.
Yeah, the name of the game. Are they doing anything that surprises you? Like the way they lose, the way they win, the close games, the pitching, the best of the hot. But they're not doing anything that they haven't done all year. So I'm at the point of the year where I just accept who they are. Like I told Curtis yesterday, like I wasn't looking at the division. I was like peeping around the corner because you know that series against the Astros, you tricked it off on Sunday, but you got a little closer. And then this one just makes me refocus on what's really important right now, which is just getting the wild card spot, because you're gonna get games like this from this team the way that it's currently constructed. Now at the trade deadline, could you help this team out? Could you get a reliever?
Yes.
Could you get a bat? Yes. And then maybe I reevaluate and say, okay, expectations might change a little bit, but they are exactly who they've been all year.
I will say overall with how they've been all year, yes, they are surpassing my own expectations offensively. I know I just said, hey, Jerry DiPoto can't say that the offense is great overall when one guy's accounting for 2/3 of your home runs. However, their offense is better this year statistically than it was last year. They're striking out less. They have more home runs. Obviously, Cal has his season. The average is up. The pitching is not where you need it to be. And the reason I'm so excited to see Logan tonight, the reason that I was disappointed by, Kirby's, 6th inning kind of falling apart, is that you're kind of going nowhere until that steps up. I'd love to see them out of bat. I'd love to see them trade for Gino Suarez and bring in even more power. You need your pitching to be better overall. Logan's start tonight is huge. It's a very important game tonight, not only just to be able to win that and kind of like keep within a manageable distance of Houston, who unfortunately was able to win, but also you desperately need George and Logan to have big second halves. And I was feeling real good about George through 5. I really was. And then, man, sometimes George, it's like sometimes when he falls apart, there's a little bit of like a shattering that happens. And, I think he's got that dog in him. And I think he's got an insanely high upside and a high ceiling as a pitcher. It's been such a weird year for him and Logan.
Yeah, it has been
Injuries
because
being part of it.
injuries and just not being consistent, looking good for 6 innings and then blowing up a little bit. And realizing the part that I appreciate about Kirby is that when I listen to him speak after the games, he's not running from nothing. He tells it exactly how it is. Lost a little bit of control. I was leaving too many balls over the plate. They squared him up. Boom, they got me.
You can hear me
even though he seems like just a grumpy old man and he's so young, I appreciate him just for coming out and saying what it is. As far as Logan, it's the same thing. You just got to be consistent. I mean, the last time we saw him was against Detroit. He went 5 innings, 6 hits, 0 earned runs. We had 2 runs scored and sat down 9. The game before that, you lose 10-3 against the New York Yankees. You go 5 innings, give up 6 hits, 4 earned, 1 bomb, and then the game before that you go 4. But you sneak out with a win with Kansas City. Like those 3 games just show you exactly kind of the season that Logan has had. Only had 1 quality start this year. I believe Curtis pointed that out in the show emails. Like you need more. Out of Logan, out of Kirby, you need more. Wu just can't be the guy doing it himself, and he's liable to have a game where things just don't work out like we've seen. He's human. He's an athlete. So yeah, man, this is going to be big for Logan. I believe in him. I think he still has it in him. No one's given up on Logan, but it's just time to put a couple stars together.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we will wait to see what we see today. He's going to be going against Jacob Misiorowski, who's been absolutely amazing, an all-star, a controversial one for the Brewers this season, but still has been absolutely phenomenal and has looked great against great lineups with LA, much less against a lineup that's been, struggling a little bit. Here's my question. I was not here when you and Curtis were talking about so much of what we loved seeing from these games against the Astros, especially heading out of an all-star break where Cal wins the home run derby, you've swept the Tigers. Which version of the Mariners, I don't want to say can we count on? We know the answer is they're inconsistent. You can count on them being inconsistent. But, like, the vibes had to be right I mean, when I was gone, I was almost jealous that you guys were talking about, beating the Astros, including a walk-off win in extras in Game 2.
Yeah, and I was at that game. That was dope. It was Coug night. Coug showed up and ran into a lot of people I haven't seen in a long time, like 15, 20 years. So that was cool. It's nice to see everyone in their late 30s and 40s with kids and all that good stuff. But weird question, what version can you count on? I don't know. I think you can count on the version that is going to keep you guessing until you reach the 7th to 8th inning. Because anything can happen. We've seen them win from behind. We've seen them blow leads. We've seen them pitch a no-hitter into the 6th and have that jacked up. That happened a couple of times. I think Wu was the last one that we saw pitch a no-hitter into the 5th or the 6th inning. And then I believe, was it the Yankees?
I have PTSD now from anyone,
any against the Yankees, right?
Yeah.
Carrying a no-hitter through the 5th. I start getting PTSD going, oh, my God, this is now going to be the worst loss that I...
Last time the Mariners blew a no-hitter, they won 3 straight. So
yeah, you make a really good point, Curtis.
Yeah, so
get ready to win 2 against the Brewers.
So
here.
Jacob Mizrowski catch these hands tonight.
Yeah.
And he's no punk neither. That kid can toss that rock. But what can I depend on? I can depend on randomness. That's what I can depend on, and that's why I was making what did I make last night? I made some steak last night with some vegetables, and I'm listening to the game, and I was getting frustrated because of exactly what I'm saying. They're so random that it's not just the usual listening experience. Like, you have to really see what's going on. Like, I was listening to the game the other day, and JP drops a ball. I go, oh, it must have been a tough one that he dropped. Nah,
no.
A play that he could have made. And I'm listening to the game the other day, and it was, Julio gets turned around. I go, oh, it must have been windy and crazy.
No.
Nah. So it's like, yeah, I want to listen to the game while I'm doing stuff, but because it's so random, I have to stop myself and watch what's going on so I can have some clear analysis. So, no, it's random, man. Just hope they get hot, go on a run, kill this streak that the Brewers are on, but they're playing some good ball.
Someone said the home run derby ruined Cal. No, it didn't. Cal probably is getting fatigued, but...
He's tired because of the other 100 games.
Is literally anyone upset Cal won the home run derby? That was like the coolest All-Star week in years that I can remember.
Nah. Don't lean into that. We're done with that.
We refuse to buy into that. I'm not even going to... You can text it in again. I'm not even going to mention it.
Even though I told him to rest, but I don't think the derby got him.
No, I don't either.
The 100 games before this is what's catching up.
Cal heading into the derby, to be fair, was kind of also that 3 true outcome. Like, he was getting a home run. He had that grand slam and the home run in that first game against the Tigers, and then, like, had a sac fly, drew some walks, but didn't do much of anything. Like, he had been quietly cooling, still hitting bombs. So it would be like your average is below 200 or around 200, but then your OPS and slugging are still great.
Right.
Like, it's just kind of a weird slash line, but
it's like a receiver with 5 drops, but 5 touchdowns over 30 yards.
We will talk to Shannon about it later. Something tells me she's going to feel just fine about Cal. And we all know that the real answer is not only does your pitching need to step up to the plate, no pun intended, but you also just need you need to get guys going. Randy needs to, try to stay as hot as he possibly can. He's been hot. Let's hope that continues. I don't know that you need to pinch hit Dylan Moore for Canzone. I don't know. That's just me. I don't understand. I'm not a manager. Dan Wilson knows infinitely more about baseball than I do, and I'm not going to pretend to know what to do in that moment. But you just have some black holes in your lineup right now, and it doesn't feel great to know that. So
no, we've been dealing with this all year, man.
Hopefully a trade deadline turns that around. I really hope that a move is made. Speaking of a trade deadline and the top target, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, Gino Suarez hit his National League leading 36th home run on Monday against the Astros, and Adam Jude reports there have been initial talks between the M's and D-backs on a Suarez trade. What's the real headline?
When it comes to Gino, today's price isn't yesterday's price. That's quietly good news for the Mariners. I don't know if Jerry Dipoto is actually going to pull the trigger on a costly trade for Gino Suarez. There's a little bit of swallowing of your pride that you have to do there, in addition to giving up prospects you're probably uncomfortable giving up. That being said, perhaps no team in baseball can afford to give up as much as the Seattle Mariners can. Will they actually do it? I don't know, but I think that there's a way to reframe Gino hitting his 36th bomb and becoming costlier as kind of good news for the Mariners. There are only select teams that can afford him, and you're one of them.
Yeah, we got paper over here. We got assets.
Yeah.
You can really make this move here. And Gino, one of the hottest hitters in the game right now. 10 home runs in July, 17 RBIs, OPS and over 1,000. 6 hits his last 14 ABs. 5 of those have been bombs. But the thing that surprised me the most, I went to go look at the strikeout rate, and I go, Gino got to be top 10, right? He's actually 25th, better than what he was last year, better than Cal, better than Randy right now. So, there's some positives, but you got to go get them and be aggressive. I heard the Cubs are in the mix. Everyone who needs a hitter, a banger, is in the mix right now. So be aggressive. Let's go get our girl, and let's make up and bring her on home.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Bengals pass rusher Trey Hendrickson posted a picture to Instagram of himself in Florida, which is definitely not where Cincinnati is located. What's the real headline?
Hear me out. What if the Mariners aren't the only Seattle team to make a move this summer? Could the Seahawks make a move for Trey Hendrickson? I don't actually think they will. I think it's a fun conversation.
Yeah,
though.
I don't think it's a need either. I think you have enough there, but you never know. Mike McDonald, he's a defensive guy, and this is the guy who's best available on defense is Trey Hendrickson. But the reason why he's holding out is all because of money. The Bengals tripping again, only guaranteeing him 1 year of guaranteed money. You got Max Crosby and Myles Garrett, who got 3 years guaranteed. He had 3 more sacks than Garrett last year, 10 more sacks than Max Crosby last year. Granted, he played in 12 games. He's valuable. So, yes, this is what he's supposed to do. Why Florida? He's from Orlando. So it's not like he's in a foreign place just tricking money off and being irresponsible. He's from Florida, so he's probably down there training. But if I were him, I'm holding out too. I've been the best defensive lineman the last 2 seasons in this league. Other guys getting 3 years guaranteed. You're giving me 1 year guaranteed. No good.
Well, and again, I really hate to harp on the same point overall, but the Bengals have given him this leverage by virtue of not really developing other great defensive players. Your defense outside of Trey Hendrickson last year was garbage. Yeah, you had a couple guys that are young that can certainly continue to develop, but you lost out on some key pieces in free agency. Your defense was the reason that you did not make it to the playoffs. You needed an MVP caliber season from Joe Burrow, a tremendous season from Jamar Chase to even get close to kind of making it, and it still wasn't enough. So think of not getting that season from those two. If your defense doesn't take a step forward, you're just going to struggle in a tough division. So yeah, if I'm Trey, I'm going, hey, Cincinnati, I know that I'm on the wrong side of 30. I know that you don't want to pay me more for a long-term deal. Who else do you have? You know what I mean? He wouldn't be holding out if they had Jared Verse there, for instance.
Yeah, man. Just pay the dude.
Just pay him.
He's the best, one top 3 or 4 in the game right now. Just pay the man.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, the greatest tight end in Seahawks franchise history.
I know that's right, Curtis.
Jimmy Graham, say it with my chest, officially retired today from the NFL. What's the real headline?
He had to stay ready in case Noah Fant wasn't released.
He's not going to let him get his record.
No, I love that Jimmy had to wait until the day or two after to be like, okay, Noah Fant was 40 receptions away from tying Jimmy Graham for the franchise lead there. He could have passed him this year. I don't know that he would have touched that touchdown total for Jimmy Graham. Noah Fant had 5, Jimmy Graham with 18 career touchdowns, so he wouldn't have gotten him there, but he could have gotten him. He could have come close with yards and receptions. No more. Now Jimmy Graham can sail away into the sunset, literally, in peace, knowing that he's still the greatest Seahawks tight end ever.
He's doing some Antarctic rowing challenge.
And they did set the record for, I don't know if it was the quickest time there.
They were sleeping in 90-minute intervals, which is insanity.
Yeah, I was watching a video. They had a bucket that you could use to go to the bathroom. Let me tell you, you'd become close real quick with that kind of situation.
That's that I got too much money and too much time on my hands type of thing. Let's challenge ourselves.
That's some submersible money.
Yeah, I'm like, nah, man. Catch me on the course, spend my little $80.
Not the submersible.
Call it good. But Jimmy
he's
Graham,
always been a risk taker. He's a pilot.
I think he's one of those people, and God, I do have a ton of respect for these people. It's just not me. That they need a lot of external, kind of endorphin. Kind of really, people that love roller coasters. They love, explosions and bungee jumping and driving fast. It's just not me.
And you get the means to do it too.
No, if I hear a light switch on too quickly, that'll get my adrenaline going. It's I can't relate. What's the dumbest thing you guys would do if you suddenly found yourself in possession of millions and millions of dollars? I don't want to hear I'd invest it. I want to hear a dumb thing you do.
I just saw this the most expensive country club in Korea. I think membership is something around like $500,000 for the membership just to get in.
What?
And then you're paying
In South Korea?
Yeah, then you're paying like $8,000 to $10,000 a month. So I just do it for a year. Let me get in, do it for a year.
Okay.
And it's crazy. At the turn, after 9, you're required to take a 25-minute break where they feed you, they give you massages and stuff.
What?
You get back on the golf carts. There's air-conditioned golf course. Like it's stupid. I saw it on Instagram the other day.
Okay, that is a rich person thing. Curtis, what's the dumbest thing you would do? You found yourself in possessions of millions of dollars. Are you going on your Titanic submersible?
Boy, I don't think I would go there. I think I'd go actually the complete opposite.
Into space.
I'd go to space. That's right. Me and Katy Perry, arm in arm. Who else is on that? Gayle King. Yeah, all of us. We're going up to space again.
Oh, man. I love the idea of you going into space with Gayle King.
We'd have so much to talk about.
I don't even know what I would do. I think, is there a way that you could pay your way onto a tryout for a football team? I'd be
What? No. They're not wasting a roster spot on a 39-year-old dude who runs a 4.9 right now.
You should just bankroll like the Huskies football team. Become the Phil Knight of UW football.
Yeah, the most reckless way I'd spend my money is trying to make the Washington Huskies. But you know what? I want a pet project. So I'd funnel money, assuming I'm a billionaire, into the Washington Huskies NIL, right? And I'm just going to try to compete with the Ohio States of the world. But then I'm going to choose a random school.
There you go.
Weber State. I'm just going to choose like a random school just as like a thought experiment to be like, if I funneled millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars into this school, how good could we make the football team? Like, I just want to see, like, how good
can we make it before people start getting suspicious? Like,
yeah,
what's going on here?
Well, no, not even suspicious, but like, what's like a random, like, not really ever going to compete school?
North Texas.
Okay, what's to keep North Texas from having some random grad that goes into AI and becomes a billionaire? That's basically what Oregon State has.
Yeah, essentially. I'd take a JC. I go to Middle America, get one of those JCs, get a Netflix series going, and fund the heck out of it and just pump out these bounce back ballers.
I think it would just be really fun. The latest from Jeff Passan coming your way next.
The clack of the cleats. The sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Andre. Andre, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I were going to get married, and we wanted to combine our insurance for both home and auto.
Were they able to save you any money?
The money they quoted us was actually the same as what we were paying separately. However, the coverage that we received was immensely greater than what we were previously receiving. It's quite scary how unprotected we were with our previous coverage. Under First Mark, I'd probably say we doubled the coverage that we had. It was a huge deal.
What would you tell others they can expect when they make that call to First Mark?
Take the 15-minute phone call. It's totally free. It's not going to cost me a thing. And the very least that could happen is just gain a better understanding. The best that could happen is you could either save money or get much better coverage, which is exactly what happened.
Andre did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Upgrade your view and comfort with Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Buy one window or door, get the second at 50% off through July, and enjoy 12 months same as cash financing. For details, visit lakewashingtonwindows.com. What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com. Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. Take advantage of the Mazda of Everett price during the More to Move You sales event. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking and the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
The Grammy-nominated voice that's touched millions with songs that define love is coming to Muckleshoot Event Center. Brian McKnight. One night, one voice, one memory that will last a lifetime. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. Brian McKnight. Thursday, August 7th. Only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors. When you hear Harley Exteriors, I want you to think windows manufactured right here in Washington and specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. These are the windows you want. They look absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and they're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They also come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. These windows last up to 60 years. Harley Exteriors is making these windows affordable with options like zero payments and zero interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. In July, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments, no interest for 12 months, and an additional $200 off your project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more right here in the Puget Sound. Call 833-HARLEY or just go to harleyexteriors.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The latest from Jeff Passan on with Brock and Salk this morning. Well, on with, was it Mike and Brock this morning?
Yeah, it was Mike and Brock.
Still a
Left
Mike,
go.
just a different Mike. Yeah, left go. The latest from Jeff Passan, talking about, let's see, we've got some trade deadline stuff. The pressure that's facing Dipoto and Hollander. Let's talk pressure. Let's start there. Jeff said this might be the most important time in Dipoto and Justin Hollander's tenure.
This, to me, might be the most important time of Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander's tenure as the executives running the Seattle Mariners. And I think they have the opportunity to do something really good this year. And I think I said it last week. I will reiterate it every day until the end of the season. you can't waste a Cal Raleigh season like this. You just can't waste a historically great season when it's not just him, but you also have guys around him who are having good years.
I'm going to combine it with one more, a little more on that pressure.
Reason number one, because it is a wide open landscape in Major League Baseball. There is no dominant team. And if you can put yourself in the position where you get one of those golden tickets to get into October and you have the starting pitching and you have the bats, then you can win a World Series. I firmly believe the Seattle Mariners can win a World Series this year.
I firmly believe the Seattle Mariners can win a World Series this year is kind of where I want to start, because I think that when this team has a really gross loss like they did in that finale against the Astros, or like they did last night getting shut out by the Brewers, there tends to be a very natural doomerism reaction of, I hate this team. Why do they curse me with making me believe and then changing my mind? But Bump, I think it's important to reiterate that there is someone, at least one person out there who knows a lot about baseball that says, I don't know, man, the American League's kind of up, all over the place. If you add a little bit, you can be competitive. You don't
That
believe
scares
him?
me. That scares me. And I think Passan knows ball, right? More than any of us here. But I also think that he also knows that a couple of years ago he put his foot in his mouth to this fan base and said, y'all stop being whiny and all that. You know what I mean? Now he's like, you know what?
Now he's like, I gotta
now
be
you're
nice
ungrateful.
to
He's
you
like,
guys.
I think now he's thinking, let's proceed with caution. Also, I think what you said is true. What's going on in the American League also gives him that extra oomph. Like, okay, well, if they do handle their business and make some moves, they could be contenders based off of what everyone thinks is true about the Mariners, and that's that the rotation is dominant. It has not been dominant. They've had dominant. It's like a heavyweight boxing round. Like, there are 2 or 3 rounds where, your guy looks good and dominant, and then he falls off for 3 or 4. He picks up one, loses another 2 or 3. Now you're looking at the scorecard saying, man, how close is this going to be?
Yeah.
That's what it feels like with the Mariners. So, yeah, it's me. I'm not comfortable saying I think they can win a World Series championship. I'm comfortable saying I think they can get into the playoffs, and let's see what happens as they are constructed now. If they make a move at the trade deadline, maybe I feel different. If Logan comes out today and looks like the guy that we know and love, maybe I feel different. If the next time I see Kirby, he has a quality start and doesn't give up, 4 or 5 runs in an inning, maybe I feel different. But right now, they are just swinging. They're contenders for a wild card. And for me, that's enough for right now. Later on, it might change a bit.
I agree with you. And the fact that the Brewers do have the best record right now, the fact that the Dodgers are in a slump, the fact that teams that we thought would be so dominant in the National League have been a little up and down because they're all battling each other, does change my mind a little bit about, I know the powers that be in MLB are still very much there, right? The Mets, the Dodgers, the Yankees, whatever. All these teams are going to be playoff teams, but it is a little messier than I expected it to be. And there are a few more weaknesses than I expected to see this year. And maybe I do need to be a bit more open-minded about how far the Mariners could go if they add, and I think it's especially true if they also add a starter, and I don't know how easy that's going to be. I don't even think they're really going to do that, but I think that if you see, like you said, a great night from Logan, and then as we head into the deadline, maybe they add the best starter available and a bat, all of a sudden you're going, wow, I have significantly fewer worries about this team than I did. A little bit more from Jeff here, talking about the Mariners not making it back to the playoffs since 2022 and how impactful that's been for the culture and why that's happened.
It was awesome seeing them go to the playoffs a few years ago.
Yep.
And then the last couple of years, they have just missed by a hair. And I don't think that they can afford another year with a near miss. It speaks to, frankly, it speaks to ownership to some extent because they really didn't have much of a budget to work with this offseason. But sometimes executives are not given budgets. And I look at the Milwaukee Brewers, and I know it's an easy thing to say the team with the best record in Major League Baseball right now, be more like them. Well, yeah, duh. But what the Brewers have done extremely well is put processes in place to be good at just about everything. They draft well. They do international well. They trade well. And most of their free agent signings, though on the lower end of things, turn out pretty good. And the Mariners are close to that.
What'd you think of what Jeff had to say?
I think that Now he's proceeding with caution. Now it's, okay, well, they're close. And it's a conversation that I felt like we've had the past 2 or 3 seasons.
Because they have been.
Yeah, you're close. But what are they really close to? You're close to the division at some point. You were leading the division early in the season. You're close to being a wild card team. I don't think they're necessarily close to being a World Series team, but there are some things that they can do to change that for me at the trade deadline, or just the guys who are here to start performing at a level that I think they can perform. And that's the thing, too, is like, no matter what happens, the guys who are already here are the ones who got to take the bigger step forward. There's there's no knight in shining armor that's going to ride into T-Mobile and just fix everything. Say you do get Gino, okay, he'll hit his bombs, he'll strike out. You still got to get on base. Your pitching still has to be good. So it's a cautious tone now that I'm hearing from Passan.
I think I'm just more optimistic about that being possible, and I definitely think that the Tiger series, those 2 games against the Astros, the excitement about the home run derby and the All-Star break, and then me not being here reacting to those losses is shading that.
That'll help.
I can absolutely recognize that, but I think that I am just slightly higher on this team's potential, in part because big picture, they are closer than they've been. The last several years, they've been closer than they were the vast majority of my childhood and the vast majority of my teenage and adulthood. And so there is, I think, a frustration that's very natural with going, yeah, maybe adding one piece doesn't make you a World Series team, because you're exactly right, Bump. If they add Gino, which would be the biggest get and we'd all be so excited, you still need Cal and Julio to be your best players. You still need Randy to be your best player. Like you aren't adding him so that you can fill in the gaps. You're adding him to take a step, right?
Exactly.
So I absolutely agree with that, but there's a frustration with knowing this team has missed the playoffs by 1 or 2 games a year. That those random series that you think back to, the National Series a couple times, right? Maybe against the Royals, and you go, oh my God, if you would have swept them, this bad team, this team that was well under 500 when you faced them, if you would have swept them, you'd be in the playoffs. That's such a frustrating feeling to have every September. And that's where I think you hear Jeff go, hey, on the one hand, there's fair criticism of ownership and there's fair criticism of a team that should be more aggressive because they're so close. Then there's also the recognition that some teams are working with even less and still manage to make it work. So you got to self-reflect. You got to look in the mirror and go, what aren't we doing?
The Brewers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Rays at times, right? Like there are, and say what you will about the Rays not winning World Series, but there is, I think, a self-reflection that the Mariners can continue to do here with, hey, you developed this really great starting rotation. That's awesome. You've got Cal and you've done some other things, and that's really cool. But there's another step here. I don't know what it is. That's not my job to know. But there's another step here that you got to take in your own self-evaluation to figure out how to fill in these gaps. Because like Jeff said here, the best team in baseball record-wise right now is not a team that's a top team in payroll.
No, I wish I knew other factors. I wish I had an insider with the Brewers so I could really sit down and be like, all right, man, give me the insides of what's going on here. How are they able to do this? How have they been able to do this? Yeah, and they started the season. They were 5-6 games under 500, and then it went on a crazy run. I think they're 30-something and 12 their last 40-plus games. It's ridiculous.
Okay, let's see. You know what? We don't have time to get to – we'll come back with a little bit more from Jeff, a little bit more about the pitching especially. We've talked a lot about offense, understandably. And then at 11, the Arizona Republic's Nick Piecoro is going to join us talking trade deadline. Lots of questions about Gino and Josh Naylor. Don't go anywhere.
The clack of the cleats. The sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton,
the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Overburdened with a bunch of stuff you don't want anymore, but feel bad throwing it away? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We prioritize donating and recycling. We'll help get your items to those in need instead of going to the landfill. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. It's time to reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card, allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Rick Riz here, and it's the final month to submit your nomination for Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Pella's owners are donating $5,000 to 2 local youth sports organizations. Many local teams are in need of new equipment, field improvements, or uniforms. If you know a team who could use funding, nominate them at seattlesports.com/play. Join Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington and help our local youth thrive. Go to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a team in need right now.
The Bump and Stacy Show is powered in part each day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and we've been talking about this. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience because the hotel opens up August 8th. Bookings are open at snocasino.com starting on August 8th. The expanded non-gaming floor, the destination spa, the big new entertainment space and convention center, new restaurants as well. They're combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com for details. Seattle's closest, now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Summer is here, and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors, expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy-efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates, and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
You're listening to Bumpin' Stacy
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, a bit more from Jeff Passan here, specifically with the trade deadline. What's it going to cost to acquire Gino Suarez from the Diamondbacks? Here's the latest from Jeff.
I think that the biggest issue is going to be that as much as the Mariners could use a third baseman, they also could use a first baseman, right? And they also could use a little bit of bullpen help. And I think the New York Yankees probably need a Eugenio Suarez more than the Mariners do. Now, the Yankees do not have the farm system that the Mariners do. And the Yankees have a need for starting pitching in the big leagues right now, where a guy like Cam Schlittler, who, 6'8", up to 99, absolute monster, they probably in other years might be more willing to move him for someone like Suarez. But now the Diamondbacks are going to be looking for pitching.
Bump, I feel like Jeff's answer is really more of like it depends how aggressive you want to be. Like the Yankees need him more than you, and they can throw their resources at one problem and try to solve it. You need more than the Yankees do. And even though you could afford to really go all out and throw your resources at this problem and get Gino, you're going to be ultimately paying more than New York will.
Yeah, you are. And you should. That's all. That's negotiating, right? You need this more than they need it. And then the Yankees need Gino. And the Diamondbacks know that. So when they sit down and you're at the negotiating table and you're letting them know, look, we're getting offers for this guy, but you have something that we need desperately. Yeah, that's part of negotiating, man. And I'm sure they're prepared for that. So you got to have your counters ready. You start high, you meet in the middle. It's a dance that can get complicated. So just be as aggressive as you possibly can, because I truly believe that if Gino comes over here, this team makes the playoffs, maybe wins a series or whatnot, he might want to stay. It won't just be a rental. And I know that people are scared of the rental, and I understand that. Me personally, I told Curtis yesterday, I'm all for the rental. Every year, I'm begging these dudes to rent a guy because of what you said. You feel like they're really close to being a above average team. So that's what you do. You get aggressive. Easier for me to say, not spending my money.
Yeah. Do you think Jerry DiPoto's afraid of the rental?
I think so.
Yeah, I think DiPoto he understands that something needs to happen at this point. What's his year, 8-9 for Jerry?
I think 10.
10?
Yeah.
My bad.
2015, I think.
Right? I think he understands that something needs to happen, but I also think that people forget that he answers to folks who control what he can actually spend and what he can do. So, yeah, I think he's scared because he's been able to get by every single year making the moves that he's made, and he has made a couple good moves at the trade deadline. So, yeah, I think he's afraid of it. Not afraid of it. I think he respects it and understands just what position he's in right now.
Now, the good news is that the M's do make the right moves at the deadline, and especially if the pitching can get back into form. Jeff has really, really high expectations.
This, I think, is something I was not anticipating saying, because I think we've taken for granted what the Mariners' rotation has been in recent seasons, right? Like they've gone out there and they've just put up innings and they've put up numbers and they've put up quality starts and they've been consistent and reliable. If the Mariners' rotation can get back to what it has been and can be at that, top 5 in all of baseball level consistently, that's where this team goes on a rocket ship. That's where they take off. It is in the consistency of that starting pitching, because I think they are, after the trade deadline, going to have the bats to sustain that.
Can't stress how important tonight's start is from Logan. It really is. It's a tone setter. It has the potential to be a real tone setter for this team. Will he go through 6? Will he pitch lights out? Will he be, Curtis, you've critiqued him for this before, like seeking out strikeouts as opposed to getting those outs? Like what version of Logan are we going to end up seeing? That's a huge tone setter for the confidence level the Mariners have heading into the deadline.
Yeah, it is, because that's one of the missing links we feel like this team doesn't have. It's consistency from a guy who was thought to be the ace, right? He is the guy who's going to lead the charge here for the next several years, and it just hasn't been that. But he's also dealt with some stuff, too. I think it's more important for him than anybody. I understand that we need to see this rotation do what we think they can do, but for him going forward, for him to use that split grip and not feel any pain and believe in it. We talked to Ryan Roller-Smith about that constantly. For him to let it loose and throw his fastball and feel confident, it's for him more than anything. Because if he ain't feeling it, then this team or this rotation stands no chance of being what they are. So bigger picture, yes, the team needs Logan to get on that mound and look good. But for him, the athlete, you get into the athlete mind, you start second-guessing your stuff. You're not letting it go. You're trying to guide it instead of ripping that thing and letting it go. That's when you get loose and trouble happens.
I think it's important to combine these two cuts from Jeff Passan and also think about some of the sound that we listen to at 10:30, because Jeff seems to really be saying through a lot of this sound, hey, you guys are probably going to have to make yourself uncomfortable at the deadline. The good news is you have the resources to be able to do it. And also importantly, if things do go right for you, and I know that it's fair to be doubtful that they will, but if things do go right for you, you're very much in a window. And that's the thing that I keep thinking of when I see a lot of like the doomer complaints is like, why do you have faith that just shooting for next season or 3 years down the road is going to magically bring you what you've been chasing for the entirety of your franchise existence? Like, why, you know what I mean? Like, why would you not see this moment and this era of Mariners baseball as being one of your better eras and one of your biggest opportunities? What would possibly make you think that you should look down your nose at the opportunity you have right now? Because for sure, for the first time ever as a franchise, the next 3 years will be so much easier. I don't know. I just call BS on that.
No, it's Cal's fault. It's Cal's fault.
It's Cal's fault.
Because he's having such a great season.
Stop
it's like,
being so great.
It's like, what, you're just gonna let this go to waste?
You can't.
Like, you're not gonna capitalize on this season, because I'm gonna go on a limb and say Cal is not gonna have a season like this ever again. Like, this is lightning in a bottle, and you have to capitalize. So yeah, this is as good as it gets since what, early 2000s? I want to say this is as good as it gets.
Wally from Snoqualmie. See, that's the thing. If Jerry and Justin ask for the money to get Gino, because it's not just the farm, he's also owed millions for the rest of the season, and they don't make the playoffs, they've just burned the opportunity to ask for more money from ownership. And I get it, but what if you do? And honestly, if you're able to get those resources from ownership, make the playoffs, have a much better season than you did last year or the year prior, did not winning a World Series mean you'll never get those opportunities? Well, then that's a critique for ownership. That's not a critique for Jerry and Justin. Like, you need to keep upping the stakes, and you should keep upping your expectations.
Who here thinks they get Gino, they get a reliever or a pitcher, that this team's going to the World Series?
I think that if this starting rotation magically looked like it did last season, yeah.
Nah, me. I think that rotation could go. I think they could get themselves a bat, but they're still like another step or two away from being that type of squad.
Though, is like a sure, absolute thing.
No one's a sure thing, but there are teams that you believe in just more, just based off what.
I know I sound ignorant, but I'm saying that I think that there are several teams that are contenders that are also deeply flawed. The Mariners, there is a gap between the Mariners and the best teams. Do not get me wrong, but in theory, if we're playing anything is possible with the pieces you already have.
You still take the Astros over the Mariners right now. You still do it. They're not even healthy yet.
But how long I was going to say, the Astros have like half their lineup out there. How long can they keep doing this?
They're going to be back. And they still got us by 5 games. Are we sure Yordan
Alvarez isn't going to need hand surgery?
Tigers. They're not better than the Tigers right now, the Blue Jays. It's just, I think that, for me, they're not as close as what Passan thinks and maybe what you guys think. Me, I think that, yeah, you get that piece, your rotation gets right, but there's just something, this is like when you cook something and you're like, something's missing. I can't even tell you exactly what it is. That's how I feel about the squad right now.
It's usually salt. Talking about what Gino Suarez would cost coming up next.
The clack of the cleats, the sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton,
the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me.
Our strategy with pricing is not to be the highest price and not to be the lowest price, but to be a really good price and to provide a really good experience to the customer.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff. It was just really sweet. Really like, it felt like we were truly helping.
Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or a service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
You hear it from one person, and then another, and another. You come to realize it's not a script, it's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting, and incredible savings on a custom-fit dry suit. Big savings on beginner, advanced, and specialty classes. Underwater Sports' 47th Annual Divers Fair starts this Thursday at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store, 107th and Aurora Avenue North. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Pacific Power Batteries has been our family-owned and operated business since 1985 when my dad and I started selling batteries business to business to commercial fleets from a 1-ton panel van. Yep, delivering batteries. Since then, with our community's support, we've been able to sell online and open more retail stores selling batteries of all kinds. Today, my wife and son are directly involved in the business. At Pacific Power Batteries, we are proud to serve you, your folks, and your grandparents with batteries for darn near anything. So I want to say thank you for your business.
Upgrade your heat pump or air conditioner right now and save up to 25% during Home Comfort Alliance Warehouse Clearance Sale. All remaining 2024 heat pumps and air conditioners are now up to 25% off. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com today.
Planning a road trip? Plan a visit to your neighborhood Bucky's Complete Auto Repair for oil changes, brakes, AC repair, and factory maintenance. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Get in the game at Hoops on the Pier. Friends of Waterfront Park and Rise Above are hosting a 2-day youth basketball camp at Pier 62 for ages 6 to 16. It's free, it's fun, and it's right on the water. July 31st and August 1st. Plus, open courts during the afternoons. Open to all ages and abilities. Don't have a basketball? No worries. We have a ball for you. Live out your hoops dreams on the waterfront. More info at waterfrontparkseattle.org. Brought to you by Friends of Waterfront Park.
The countdown is on.
Just one more day until Seahawks training camp.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
We're not going to talk about it too much, but yes, the Mariners did drop their series opener to the Brewers yesterday, 6-0. Gross. Still, baseball's hottest team now improves to 60 wins on the season. MLB best record. Game 2 today, Logan Gilbert on the mound.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross. Here we go now.
All right, we are joined now by the Arizona Republic's Nick Piecoro. Nick, how you doing?
Doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, thanks for joining us, man. We're looking at an ex-girlfriend of ours in the name of Gino Suarez and wondering who are we competing with when it comes to this trade deadline deal. I'm hearing multiple reports, right? I'm hearing, all right, the Diamondbacks don't want to deal Suarez. I'm hearing they do want to deal Suarez. I'm hearing the Cubs are interested. The Mariners
we don't want to
interested.
grovel, Nick.
We don't.
That's the worst spot to be in.
Let us know what's going on. Is it true that they want to deal this man, or are they still trying to wait and see how this thing plays out?
Yeah, I think they're trying to figure out what they're going to do. I think the smart money is that they're going to eventually trade him, and probably Josh Naylor as well, or at least one of the two. But they have a lot invested in this team. Not just from a financial standpoint, but this is kind of the last year that this group of guys, as we know it, is going to be together. And a lot of these guys were part of that run that went to the World Series. So they believe in this core. It hasn't happened yet this year for them for whatever reason. Injuries probably being the biggest reason. But I think they feel like. I mean, I don't know. I haven't heard anybody specifically, criticize the rest of the clubs in the National League, at least not on the record. But you look around and no one's really taken off necessarily, and even the better teams have some issues. You look at what you're going to be competing with in the wild card, and you kind of want to believe that it could still happen. But I don't know. We're past the 100-game mark. You're starting to get to a point where you're like, all right, if it hasn't happened yet, is it really going to happen? So they've got a lot to figure out here in the next 8 or 9 days.
Nick, the Mariners and Diamondbacks seem like a natural trade fit, considering the Diamondbacks have a lot of pieces that could be sold here in the next few days, and the Mariners have a very deep farm system. Have you heard from anybody within the organization just kind of what the asking price is for Gino Suarez?
Yeah, my understanding is it's pretty high, that they're targeting some of clubs' better prospects. I've heard Hazen say that they're looking at getting pitching back, but I've also heard some teams that they've asked on some of their better position player prospects, which makes sense. I mean, if you think that it's going to be hard to get back the kind of pitching you need right now from a contender, why would the Mariners trade away from their rotation when they're trying to get to the postseason? But you feel like there's some value in those young position players that you could then, either spin off, trade them specifically in the offseason, or it would make you feel more comfortable trading some of your own position player prospects in the offseason to get those arms that teams maybe, not in the thick of a pennant race would be a little more willing to part with. So winding back, I think they're asking for. I think that they're setting their sights very high, and I think it makes sense. You look around at what's out there on the third base market. There's not much, and then you look at the fact that Suarez is on pace for 50, 60 home runs. It's just nightly he's hitting missiles to left field. It's amazing to watch. He is probably unique among anybody that's known to be out there on the market, in the sense that he'll just fit on any team, basically, right? I mean, even if you have third base, you more than likely this guy's a better option than what you're running out there at DH. There's going to be ways to fit him into any lineup, and you can look at every contender just about say, oh yeah, he'd make sense for them.
Hey, Nick, take me back to the beginning of the season. Here in Seattle, we were depending on the rotation to really stay healthy and stay high. We're dependent on Julio to kind of take the next step. The rotation's been banged up. Cal's been the leader here. Julio's been up and down. What were the expectations for the Diamondbacks going into the season, and are you surprised that they are where they are today?
Yeah, I mean, they have a payroll around $200 million. They were, a franchise record. They were expecting to be, a contender, not just for a playoff spot, but maybe for a championship. And I think when you looked at their roster, there was that made sense. I think everybody that looked at that team thought, yeah, these guys could absolutely be there in the end. They signed Corbin Burns in the winter. He blew out. They were hoping that Justin Martinez and AJ Puck were going to anchor the 8th and 9th innings. Those guys both blew out, needed elbow surgeries as well. You look at like the 5-6 guys that they were banking on to be in their bullpen this year, and either they're having awful years, they're hurt. One guy was released. Like it hasn't gone well. It's mostly probably traced to the injuries, but there's been some sloppy play and some poor performance overall that's kind of got them where they are.
Nick, one guy that has put up some pretty solid numbers with the bat is Josh Naylor, and he looks to be of great need to a lot of teams here coming up on the trade deadline. What has he brought to this Diamondbacks team this year, and how much do you think he could fetch in a trade?
Yeah, I mean, obviously not the same power production that Suarez has had, but I will say the consistency of the at-bats has been tremendous, really from start to finish, which is kind of a surprise for me, just watching Naylor from afar, kind of following his career, not in the same league, so I didn't get to see him all that often, but it felt like he was a really streaky guy. But I've been pretty impressed with just the level of consistency, the day in, day out at-bat quality. I don't think he's going to be anywhere near what Suarez can get in a trade. I kind of view him as a little bit of a questionable qualifying offer type of guy for the Diamondbacks. They seem to think that he would certainly turn it down and go out into the open market at, his age 28, 29 season. And take a stab at getting a big multi-year deal. I don't know. First basemen don't tend to get paid, and he's not a very good defender, not really a runner. So I kind of have some questions about, whether he wouldn't just take it, in which case would you be a little more motivated if you're the Diamondbacks to make sure you get a deal done, especially if you don't want to be paying him $20, $25 million next year, whatever the qualifying offer is going to be. So I'm guessing he's going to move. I don't know where. I don't know who's on him, but I think they will trade him.
Hey, Gino made it public. He said he doesn't want to be traded. How serious does the organization take that? Do they take that into consideration at all?
I don't think they can. I mean, everybody loves Suarez, man. I mean, he's such a good person. He treats people really well. He seems like he's always in good spirits and a good mood. I'm sure these guys would love to bring him back. But I mean, the reality is he's 2 months from free agency. It's just hard to get these extensions done unless the player is really, really motivated to stay. There's just, it's just too hard to pass up the opportunity to get out there on the market when 29 other teams are going to be looking to add a big power bat to their lineup as well. And, these deals just, you don't see them get done all that often. So I think while they'd love to bring Suarez back at a reasonable price, I'm guessing that he's going to get priced out of their range, and they probably have to anticipate that that's going to happen. And look, like I mentioned, all those pitching injuries, a lot of those guys are going to be out for 2026 as well. That's going to leave some pretty big holes. If you have a chance to fill those holes, or, like I was saying before, get some, currency to maybe help you fill them in the winter, I think they're going to probably, need to take advantage of that. Unless, they win 7 out of the last 8 here. and kind of put themselves right back in the thick of things. That's kind of the way I see it, at least.
It's not just bats that the Diamondbacks have available or potentially available here over the next 9 days. They've got a couple of arms in that starting rotation, most notably Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen, that could be moved via trade. I want to talk about Gallen with you, Nick, because just about a year ago, he was considered one of the very best pitchers in the National League. And this year, his numbers have fallen off quite dramatically. The home runs are way up. ERA's up a bunch as well. Why is Zach Gallen having the year that he's having when he was, starting all-star games as recently as a couple of years ago?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I wish I had a good answer for you. I mean, I can tell you what he has been doing poorly. I can't tell you why it's been happening, though. It's confusing. His walks have been a problem. He's given up a lot more. It just feels like a lot more loud contact that's hurt him. He's never been a great, suppressed hard contact type of pitcher. I think there's always been an element of that, but he's been able to kind of make pitches when he needs to, keep guys off balance, get big outs, get strikeouts when he needs them. I don't know. I watched the game last night against the Astros, and there was just a stretch of 5 to 9 batters maybe where he was just throwing things right down the middle, and the Astros were crushing him. I mean, he gave up 8 or 9 balls that were 95 or harder on the line or in the air. I mean, it's too much hard contact. In the past, it's been too many walks. It's almost like those stretches of batters. It's like he just loses his command for 5 or 6 batters, and either he's walking guys or giving up dingers, and it just is too hard for him to overcome.
Yeah, when you look at this Diamondback team, baseball is so tricky. You're looking at prospects 2 to 3 years from now. Obviously, you can make some moves in a trade or whatnot. But is there anything that you feel like this organization just does well? Here in Seattle, we're known for the arms that you develop or that they develop. What is it that the Diamondbacks do well?
Yeah, I mean, generally they play a really clean style of baseball, and they kind of let other teams beat themselves. At least that's what they've done over the last few years. I mentioned, I think earlier, that there's just been some sloppy play this year. I guess it probably hasn't been that sloppy relative to what you see from other teams, but it's been sort of jarring from the Diamondbacks. Like, they just don't usually, there's a chance to turn a double play, they turn it. There's an extra base to be taken, they take it. There's just been, outs on the bases or just defensive miscues and extra outs given to the opposition. That's kind of, I would say, what I would say is sort of a defining characteristic of these guys the last couple of years. The other thing they do well is they draft undersized players and turn them into viable big leaguers. They just did it again this year. I mean, the guy hasn't turned into a viable big leaguer, but they kind of dipped into that demographic again in the draft last week or whenever that was, taking an undersized, shortstop, high school shortstop's about 5'10". They love to do that, and it seems like they've had real good results with that.
Nick, Diamondbacks have a pretty good young catcher in Gabriel Moreno, and the Mariners, one of their biggest trade chips is catcher Harry Ford, who is in the minor leagues, just 22 years old, has been tearing it up in AAA, but he's blocked. There's Cal Raleigh here in Seattle. There's no way you'd put Harry Ford behind the plate ahead of Cal Raleigh. So is that a name that the Diamondbacks would have interested in a trade return for any of these guys, or do you think that they would look elsewhere, considering that Ford could find himself in a very similar situation in Arizona?
I think it's a good question. I could see them having interest, if only because, like I was saying earlier, just the value that he might represent as a trade asset, or perhaps it would free them up to trade Moreno. I really don't know a ton about how Ford is viewed as a defender. I remember there were some questions about that, I think, earlier in his career. I could be mistaken. You guys know better than I do. But I think that the Diamondbacks are probably in I don't know how to phrase it, like an asset accumulation type of mode, right? And so, like, even if they've got, guys at these positions, maybe it just makes sense to try to get as much value in this organization as you can, and then kind of figure out how the pieces fit at another date.
He's Arizona Republic's Nick Piecoro. Nick, we appreciate your time, man.
Yeah, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, Bump. Who needs to leave camp immediately?
Leave.
So mean.
You know what?
What?
Maybe not leave, but just hold in.
Okay.
Take your pads off, put your bucket hat on, and just chill. It's Kairen Williams. He's entering his last year of his rookie contract. His contract was worth $3.9 million. He's averaging about $900,000 a year. He was guaranteed $310,000. All right? 26 running backs get paid more than him. He had the 7th most rush yards this year and the 5th most rushing touchdowns. He's one of the best running backs in the game. He's on his last year of his rookie contract, and he is in camp. Stop. Take your pads off, take your helmet off, and stop practicing. He feels like the Rams are going to take care of him, and maybe they are. But if something were to happen to you, they will not take care of you. This is the NFL. And we've already heard a little bit about Sean McVay. I'm watching how Jared Goff talked about him splitting. We talked to Cooper Kupp, and there are some weird feelings about the split over there. Kairen Williams, if you are listening, take your helmets off, take your pads off, go take a knee, keep training on your own on the side, but stop this nonsense. You need to be paid. You're one of the best running backs in the game right now. There are 2 other running backs on the roster right now getting paid more than him, and he's the one that's going to have the bulk of the carries. This is the business of the NFL. I know you are loyal. I hope they take care of you, but look out for yourself. Take the pads off, put the bucket hat on.
Second down. Let's talk non-negotiables. What's an absolute non-negotiable this season for the offense?
JSN needs Drake London type of targets. Drake London had 158 targets. Now, JSN still has some targets. He had about 130 last year, but he needs to be around 140 to 150 plus when it comes to targets. You could still have a good run game if he were to get those targets. Bijan Robinson, who's a running back for the Atlanta Falcons, teammate of Drake London, was still number 3 in the league when it comes to rush yards. This has to work. Get him the bulk of the targets. Cooper Kupp after that, and it can be MVS or a tight end. I would love for a tight end to be number 3 when it comes to these targets, and I would like MVS to lead all pass catchers when it comes to average per reception, around 16, 17. But JSN needs to be the focal point in this pass game. He can work from the slot. He needs to be in shape. There's going to be a lot of pre-snap movement or whatnot. But you look at the best receivers in the game. You got Jamar Chase with 175 targets, Malik Neighbors with 170, Drake London 158, Justin Jefferson 154, Garrett Wilson, who just got paid, 154. He needs to be up there. He's at 137 last year, not too far off, but it needs to be an emphasis. He needs as many targets as possible. Let him lead the charge and let everyone else play their roles. I think after that, you can have a Cooper Kupp with around 80 to 100 targets. I mean, DK Metcalf had 108 when it comes to targets, and he shared time with JSN. He did miss 2 games. So it's possible for you to have someone up in the 150s, 160s, someone around the 100s, and still have a good run game. It's about balance, but it starts with JSN.
Third down. What's something that, if true, will take this defense to the next level?
Yahoo Sports says that Tyrese Knight has made their all-breakout team. They are predicting that he will have a breakout season. If that were to happen, you will have one of the best duos at the linebacker spot in the league. Interior linebacker, it's a dying position. Everyone wants those edge rushers who look all fast and good in their uniforms. Let's give some love to the interior guys. And if he were to do this, that means you're solid against the run, you're solid against the pass, and you're learning from Ernest Jones. Ernest Jones got disrespected with his ranking when it comes to where he falls amongst the best LBs in the game. But I like it. It gives you something to work for. Ernest, keep that chip on your shoulder. And Tyrese Knight, keep building off the 9 games that you had last year. I think we saw a lot of good things. He's good at sniffing out the run. He recognizes plays. He's not a twitchy or a big hitter, but he gets the job done. He wraps up. He's a for sure tackler. I like this for him. I hope he sees this and uses this as motivation. Accolades never hurt the ego.
Fourth down. ESPN has the biggest storyline for each NFL team. What is it for the Seahawks, and do you agree?
For the Seahawks, they said they have to get out the divisional round. It's been over a decade since they got out the divisional round. You look at their quarterback. Their quarterback, Sam Darnold, last year did not get out the divisional round with the Vikings. So, yeah, I think this is the biggest story because it all ties back into the quarterback spot. If your quarterback can play at a decent level, something similar to Gino last year, maybe a step above that, if your defense does exactly what we think it's going to do, there's an opportunity for them to get into the playoffs. But now you got to ask your quarterback to do something that he's never done before, which is win a playoff game. I think he is more than capable of doing it, but it's not just him. That's why I don't really like the quarterback wins stat. It's like, all right, well, what was their defense? How was their run game? What was the play calling like? There's so many things that factor into this. But if Sam Darnold in the offense can play well enough, they can get out of that divisional round. Something he hasn't done before, something the Seahawks haven't done in over a decade. I agree with this one.
I'm pleasantly surprised by that being the storyline. I feel like sometimes the unsurprisingly local expectation for the Seahawks is a little higher than the national expectation, and that's going to be the case for any team that isn't an obvious contender. The Seahawks were not in the playoffs last year. But saying something like, hey, you need to get back to an NFC, to a conference championship game, is a high expectation for your team.
Yeah.
And it is saying, hey, the bar needs to be that you're a contender once again.
Yep.
I'm pleasantly surprised to see a national outlet say that instead of like, oh, the storyline is, can Sam function? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the storyline is, can you get the run game going? Like, yes, those are important storylines, but great. I love high expectations.
I like it too.
Not for me, but
Why not?
no, just kidding. Also for me, you know,
Yeah.
for everyone. No, I think that's a really cool big picture storyline. I wonder what it would be for the Rams then.
Rams, it's they got to get to the conference championship because they're one game away, so close to beating the Eagles and getting to that conference championship.
They've got this really interesting window where the window of your quarterback could very well be closing after this season, and yet the window for your defense is so big because they're so young and great. It's just, I can't tell whether you're in win now mode or you're like not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's got to be
They're a
win
tough
now.
team.
Win now. I mean, we're talking Rams, right? Matthew Stafford, top 5 QB in the game, maybe top 8 QB in the game.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, Puka Nacua, who I think is a top 8 receiver in the game. Devontae, Kairen Williams, take your pads off like I said, because you are a top 8 running back in the game. The defense is young. It's win now. They got 1 or 2 years.
All right, taking a quick break from the Seahawks is Nick Saban returning to the sidelines, plus another WNBA star takes a shot at Caitlin Clark. Don't go anywhere.
The clack of the cleats, the sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey friends, Stacy here to tell you that Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is celebrating its 103rd year anniversary, and their biggest sales event of the year is going on right now. Take advantage of their great pricing on new Fords, Isuzus, and commercial vehicles, plus huge discounts in their service and parts departments. What about those of you who want to sell a car? I've also got good news. Wayscar Ford's vehicle profit sharing plan is the best deal out there. They purchase your car and pay her up front, but when they resell your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. They've already paid back over $800,000 to customers. At Wayscar Ford, there are absolutely no games, no gimmicks, and no pressure. And that's backed up by a full 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked return policy on absolutely every vehicle they sell. Change your mind for any reason, bring the vehicle back for a full 100% refund. If you're like me, you want a good price, a low-key, no-pressure experience, and, of course, a full 5-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee, then go to Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Check them out for yourself at wayscarford.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Are you road trip ready? Bucky's Complete Auto Repair will make your car safe and dependable with expert service and old-fashioned care. Brakes, oil change, factory service, and more. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Bucky's.com.
Upgrade your learning experience during Dell Technologies Back to School event with AI PCs like the Dell 14 Plus featuring an Intel Core Ultra processor starting at $749.99. Supercharge your studies with features like real-time notes transcription, AI accelerated hardware to run multiple apps without slowing down, extended battery life, and more. That's the power of new AI PCs with Intel inside. Discover a smarter way to learn at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It's the timeline on Bump and Stacy, taking a look around the world of sports. You've seen some of these trending, but maybe others you've missed, so we'll get you caught up. We all know about Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese's feud. It's been going on for a while. Maybe it's one-sided, maybe it's not real, who knows, but it's been well covered. Another WNBA star, though, voicing her own displeasure with Caitlin Clark. Surprisingly or not, I don't know. It's Kelsey Plum.
Well, it was a very powerful moment. We didn't, at least as players, we didn't know that was going to happen. So I think it was kind of like a genuine surprise. But the T-shirt, just united front, was determined this morning. that we had a meeting for. And, not to tattletale, but 0 members of Team Clark were very present for that. But no, we were just, we had a very...
that really needed to be mentioned.
I'm trying to make a situation light, okay? But yeah, no, I think it was just all of us getting on the same page for the game. We wanted to do something that was just united and collective, and I thought that it was a very powerful moment and got the point across. And sometimes you don't have to say anything.
I don't know if Sabrina, who's sitting next to her, is being facetious when she says that really needed to be mentioned, but it's kind of how I felt, where I was like, no, really, Kelsey, big fan. But how is this relevant? Or why does it need to be mentioned in this press conference?
It didn't. So what's behind that? Do you secretly have a feud with Caitlin Clark?
It's weird.
But here's the thing, too, is maybe Kelsey Plum feels that Caitlin Clark has a responsibility to be in the forefront of all that because she is the face of the league right now, even though Asia Wilson should probably be the face of the league. Caitlin Clark, 2 years in, she's changed the game. So she feels like she has that responsibility. But then I think about Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan didn't do nothing for nobody. Michael Jordan just hooped, made shoes, overpriced them, and we bought them. He wasn't in front of any social movements, none of that. Now, a guy like LeBron is ahead of that. Yeah, I think times are just different. So she doesn't have to do anything. She don't have to be at those meetings and putting herself out there. It would just be nice if one of the faces of the league were to do that. But you must protect your own at the same time. You don't throw one of your girls under the bus.
Weird.
It's why?
Why are you making her the enemy?
Sabrina was right. That really didn't need to be mentioned. I don't know what you're doing. Kelsey, just answer the question. Let's move on.
Well, and let's say that Kelsey does believe that, where she's like, hey, Caitlin, you're so influential right now. It does move the needle for you to be at this meeting. What's stopping you from reaching out to Caitlin and saying that? The only reason that you'd want the public to know is not necessarily to put pressure on Caitlin, which sure it might, but you could also do that privately. It's because you're angry and you're making it petty. It's a weird decision. Again, I'm a fan of Kelsey Plum. And I don't think it's an overreaction. I don't think it's misreading the situation to say that wasn't necessary.
Right.
I don't think there's something going over our heads here. It really was not necessary to say.
It's had nothing. No one even asked about it.
Now, Kelsey, I regret to inform you that you made a weird move there, my
friend.
Yeah,
that was kind of weird.
That's a weird one. Next up, you know how we've been talking about the most exciting plays in baseball? How about maybe the least exciting walk-off ever? The Phillies beat the Red Sox last night on a walk-off catcher's interference, which is only the second time that's happened in Major League history.
That pitch just a bit outside.
That catcher's interference?
That's a good question.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
Philadelphia is challenging that there was catcher's interference on the play.
Can you imagine?
Oh, my goodness, there was.
After review, the call in the field is overturned. There is catcher's interference.
Wow! The Phillies have won on a catcher's interference.
Hey, tag your bags.
Baseball is amazing.
Yes, that is absolutely going on the list.
Baseball is amazing.
Least exciting plays in a game, least exciting ways to end of game. I don't particularly walk-off walks, and that would always typically be in my list of ways I don't love to see a game ended. However, that's thrilling compared to this.
This was wild. First time since 71 we saw something like that. And I think Johnny Bench was involved in that whole situation too. But no, it's kind of exciting. If you're in the crowd, if you're at the game,
yes, if you're
and you're waiting for the review to come back, you're like, oh hey, But for us who have no ties to this game or a player or a team that's involved in this, it's kind of anticlimactic. But I would imagine if you were there, it had to be one of those "can you believe this just happened" type deals.
It's probably everything is always more fun when your team's benefiting, right?
Yeah.
So for Phillies fans, you're like, yeah, this is thrilling. This is exciting. We're going in the next day going, can you believe that happened? It's when your team's benefiting, nothing is ever boring.
Yeah.
But I would be livid if the Mariners lost a game on catcher's interference.
Yeah. If they won a game like that, I'd be rolling. I'd be laughing.
Oh, I'd be like, you're not Cal, bro. You're not Cal.
Move your glove, dog. Move your glove.
You got to watch those strings, man. I don't know what to tell you. Next up, Albert Breer is just the latest football voice to say he could see Nick Saban back on a sideline soon.
I think the possibility exists that maybe he looks at it and says, if there is a situation where I can win quickly, where there's a quarterback, I don't feel completely satisfied with what happened in Miami 20 years ago. And every time he talks about the NFL, he'll bring up the Miami doctors and their assessment of Breeze. And if you remember, Dan, I mean, people were picking them to go to the Super Bowl in 2006, which was his last year in Miami. And obviously the Culpepper thing went the wrong way and the Breeze thing went the right way in New Orleans. And so there's always been that question lingering out there. If the doctors had cleared Drew Brees in Miami, he would have signed there. What would it have become? Would Nick Saban have ever gotten to Alabama? So the same way we've always asked those questions, does he ask that question of himself?
Saban might want to scratch that NFL itch, says Albert Breer.
Listen, he's 73. Like, mortality is real for my man right now.
Carroll's out
yeah,
here.
but I could imagine, like, even at 39, I look back on things that I should have done, and then now I'm thinking, all right, I got to get ahead of this. I gotta correct some wrongs. I think that's where he is at this point. He's like, this is going to be my last shot to change my NFL legacy. Let's go out there and do it. And the fact that we've heard so many names come out and say that Nick Saban would consider going back, he leaked it, he put it out there, and he's telling NFL teams right now, go through this football season. If you need a guy, I'm that guy. Let me get another shot at this.
There's a little part of you kind of want to see Saban back on a side. I actually will say to not Nick Saban's credit, he doesn't need it, but I enjoy him in some broadcasting situations. Sometimes he's kind of dry, like it's not really giving what you're hoping it would. And other times he's opened up and he's actually really fun and insightful. He clearly knows everything about the game, but I don't mind. I think sometimes the bigger the name before they become a broadcaster, the less they're willing to say. And it's like, I know you have a lot of thoughts about NIL, Nick. I know you have thoughts about the rest of the SEC. I know you have thoughts about other conferences.
Yeah, and I would assume that he does, but we don't follow him like that. Like, I don't sit back and watch College Game Day and just holding on to every word Nick Saban and Pat McAfee have to say. I kind of just do. I'm working on Saturdays anyway, so I don't really listen to him like that. I don't really listen to him like that. But I'm sure there's some good insight. The stuff that I see on Instagram or whatnot is good, but there's nothing like preparing for a game, getting 50 to 60 young men to execute, and winning and competing. There's nothing like that. The closest I get to that is prepping for a game that I'm going to call or cover, and I'm still wanting more. That's probably why I have a golfing addiction, because that's the only thing I can do that I can compete and almost guarantee that I'm not going to get hurt.
What's a current NFL coach that you'd be curious to see as a college coach? Like, you think, I think this could translate, or maybe it would just be a mess, but you're like, I kind of want to see Sean McVay.
Sean McVay all day.
I'd want to see what Pete Carroll looks like going back to college.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think that his product, it worked at college, it worked in the pros clearly, but I think he's still got that, like,
I think D'Amico Ryans would be good, too.
Yeah, like young guys. Is there anyone who would fail? Not fail, but like, you're like, I don't know that that's something I really care to.
I don't think Kyle Shanahan would enjoy those aspects of the college game.
I know
he seems very much like, I only focus on ball.
On a related note, he's not currently a head coach, but Cliff Kingsbury kind of has that like low energy kind of. I know he's clearly been a college coach, including a college coach of some really successful quarterbacks. But
Mike Tomlin, I don't think would get joy in dealing with all the outside noise of college football.
Mike Tomlin would be one of the few guys, though, that in almost any environment could be exactly who he is, and you just have to be like, it's Mike Tomlin.
You know, I think could thrive in the college game. Dan Campbell.
Yeah,
I think he could do it.
Dan would do it.
Yeah,
great
like, what
job.
are some of the older guys, older relatively speaking, that like would? Oh man.
Oh.
Now I'm just running through a whole list. Okay. We are going to talk about the Seahawks, take a look around the rest of the league, including the NFC West with NFL Network's Will Blackman coming up at noon. Before then, Hype Train coming your way next.
The clack of the cleats, the sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
This is my life. This is my family's life. The people that work here, they're my family. When something's not right with them, it's not right with us.
We get notifications every time we get a review. And I said, how do you not let it eat you up? Sometimes I feel so responsible. And his answer was, I just look at it as an opportunity. We need that feedback to learn and to do better. I'm grateful for the feedback.
Big part of sales is the relationship aspect. People want to do business with someone they can trust, who's a real person. They don't feel like you're just going after their money. And when you take the time to get to know them, get to know their needs, not be a car salesman, but be a consultant, then they feel more comfortable with you, and just the experience is better on both sides.
It's not about closing deals. It's about opening relationships, helping people make the right choice. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
G. Scott here to talk about Sunbucks, a SNAP program that provides free, healthy food when school is out. If you could use the help, simply fill out the form online to determine eligibility for $120 of free food per child. If families had cards last year, they have been replenished. If families need new cards, they can call the Sunbucks call center. This message is presented by Safeway, where customers can use SNAP to save on produce and shop online. Visit hungerfreewa.org/summer EBT.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rurucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up in 15 minutes, very excited to be joined by NFL Network's Will Blackman talking Seahawks. Before we get to any of that, though, head to the station for Hype Train. Let's go. We just heard from Albert Breer saying he thinks Nick Saban could be back on a sideline soon. He might want to scratch that NFL itch because of how things ended with the Dolphins. Your first Hype Train is keeping it simple. He will. Nick Saban coaches again.
Here's the thing is that he clearly wants to coach again. This stuff doesn't get out without him talking to people and putting it all out there. The real question is, will there be an NFL franchise who wants Nick Saban as their head coach? I would think he knows enough people and has enough influence that if he wants to be in the NFL, he will be in the NFL. So I'm going to get on it and say, yeah, Nick Saban, take your talents to the professional ranks and do your thing.
Nick Saban will coach again. Bump is boarding. Curtis, are you?
I see it happening. Yeah, I'm boarding as well. And I think it's more likely he ends up in the NFL than he does back in college because, as we talked about, he just doesn't like all the extracurriculars that come with coaching in college anymore. And so, and I think the disappointment of how his first NFL tenure ended, I think it is very likely we see Nick Saban on an NFL sideline at some point within the next year or two. There's just too many people talking about this as a possibility to where it's not just smoke. Like, this is, I think, real fire, because we've seen Greg McElroy, Paul Feinbaum, we've seen Albert Breer, Urban Meyer talk about it. Like, these are all pretty heavy hitters in the football world. So I think Nick Saban is definitely coming back to coaching.
I'm going to say yes. I don't know why it's not going to be the Jags, but it's going to be a Jags-like team. You know what I mean? It's going to be an opportunity where it's just, you can kind of see a team like that. Maybe they cycle through coaches pretty regularly and they think, like, this will work for us this time around. Surely. Yeah, all aboard that one. Next up. You guys talked with Nick Piecoro about a possible trade for Gino Suarez. We heard from Jeff Passan about what that trade would actually take. Let's talk about it actually happening. Gino Suarez will be a Mariner by August 1st.
I'm usually with the good vibes. I'm usually with the good vibes. But there's just something I think someone's going to offer more, or the Mariners are going to lowball, and we're just going to be disappointed. But maybe I'm just doing that reverse stuff, put the negative out there so the positive comes back. I just don't.
That's crazy.
So you're a
it's crazy how you
I don't believe.
It's crazy how you hate the Mariners. I think that's insane.
I don't believe.
Why would you hate Gino Suarez? He's such a likable guy.
He's a nice guy.
Doesn't sound like it.
I want him.
Yeah.
It's not up to him.
Doesn't sound like it.
It's not up to him.
What I heard, Curtis, tell me if I'm wrong. What I heard from Michael Bumpus right now is I don't believe in the Mariners.
That's exactly
And I don't believe in Gino, and I don't believe in happiness.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing. I don't know if maybe it's my first day back. Maybe my headphones aren't
Make the quote
adjusted.
graphic, Justin.
Take it with
Justin, if you're listening to us, go ahead and get that video ready.
Make the promo.
Wow.
I don't think.
Gino Suarez is a Mariner by August 1st. Bump. Normally at the front line of the good vibes train saying, I can't be the conductor this time around. Curtis.
Well, if he's not, then I will, because
I think you were going to say you weren't either.
Yeah, well, if he's not, then I'm not.
Take the brunt.
No, I think Gino Suarez is a Mariner come August 1st. This can right one of the most egregious wrongs of the Jerry Dipoto tenure here in letting go Gino Suarez 2 years ago, all for salary concerns, and he's more
for
than
nothing.
Right, and he's more than outplayed them. You've got in return, you got what, Sebi Zavala, and it wasn't Dom Canzone. It was like Sebi Zavala and somebody else who. It was maybe Carlos Vargas, I think, but still.
Which,
you add those two guys up, they're not Gino Suarez.
No.
So, yeah, I think Gino is back in a Mariners uniform come August 1st. That's me putting the good vibes out there for Mr. Good Vibes.
Do you guys smell that? I think it's a little desperation.
Oh.
And it's not me. I think that's new for this Mariners front office. I think that more than ever before, Jeff Passan's right. Justin and Jerry and the rest of the Mariners decision makers are feeling a pressure that they haven't really had, because even though you're not regularly making it to the playoffs, when you're winning, having winning seasons for 4 seasons in a row, when you're, having people very publicly tear apart comments fairly that you've made about winning, that pressure is on in a way that it's never been. Maybe it's the way that social media is now, or public critiques, or that there are lots and lots of voices. I don't know what it is, but I think that there is a public pressure on Jerry that has not really existed prior to, I'd say that included last season, but it is very openly critical.
Let me tell y'all something.
And I think that might bring desperation.
Jerry don't give a what about what any of y'all saying.
I think you're feeling a hot seat if you're sitting on it.
Man,
even if
Jerry just signed that extension. He go, I just bought myself 2 or 3 more years. So that's the thing is, there's never been pressure on him like that. There's never been pressure.
I think there is now.
They made a move last year, though, so that was big. Listen, I think they're outbid.
Pressure.
I think someone else gives more, and I think that they're going to hold on to their prospects and want to see these arms develop and not let them go. I hope I'm wrong.
I hope you are too. Next up, Logan Gilbert on the mound tonight against the rookie Jacob Mizorowski. Logan has a quality start against the Brewers.
Yes. He needs one desperately.
Back with the good vibes.
He needs it. They kept talking about his extension, right? Like pretty much where he releases the ball when he's on the mound. Him and the young man they're going up against today both have some of the longest extensions in the game. So use that extension to your benefit. Get back on track. Logan, he doesn't do it for you. He doesn't do it for me. He doesn't do it for the Mariners. He does it for himself. He needs this.
Yeah, you have to do it for yourself.
He needs this.
Logan Gilbert has a quality start tonight against the Brewers for him. For himself.
Choose you.
Bump is boarding. Bump is boarding, Curtis.
You're
not boarding. I can already tell it in your voice.
I'll board reluctantly.
You don't believe.
I don't believe, but I'll board. I'll board just to put the good vibes out there. He only has 1 quality start this season. That's insane to say.
I don't think he has one tonight.
It's July 22nd. And you know when that quality start came?
Day 1.
Opening day. March 27th. We are, 4 months removed from that? 3 months removed from that?
March. Was it ever March?
They play baseball in March? That's insane to me.
Crazy.
Yeah. He'll get it done tonight, but I think he just finishes 6. That's when they pull him, is right after 6.
I don't know that he does. However, I think in general I have a little more faith in this team than maybe not the average fan, but than would be expected. That they've given us reason to. So while I don't know that quality start happens tonight, I would love to be wrong about it. I would absolutely love to be wrong about it. And I do overall think he has a better second half. Next up, we'll be really, really fast with this one. Washington beaches are the best beaches. I'm coming back from a Washington beach.
Negative.
I think they're so pretty.
You ain't been nowhere.
Well, I've been to
You ain't traveled outside the country.
Sacramento.
Those beaches in Sacramento.
I've been to Cabo. Their beaches are nicer.
Yeah. I think Washington beaches are great certain time of year, and if you're looking to paddleboard and do all that
Sip
stuff.
a coffee and walk.
Yeah, it's great with that, but if we're talking just tropical, see through the water, type beaches, it's a little different.
Okay, I will say I think I'd rather be on a Washington beach than a Miami crowded beach.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I've been to South Beach. It's a bit overrated, and don't bring your kids because there's Just gluteus sits
There's going to
everywhere.
be things you don't want them to see.
Yeah, it's a bit aggressive.
I can't board that train, Stacey.
I was trying to be.
I've been to Hawaii. Nothing in my mind beats Hawaii. So
That's what the text line is saying.
Yeah.
Hawaii. I've never been to Hawaii.
Yeah.
So I guess.
And I'm not going to Australia. Someone talked about Australia. Nah, Australia's like Jurassic Park.
Yeah. Yes, Australia. That's a perfect example. Australia is like where they were like, what if we just made all the animals bigger?
Yeah.
And we just kind of, I don't know, we just saw what happened. Like, what if a spider was the size of a cat?
No, thank you.
No, absolutely not. Turtles live forever. I don't want to go there. That's dangerous. You could die there. You really could. NFL Network's Will Blackman joining us next.
The clack of the cleats. The sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors. When you hear Harley Exteriors, I want you to think windows manufactured right here in Washington and specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. These are the windows you want. They look absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and they're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They also come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. These windows last up to 60 years. Harley Exteriors is making these windows affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. In July, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments, no interest for 12 months, and an additional $200 off your project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more right here in the Puget Sound. Call 833-HARLEY or just go to harleyexteriors.com.
We at Three Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. Three Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Get lower energy bills, cleaner air, and year-round comfort with AeroSeal duct sealing. Normally $2,500, now just $99 for PSE customers with each replacement furnace or heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance. Learn more at homecomfortalliance.com today.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. Take advantage of the Mazda of Everett price during the More to Move You sales event. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
10-time MLB All-Star, 10-time Gold Glove Award winner, MLB single-season hit leader, a one-of-a-kind player.
And there it is! He's the new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Head to T-Mobile Park in August as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities kick off with a 3-day Ichiro Hall of Fame Funko Pop giveaway Tuesday, August 5th through Thursday, August 7th. On Friday, August 8th, arrive early to score a 2004 Ichiro jersey like the one he wore when he broke the MLB single-season hit record. Saturday, August 9th will feature Ichiro's pregame number retirement ceremony, and the first 20,000 fans on Sunday the 10th will take home a replica of his Cooperstown plaque. It's going to be legendary.
Oh, that drop band is thrown by Ichiro. He threw something out of Star Wars.
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Gino Suarez hit his NL leading 36 home run on Monday night against the Astros. Adam Jude of the Seattle Times reporting that there has been initial talks between the Mariners and Diamondbacks on a Suarez trade. All eyes on that potentially happening. Elsewhere, though, we're all watching Logan Gilbert start tonight for the Mariners. Game 2 against the Brewers, 6:40 p.m.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Will Blackman will appear as a contributor on NFL Network's Good Morning Football this season. As a reminder, Good Morning Football airs Monday through Friday at 5 a.m. Pacific on NFL Network, also re-airs at 7 a.m. Pacific. And he's joining us right now. It's NFL Network's Will Blackman on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Will, how's it going?
Yo, what's happening? It's been a while.
Yeah, I know. We're excited to have you. This is a really interesting Seahawks season. I know that they aren't like top of mind in terms of like a national conversation about who the contenders will be, but there's so much to be interested in when it comes to this team, especially this defense. For you, Will, if you were to just be told like, hey, Good Morning Football, we're going to look at the Seahawks for this segment, what's most interesting to you right now?
What's most interesting to me is what the offense is going to look like.
Yeah.
You know, you don't just lose like 3 playmakers in Gino, DK, and, you know, my favorite of all time, Tyler Lockett. You leave leaders. You lose culture guys, you know. So that's hard. They're irreplaceable. But knowing what Snyder has done over the years, he's been able to, you know, find a way to keep finding those type of guys. So, but that's the big thing for me. And then obviously, you know, you bring in Sam Darnold, who had obviously pretty much a resurrecting season in Minnesota. And then obviously you get a guy like Cooper Kupp, to my point. You know, you bring in another leader, you bring in another coaching guy. So just curious to see what that's going to look like, you know. Obviously, you know, they went and drafted Milroe, and so curious to see, like, what that's going to look like, you know, how they're going to use him. So overall, it's just I'm sitting back and literally seeing what the offense is going to do.
Hey, well, I'm hoping that this defense provides some support for this offense. You got Spoon over there, Reek. That defensive line is all right. The safety positions look pretty solid over there. Like, how much do you think this defense needs to do to allow this offense to come out with some training wheels on first and then get going?
Well, I mean, I believe they signed Demarcus Lawrence, didn't they?
Yep.
Brought him in.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you got that. You re-sign some of your leaders on defense, and then you go and get Nick Saban, in the secondary. So he's a big safety, and obviously last time they had a big dog like that, it was Big Cam, and obviously it's going to be hard to find somebody like him. But I just think with year 2 under the system, with most of those guys there, it's going to be better. It's hard. I think it's very challenging when you bring in, a head coach who has such a successful system to really see that turn around immediately right away. I mean, in rare cases, you've seen it with, former coordinator Dan Quinn when he went to Dallas. You've seen an immediate turnaround, but also, too, they had playmakers all over the place, which also helped them doing that. So I just think right now, year 2 under the system to see really what he likes. I think, too, with Coach McDonald being the head coach and the coordinator, even though it's Aiden as the coordinator, but obviously it's his system, it's really hard to do both. Right now, I'm in Charlotte at the ACC meetings, and we just spoke to one of the coaches, and he talked about how, he's the core. He calls the plays. He talks about football during the season, but during the off season, he's pretty much the CEO. And so that's the balance right there of, is he able to do that as a head coach? But I think in year 2, he's more on the rhythm. So I think the defense will be fine.
I'm curious about what you think succeeding in the NFC could look like for the Seahawks, because, man, when we talk about some of the best quarterbacks in the AFC, not only is that where you see so many of these brilliant young guys, but it also feels like there's just a logjam where you go, like, how are you even going to get to a Super Bowl? You got to get past these guys. In the NFC, I feel like you can win in different ways. And on the one hand, Will, I don't know if Sam Darnold's going to be enough. But on the other hand, I think you can be like an elite defense and still be successful in the NFC. How do you see kind of like a path to success looking like in this conference?
Yeah, well, right now, it really is wide open.
Yeah.
I feel like, we're still, I think Arizona, they're competitive. We still are not sure. They're still very, very young, but they're kind of like, I don't think they're a team to sleep on, but because we don't know, but also, too, if, Kyler Murray can look like Kyler Murray of old, and if all these young guys step up to play, and obviously they have leaders on the other side of Buda Baker, like they can be competitive. Right now, we don't know what San Fran. They lost a ton of guys on both sides of the football. Of course, they locked in the quarterback. Their pretty much entire receiving corps is on PUP. So, we don't know what that's going to look like. And then the only team that is truly in contention in that division, I think, is the Rams. Obviously you still have Stafford. You bring in Devontae Adams, and obviously with McVay over there consistently doing a great job. But still, you don't know. But I think with Seattle, the one thing I will say about Sam Darnold is he doesn't get enough credit for it, is I think he's extremely fearless. I know people make fun of him on the Jets with the whole seeing ghosts, but I'm telling you, a lot of quarterbacks have seen ghosts. He just happened to say it out loud. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But he's fearless, man, and I really love like Sam's whole journey. Obviously, being a top-rated quarterback in high school, going to USC, and then he went through a lot of adversity on the Jets and dealt with that, and then you go to Carolina and kind of did some good things and then ended up getting injured, which was more adversity. And then for him to go to Sanford and really sit there in that offense and really learn what it looks like what a real solid, really good football. I mean, I think the team at the Super Bowl, he was the best quarterback. To see what that looks like and then go to a place in Minnesota where he truly got to resurrect his career. Because he really is a gunslinger. He's a gunslinger with efficiency. And I think, John Snyder was able to see that, which is why he brought him over. He's a fearless, competitive quarterback, and I love that about him. So I just think, man, again, it's so funny because now that you mentioned things like this whole division is freaking weird.
Yeah.
Because usually you go into, you're like, okay, San Fran's loaded up. They're going to be legit. And, of course, San Fran has another D coordinator, which, I mean, it's solid who's coming back, but still.
Right.
Solid doesn't have the same pieces he's had before. And then Rams, he for some reason, Lusty and McVay are able to find a way to stay in it. You know, I mean, obviously having the quarterback is the one, Sean the head coach, but everything else I think it's really wide open this year.
Hey, how important is the offensive coordinator quarterback relationship? I mean, we saw what Ben Johnson did with Jared Goff last year, O'Connell with Sam Darnold. How important is that relationship, and what do you know about Kubiak as far as his personality, if you know anything, and how his approach should be with Sam Darnold?
Yeah, I think it's massive because you mentioned two quarterbacks where they definitely went through some major adversity, right? And how do you have to be a type of coach that really understands that and able to really, I hate using the word quarterback whisperer, but really understanding what they need. And so for Jared Goff, obviously being the guy in LA and taking the Super Bowl, and then all of a sudden you get just straight up traded over, you know, you got to find a way to really capture that moment and really build on that. And they were able to do that. And now he's obviously doing great. Same thing with Sam, able to capture the moment and really building his style. So with Clint, obviously, last name alone, you know, Kubiak and the family, you got the Kubiaks, you got the Shanahans, you got the, you know, McVays and the LaFleurs, like all in that system. But I think right now you're going to get a lot of the outside zone run game, right? That's been the constant play style. And I think with K9, you have a guy that can pretty much do everything, playing when it comes to be a running back, and obviously being physical. And then bootlegs, moving around, play action, that's something Sam Darnold does a good job with. Again, something he doesn't make credit for is his mobility. He's able to move around. He's able to get outside the pocket. And pretty much he has some of the crazy – I remember on the Jets, he had some of the craziest throws. He had one actually against San Fran, which was ridiculous. I think he was the best of his career. So I just see that play action heavy, under center, you know, having the deep crossers, and which fits the play style that he has. Because, again, you know, Minnesota, KLC came from McVay. Cooper Kupp came from McVay. Mm-hmm. All in the same system. So you're going to see a lot of the same stuff, moving the pocket, condensed formations. So I see a lot of that.
I'm glad you mentioned, you know, that wide zone, K9, them turning to the run, because Will, as you know, one of their stated goals from the top down, I mean, John Schneider's talked about it, certainly Mike McDonald, is we have to get back to the run. And it's funny because I remember in 2018, this being a stated goal, and it was not embraced. And Brian Schottenheimer, the then OC at the time, was widely criticized because this is when Sean McVay's Rams were really getting going. We're talking 11 personnel. People want you to pass the ball more because the best offenses are doing it. And it feels like this league is just constantly, and I'm sure one of your favorite things about it too, evolving and going to, you know, different trends that succeed. Do you see a resurgence with the run? Does successfully having a run game look different now than it did, you know, 20 years ago or whatever? What kind of trend do you see evolving offensively?
Yeah, I think the run game has always been very, very important, and it looks like teams are getting more, you know, heavy with 12 and 21. I mean, it's still 11 personnel game, but 12 and 21 personnel. Because I feel like this too, guys, is that I feel like schematically, defense-wise, like guys are trying to do more like zone matches and, you know, quarters concepts and more defensive backs on the field and man. So, you know, you bring in guys where you make them come tackle. You make them defend the run game. And at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, you know, in the history of football, if you're able to control the line of scrimmage, you're able to do that through the run game, like, that's a big deal. I mean, we can go over to, like, Cincinnati. I mean, Joe Burrow had one of the greatest seasons ever as a quarterback. Like, went crazy, but did not have Nixon, did not have a defense, did not make the playoffs. Like, it didn't really matter, you know. And so all those things, like, you got to take into consideration. Same thing, the Kansas City, Mahomes didn't even make the Pro Bowl, but made the Super Bowl because they were able to get Isaiah Pacheco back. And obviously we go to champions in Philly. They have a 2,000-yard rusher. I mean, so, like that's what it is. If you're able to do that, you go to James Cook in Buffalo, obviously Derrick Henry. If you're able to do that, then it matters. Dallas really haven't had a top rusher since Zeke was healthy.
Which is crazy.
Right. That's what they were known for historically, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think that's really what getting back to just really leaning on the trenches, leaning on the run game. That does eventually open everything else up.
He's one of our absolute favorites. Really cool stuff on Sam Darnold, by the way. NFL Network's Will Blackman. Will, thank you so much.
Thanks, Will.
I love Sam Clemente.
We love Sam, too.
He's from San Clemente, so they call him San Clemente in high school. It was pretty dope.
I like it. We'll keep it in mind. Thanks, Will.
All right, y'all. Peace out.
It was really interesting, though, before we get to headline rewrites. That was the first time I'd heard most of the national analysis about Sam Darnold is always going to be like, oh, he had so many weapons, including obviously his play caller with the Vikings. What does he look like without Justin Jefferson? And I know that Vikings fans will criticize the interior of that offensive line, but it's even worse in Seattle thus far, right? We'll see what this season brings. It was the first time I'd heard someone say, all quarterbacks see ghosts out there. Like, it is scary having a pass rush come at you. And that kind of altered people's perception of him, but I think he's really tough. I thought that was really cool to hear Will say.
No, because that's real. How many quarterbacks who start most of the season go through without throwing at least 7 or 8 interceptions and then maybe 5 or 10 more footballs that should have been intercepted? Quarterback is tough. Quarterback is tough. Imagine standing back there in a pocket with guys 6'5" protecting you, then the greatest athletes in the world coming after you. Meanwhile, you have to have the play clock down, the motions, the protections, your progression. Like, there's a scene in quarterbacks where they talk about pre-snap progression and what they do. Man, people would poop their pants if they were back there playing that position. I tried. I played it in high school, and I got offers to play it in college, and I was like, nah, I'm good. I don't want that responsibility. I'm good.
No, thank you. And again, I do think that sometimes there are little moments that just stick with players, and that's one of Sam's, right? One of Sam's little moments that just mic'd up, random moment where he says that ends up sticking with him. It doesn't help that the final 2 games of the season, he's facing more pressure than he did in any other game that season, and, the pocket's collapsing, he's getting sacked. So it kind of like reinvigorated that narrative, and in reality, it's like, it's just tough. It's really, really tough. And yeah, he doesn't thrive under pressure. A handful of quarterbacks they don't thrive under pressure, but can kind of stand up in the pocket and continue to deliver. It's a really rare skill. It's on the Seahawks. The onus is on Seattle to make sure they give him that protection and then see what he can do with that arm. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bubble Station.
Headline number 1, Gino Suarez hit his National League leading 36 home run on Monday night against the Astros, and Seattle Times' Adam Jude reports there have been initial talks between the M's and D-backs on a Suarez trade. What's the real headline?
When it comes to Gino, today's price isn't yesterday's price, but that could be good for the Seahawks, for the Mariners.
Yeah, because they got assets that they could throw their way. Sounds like the Diamondbacks are looking for some young arms as well. We got that. Need a catcher. We got that too, even though they have a good young catcher over there. Gino, when you hit 36 bombs, your OPS in over 1,000. Your last 6, that's 14 ABs. You had 6 hits and 5 bombs. Yeah, the price is going up, and the Diamondbacks like that because now there's competition. You are not the only one competing for the services of Gino Suarez. I hope you get it done. I'm not feeling great about it, but I'll leave space for him.
Do you think Gino catches Cal?
I think he does actually. I think Kyle is tired, man.
I think he is too.
He's tired. It's hard playing catcher and keeping this up. So I think he takes a dip, but then I think he gets his second or third wind and he catches them in the end.
Curtis, you think Gino catches Cal? 36 to 38 right now.
I mean, Suarez has done this for a long time now. He's hit a ton of home runs in his career. I think he has career highs 48. So I mean, 36 is nothing to this guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, Gino, bring him to Seattle. get him here. Do whatever it takes. Pay whatever price.
Do you guys think Cal gets a home run the rest of the series?
I'm gonna say yeah.
I think he does tonight. Jacob Mizorowski, welcome to the Bigs, kid.
And you know what you guys are getting if he gets a home run? No, you're not, because we're going to be at camp tomorrow.
Right.
Oh, I would have gotten you guys donuts, but no longer.
We'll just each get a pick of soda out of the fridge. A Fresca.
Yeah, I'll be like, whatever you want out of this free refrigerator of sodas.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2. Bengals pass rusher Trey Hendrickson posted a picture to his Instagram today of himself in Florida, which is not where Cincinnati is located. What's the real headline?
What if the Mariners aren't the only Seattle team to make a trade?
That'd be interesting. I don't think we need Hendrickson. It'd be nice to have, but I don't think you need him. And the Bengals just give this man 3 years guaranteed. Max Crosby got that. Myles Garrett got that. He has more sacks than both of them over the last 2 years. Give this man his money. He's from Orlando, so it's not a surprise that he's in Florida. But he's sending a message, though. He's being aggressive with it. Like, look, Instagram, I ain't in Cincinnati. I'm in lovely Florida. There's a reason why.
What would get you guys more stoked? The Mariners announcing they've traded for Gino Suarez or the Seahawks announcing they've traded for Trey Hendrickson?
Oh, Gino all day.
Yeah, Gino.
I think I'd just be more shocked that the Seahawks traded for Trey Hendrickson.
He's a luxury item.
Exactly. And for that reason, you go, how good could the defense be?
Yeah.
Whereas for the Mariners, you're going, oh, thank God.
Yeah, like you need Gino.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, the greatest tight end in Seahawk history.
I know that's right.
Jimmy Graham has officially announced his retirement from the NFL. What's the real headline?
He had to stay ready just in case Noah Fant wasn't released. Noah Fant was 40 receptions away from tying Jimmy Graham for the franchise lead there. He could have passed him this year, but then I'm assuming, right? This is just me. I'm assuming that once Jimmy saw, Jimmy, of course, not being in the league, once he saw that Noah Fant was released, he thought, okay, I can retire in peace now, still remaining the best tight end in Seahawks history.
Jimmy Graham, baller, man. What a 5-time Pro Bowler, 2 with the Seahawks, had 923 yards in 2016, 10 touchdowns in 2017. At one point, he was the best red zone target in the game here with the Seahawks. Good for Jimmy. Now he can go do the wild things that he does, fly planes and sleep on boats and do all that.
Remember
good
how
stuff.
fun the Jimmy Graham trade felt when they did it before we knew that Max Unger would end up being a Pro Bowler with the Saints and that the offensive line would never be great. But like when the trade was first announced, the thrill, I was elated.
It was adding, at the time, either the best tight end in football or the second best, depending on how you felt about Gronk.
Well, it felt so aggressive, like you had just lost a Super Bowl where you're targeting Ricardo Lockett. And again, whatever, just think of it. You're like angry, feeling like, what if this is it? And then your team goes and acquires one of the best offensive weapons in the game.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, well, what's that first round pick going to be, like 32?
No, that was a great move. It was just he was in the wrong system.
I know.
But he still had 2 Pro Bowl seasons over here. Like it's not like he was a bum.
He had a year with 900 plus yards and then another season with 10 plus touchdowns. You mentioned those stats earlier. Like it's just that first year Seahawks 2015 season should have gone further in the playoffs than they did. That's the last time this team was top 5 offensively and defensively. And they end up losing to the Panthers in the divisional round. They should have gone further.
Yeah.
I will stand by that. 10
I'm with you.
down.
I'm with you.
Just the stats. You look at them, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that they didn't end up going further. Of course, granted, that Panthers team was absolutely unstoppable until they ended up going to, was that Super Bowl 50? Yeah.
Yeah, that was Panthers...
Broncos. Manning's Broncos.
Yeah.
Broncos end up winning. A great defense. Von Miller. Like, I don't know if you end up, going all the way, but it would have been a Seahawks-Broncos rematch.
That Panthers team only lost 1 game before the Super Bowl that year.
Yeah. And they weren't like star-studded.
No, it was Cam.
I think it was Cam. It's also a common misconception. People think Christian McCaffrey's older than he is, so a lot of people are like, they still have Christian McCaffrey.
Jonathan Stewart, I think, right?
Did not have Christian
They had like
McCaffrey.
Devin Funchess as a receiver.
It was not
Calvin Benjamin.
Yeah.
Cam, he carried that squad.
And you think of the Super Bowl 48 Broncos, obviously, that were eventually beat by Seattle, but like it was like a 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Like, you did have names on that roster. Obviously led by Peyton Manning. So, all right, let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
The Mariners are on tonight, and Logan Gilbert. They're looking to get that win against the Brewers. Pregame starts at 5:30 p.m. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. right here on Seattle Sports. Taking a look around the NFL next.
The clack of the cleats, the sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton,
the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Summer is here, and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors, expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy-efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates, and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
So why don't you speed?
I've had one too many close calls on the road, and then I learned the facts.
It's dangerous to drive too fast.
It's true. 1 in 3 fatal crashes involve speeding.
Most people try to be safe, but speeding is dangerous.
You know, the faster you go, the longer it takes to stop.
The faster you drive, the harder you'd hit someone. Slower speeds save lives.
Please drive the speed limit so everyone is safe. Learn more at togetherwegetthere.com.
Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. Take advantage of the Mazda of Everett price during the More to Move You sales event. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
Cool cars, cool people, good times. The Good Guys 37th Griot's Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals, presented by Wicked Fabrications. July 25th through the 27th at the Washington State Fair Event Center. Over 2,500 classics. An earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest. Tire smoke and burnout competition. And don't miss Good Guys Friday night vintage drags at Pacific Raceways in Kent. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Celebrate 40 years of The Bite. The Bite of Seattle returns to Seattle Center, July 25th to 27th. Over 300 food and retail vendors, plus games and live music. Admission is free. Enjoy a Seattle summer tradition at The Bite of Seattle with delectable multicultural cuisine, live entertainment, and fun for everyone. Enjoy a Friday night screening of Pixar's Ratatouille at the Mural. Taking over Seattle Center July 25th to 27th. Come to The Bite. BiteOfSeattle.com.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. Not a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Take a look around the NFL. Yes, it would appear the Bengals and star pass rusher Trey Hendrickson still remain pretty far apart in negotiations for a new deal. NFL Network's Manti Te'o spoke to Trey and shared how far apart both sides currently are.
But I spoke to Trey yesterday. He called me and we had a great conversation. And first and foremost, for Bengals fans, he wants to be a Cincinnati Bengal. That's number one. He's always wanted to stay in that city. He has a beautiful son now, him and his wife. They've established roots there. Let's get that squared away. But I said, well, so what's the status? He's like, number one, Tom P said he's not reporting to training camp. And I said, well, how far are you? How far are you off from them? He was like, bro, they are atrociously low. And I said, what's the deal? He's like, well, it's all about the guaranteed money. And Jalil, you know this. Yeah. It doesn't matter what they post. Yep. Yeah. When there is the words up to in the contract, you're getting paid this and it could be up to, you might as well just cancel whatever number comes after those words up to.
Yeah, because it's all going to be incentives and not actually fully guaranteed. I would wonder, well, what's the actual number of atrociously low, but also no part of me doubts that it is atrociously low. It's the Bengals.
Yeah, it's low in the sense that forget the up twos. Just give me exactly what I deserve, and I deserve to have some financial security during my last stint in the NFL. He's probably going to retire after this contract, or if he doesn't retire, then he'll just be that veteran that comes in for the low during training camp and see if you want to continue to play football. It's his time to maximize what he did the last couple of years. And the Bengals are being disrespectful. There are guys who have not produced the way that he's producing who are getting paid more and have more guaranteed money. You start there. Whatever that guy's getting paid, you start there, and then we work up.
Mm-hmm. One of the best safeties of his era, Tyrann Mathieu, announced his retirement from the NFL. I feel old now because I remember when the Honey Badger was a baby Badger. He was a 4-time All-Pro with Arizona, Houston, Kansas City, and New Orleans, and was a Super Bowl 54 champ with the Chiefs, plus a member of the 2010s All-Decade team. What are some of the best modern safeties for you?
You got Budda Baker, of course. You have Fitzpatrick, of course. I think Jay Love needs to be mentioned. He was top 10 according to ESPN. I think Hufunga's on his way, honestly.
What if you had to come up with a safety tandem wherein you choose one modern, like past since 2010 safety, or even like I'll allow 2005, but then like one classic safety. Ed Reed's one of them.
I'm always starting with Ed Reed.
It's always going to be Ed Reed.
That is the standard.
So then who's your modern entry?
Modern, I'll never forget, man. There's a sound clip. It's against the Seahawks, and he flies downhill. Boom! Lights Chris Carson up, and his teammate goes, "Man, how did you do that? Like, that's crazy. How'd you do that?" He's like, no fear. I don't fear nobody. And ever since then, I was sold on Buda Baker. Buda Baker might be my favorite safety in the game.
Dang, that's a great answer. Also, like, obviously loved locally. I didn't even think Buda. I was thinking, like, if you didn't have to align it where it's strong safety, free safety, if it was just you're picking two safeties that you think are the best, I'm like, okay, are you going to go with Earl? Is there going to be...
I got love for Earl.
Someone, you know, not a former Seahawk, but Buda Baker's
for
a
Jaden
great...
Hicks.
Yeah, he's a great choice. Cam Ward will have zero competition for this Titans starting job, in part because he was the #1 overall pick, and also because backup quarterback Will Levis is undergoing season-ending shoulder surgery.
That's honestly, I know it's unfortunate to be hurt, but that's best case scenario for Levis. You wasn't going to play anyway.
Yeah.
Only way you played is if Cam went down, knock on wood, hopefully he doesn't. Will Levis and who was the other one? Malik Willis were the beneficiaries of two really bad draft classes when it comes to quarterbacks. They get in the league. Will make some extra money off of mayonnaise, and Malik Willis is going to be in the league for a while, just being a backup quarterback.
Cam Ward, maybe the least talked about first overall pick in a minute as a quarterback. Like, I hear nothing about Cam Ward, and I know that part of that is not because of Cam himself and because he's on the Titans, a very bad team that no one has high expectations for. I'm sorry to Mike Lefko, but, like, I also do think part of it is Cam just not being an incredibly celebrated college quarterback.
Yeah, it should have been.
There's more hype for the previous year's class than there is for this year's #1 overall
There's
pick.
some more hype for Shedeur Sanders than there was for Cam Ward.
Yes.
Which is crazy. Curtis, who do we have on the other day who thinks that the Titans are going to be actually good? Who was that?
Was that Bill Barnwell?
Oh.
Was it Bill? No, it was somebody
Was
else.
it Jeremy Fowler?
I think it was Jeremy Fowler. I think it was Jeremy Fowler.
Yeah.
Yeah, he believes the Titans are going to be actually pretty good. So go live it up. And that division's wide open too, though.
The defense is good. I guess if you really if you tapped into something with offense, if you just made it functional.
Yeah, who they got over there? Calvin Ridley. You got our guy, Tyler Lockett, Traylon Burks, Elikai Umaner, who I think is going to end up being one of their starting receivers. Receiver out of Stanford, I think is good. Tony Pollard. I mean, they look okay on paper. Look all right.
Has progress been...
They don't do it for me.
Yeah, has progress been made between the Commanders and Terry McLaurin on a new contract? Speaking of current holdouts, ESPN's Adam Schefter thinks a resolution could be close.
I think it's going to be addressed here in short order because these things don't linger usually with players as important as Terry McLaurin is to the Washington franchise. The question is, do they get it done today? Did they get it done this week? Is it going to linger into training camp? I'd like to think common sense would dictate that they'll figure out a way to get this done, but it's dragged on all summer, and you heard how frustrated Terry McLaurin was when he spoke out at that press conference last week. Now, this is a franchise that has done everything right under new ownership. This is the first little blip where you say, what's going on here? But again, I think they'll figure it out and find a way to keep Terry McLaurin in Washington. They'll work it out.
I'm glad Adam mentions in there with a player as important as Terry is to Washington, because he's right. This is not just an argument where you can go, oh, well, he's an aging wide receiver. Nope, doesn't matter. You're not the same playoff team without Terry.
He's their #1 receiver. Debo Samuel cannot do what McLaurin does. Debo is like a gadget. You can hand the football off to him. You get him the ball in space, crossing routes. McLaurin is a true receiver. He's a receiver's receiver. He's a route runner, a pass catcher. I'm looking at the receivers who are getting paid right now. Brandon Ayuk is getting $30 million a year, and T. Higgins is getting 28. I feel like he's got to be north of 30. He's got to be around what Tyreek Hill is making, what I'm going to say Brown is making, A.J. Brown, 30 to 32 million.
The NFLPA leadership is in shambles. You and Curtis have been covering that for the last couple days. So could ESPN analyst Dominic Foxworth be named an interim PA director? He spoke on that possibility.
So I guess we should start by acknowledging that at least some reports are out there that I am a candidate to be the interim executive director. I actually have not been reached out to by anyone within the PA, but I've been told that by a number of people that my name comes up in those conversations. So I obviously think that that's a thing that should be on the table before we move forward and talk about any of this.
Now, credit Dominic Foxworth for mentioning that at the beginning of this interview. Was that with Mina or ESPN's
That was
podcast?
his own podcast.
His own podcast?
Yeah.
I also appreciate him saying, now, no one with the Players Association has actually told me this, but I hear.
Are you surprised? They're in shambles over there. I don't know what they're doing.
Seriously.
I think they're throwing any option at the wall right now.
That's his little Sasquatch
How about
moment.
this guy?
Well,
Sure, why not?
Dominic Foxworth, if you've ever listened to his podcast, he is sharp as heck. He's been involved with the NFLPA. I think that he would be a great choice. He's one of the most logical analysts that I listen to. And he's already been in that world before. So, no, I would support Dominic for sure.
And very high on the Seahawks defense this year.
He's worked.
Had them as a top 5 group on Mina's podcast.
He's worked with the NFLPA and the NBA PA. So
He's gotta be
multifaceted.
I know that I'm voting for him. Do I get a vote? No.
I don't think our votes
I don't think our votes matter.
count at all.
But yeah. We got to get Curtis for our camps Players Association or like a union going, just to kind of have just for fun, just kind of like some. I'd love some holdouts and some lockouts.
How to submit expense reports for shady things better than Lloyd Howell Camp LLC. Tootsie's Cabaret. Miss me with that. 70,000 square foot club. Jeez.
A premiere date for ESPN's docu-series on the 2024 Chiefs season has been announced. All episodes of The Kingdom will be released August 14th on ESPN Plus and Disney Plus. I feel ridiculous asking you, Bump, if you'll be watching. We know you have an addiction. You're a sicko.
Of course I'm going to watch.
But do you think we'll actually learn anything?
No.
Oh, okay.
We know everything.
What if we
need to wait. Can we wait? We always want to be so quick to put these documentaries out. Like, let's wait. Wait like 5 years after he retires. Tired of this.
I'm so tired of this. Hang on, let me turn this on.
Hey, I'm going to watch, though.
What I need to know coming your way next. Get your questions in 866-979-3776. Text now.
The clack of the cleats. The sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one.
As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors. When you hear Harley Exteriors, I want you to think windows manufactured right here in Washington and specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. These are the windows you want. They look absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and they're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They also come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. These windows last up to 60 years. Harley Exteriors is making these windows affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. In July, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments, no interest for 12 months, and an additional $200 off your project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more right here in the Puget Sound. Call 833-HARLEY or just go to harleyexteriors.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What I need to know, coming a little early today because we've got the dugout all Mariners from 1 to 2, beginning with Mariners insider Shannon Dreer, who's going to join us next. Obviously, Aaron Goldsmith and Alex Mayer also going to join us. Before we get to it, send in your questions. Any question, 866-979-3776. What I need to know. Says one listener, what's the harder sport emotionally to root for over the course of a season? MLB with all its ups and downs, or the NFL with the live or die nature of every game?
MLB, because you start 0-3 in the NFL season, and you got an 80% chance of not making the playoffs, so you pretty much know what your team's going to be.
You start 0-4 and you're like,
yeah. It's like, all right, well, now we're just rooting for my fantasy teams to ball out. Like with baseball, you could be winning, leading the division. It's like the Mariners, and then now you're back, and you're looking for the wild card, and are going to make a trade at the deadline. And is your pitching going to be fine? Is Julio going to turn around? Is Cal tired? Like, there's so many things that you can do emotionally. So it has to be baseball. 162. And you know, in football, if your team has a chance or not, fairly early.
Counterpoint, in baseball, you can have a game like none of us liked getting shut out by the Brewers yesterday. There's a world where they go out and Logan pitches lights out, has a quality start, and you bounce back and you feel great and you win, and you're like, okay, I gotta just watch that and put it in the rear view.
Yep.
In football, you go a full week, sometimes 10 days, if you've got like a weird, shortened week following, where you just have to think about how the Rams walloped you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You just gotta think about, like, especially if you lose in a horrible way, you're just stuck with it.
Stuck with it. But there's time for you to try to figure out what happened, why it happened, where the team is missing. With baseball, it's like, oh man, we got shut out yesterday. Man, that's garbage. Okay, we're back in it today. Game 2 today. Let's stay focused.
I agree. 866-979-3776. Get your questions in. Text them now. Do you think NFL owners like having the PA, Players Union, in shambles, or would they prefer having a strong, stable executive to negotiate with?
Shambles.
Yeah.
All day. Mass confusion. You can manipulate.
What I need to know, Bump, I'm driving from Seattle to Pullman. What's your go-to stop along the way?
You don't stop, homie.
What?
You don't stop.
How long is that drive?
You go 4.5. You go. I'm not stopping. You know why? You know why you don't stop on the road trip, Curtis? Because you see all the progress you made just fly right by you.
All these cars zoom and go. They zoom right by you.
I just passed that truck. I passed that car just for them to pass me up.
You guys are so deeply competitive.
Anytime
in
you
your
stop,
minds, you're
that's
winning a
less time you
race
can be
driving
there.
to Pullman.
Yeah, we're not stopping. If I'm with my kids, they get 1, maybe 2 stops. If I'm by myself or me and the homies, we are flying.
Devastating. I'm so sorry for that. I actually usually don't stop on road trips. The longest, though, I've ever driven I'm just driving is like 3.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I think on a longer trip, like if I was to drive to like Boise or past Pullman or
Boise,
whatever.
you got to stop Boise.
You have to stop.
Boise's a good, what, 8,
can't just
10?
sit there.
Boise's tough.
Yeah. But like I've driven to Vancouver a million times and I do not stop.
Nice shot.
Yeah. What I need to know, choose one. You can be either the winningest coach in college football or in the NFL.
Don Shula or what?
Dang, that is tough.
Is it Nick Saban? Or it was like Joe Pa, I think.
I think Joe Pa.
I'm going NFL. Yeah, I'm going NFL. Who gets paid more? Actually, that's what it comes down to. There's some college coaches getting paid like $10, $12 million a year.
I think it could be a college coach.
It might be
I feel
college.
like Paterno he probably made more money than Don Shula did.
Yeah. So I'm going college.
I think college is also a different legend because it's like the town revolves around you. If you're someone who likes attention, me, you are.
Or just perks.
You own that world. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you don't pay for a single burger.
Pay for nothing.
You know? And you have a different kind of control over your team. You don't have to worry about.
You used to.
You're a destination place. Like, you don't have to worry about, our defense was number 1 and now my coordinator's getting hired out as a head coach somewhere. Like, yeah, in a way.
you do.
But not to the same degree.
Not
like, you think
to
about the Lions turnover. They lost their OC, their DC.
Yeah.
Like, you'll lose everyone.
Yeah. We'll see what happens if Bama's offense is on point.
Yeah.
If Grubb gets a call.
But I need to know. Would you rather go in a rocket around the moon or safely visit the Titanic wreckage?
I ain't messing with that water, dog.
Titanic.
I ain't messing with the water.
Well, I'm not getting, what if you were guaranteed that you would live either way? So you get to go in a rocket around the moon, terrifying, or go visit the Titanic, romantic.
The Titanic is like a mile underneath the surface. You want to go down there?
But what if you were guaranteed you would not die? You are guaranteed in this little alternate universe, like you will not implode. You will make it there safely.
I'm going to the moon.
You get to go see the staircase. You get to go. Maybe you could find the diamond. You know what I mean? I'm going to see the Titanic. I love that movie. I can tell you exactly where the first VHS tape became the second VHS tape. It's when Cal and Rose are having an argument, and then she, like, does she slap him across the face or he slaps her? I don't exactly remember what happens. What a movie. What a film. Yeah, I'm going to see the Titanic for sure. 866-979-3776. Which NFL teams from the same division will make the playoffs? So I guess you're just picking the best divisions.
You're going to AFC North.
Yeah.
The AFC North will get 2. AFC North will get 2. AFC West will get 2, maybe 3.
Did the home run derby hurt Cal, says the 360.
No, I didn't hurt him. He's just tired, man. It contributed to him being tired, but it's not like it's more damage was done the first 100 games.
Need I remind you that Cal was not like on some hot streak at beginning July heading into the derby?
He was playing good.
He was hitting home runs. He was not getting a ton of hits.
Yeah, that really good Friday night game against
He
Tigers.
had a great Friday night game with a great. He accounted for 6 RBI. Really, really cool total for that series. But I thought you were going to play the Titanic theme. Okay, I guess we're done talking about Titanic. Whatever. Cool. Mariners insider Shannon Dreer joining us next. Let's ask her whether or not Cal is tiring out.
The clack of the cleats, the sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports Training Camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me.
Our strategy with pricing is not to be the highest price and not to be the lowest price, but to be a really good price and to provide a really good experience to the customer.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. Afterwards to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff. It was just really sweet. It, really it felt like we were truly helping.
Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
You hear it from one person, and then another, and another. You come to realize it's not a script, it's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. We've been fortunate to work with over 4,000 local people and help them hit some pretty amazing weight loss goals. I'm joined by 2 of them right now, Mike Salk and Ryan Rowland-Smith. Ryan, every time I see you on TV, I'm even more proud of all you've accomplished on the plan.
I'm so happy. For years, I've been trying to find a consistent plan that delivered results with my busy family and work schedule. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic not only delivered, but it was an absolute breeze. It was so enjoyable because the plan wasn't hard. I was able to eat delicious food, and I literally lost weight every single day.
Eastside Weight Loss Clinic works so well for me. I'm happy to hear more people are using it to lose weight and prioritize their health as well. It's an awesome plan. Schedule a free 50-minute consultation today. Go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com.
No surgery, no exercise, no packaged meals, no drugs or injections. Just delicious food and a plan that works. Schedule a free 15-minute consultation today at eastsideweightlossklinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Tree's big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Upgrade your view and comfort with Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Buy one window or door, get the second at 50% off through July, and enjoy 12 months same as cash financing. For details, visit lakewashingtonwindows.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
The countdown is on.
2 more days until Seahawks training camp.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
We're not going to talk about it too much, but yes, the Mariners did drop their series opener to the Brewers yesterday, 6-0. Gross. Still, baseball's hottest team now improves to 60 wins on the season, MLB best record. Game 2 today, Logan Gilbert on the mound.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This is The Dugout. Every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy. Inside access to the clubhouse from Shannon Dreer on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
You are listening to The Dugout. Mariners insider Shannon Dreer joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Shannon, we won't spend too much time at all on last night's game. I know people are ready to get that in the rearview mirror. Before we talk too much about Cooperstown and obviously about Ichiro, which is a very, very exciting event coming up, I do want to take a look ahead to the rest of this series. I'm always really eager to see Logan's starts. I know we're kind of waiting to see if he can get a bit deeper into games. Is that the MO for him tonight?
I think it is, and I think it is just to be comfortable with everything that he's doing out there. It's been interesting watching him this week. He's had extra rest. I believe he'll be going on 7 days rest, which coming out of the All-Star break, it makes a lot of sense, especially with him. He is our most routine-oriented pitcher, and you leave the club for 4 days, you come back, you're not doing exactly the same things that you're doing while you get that break, nor should you be. They all need that break. So watching him go through his work this week, knowing that he had those couple of extra days to work on things, I think that's important because you don't get the chance to work on specifics, particularly when you're in stretches like the Mariners were going into the break with 17 straight and coming out of the break with 17 straight. You pretty much have to, in your bullpen days, just really focus on getting ready for that next game. And if you have things that you want to work on specifically, that's when it takes that extra day. That's why, I would love to, at times, see them insert that sixth pitcher in there and give them that opportunity to do it. But watching Logan go through his work and very focused, and he appeared to be working on some specifics. I'm interested to see what that looks like tonight.
Shannon, I didn't get a chance to listen to Dan Wilson speak after the game yesterday. He's pretty level-headed when it comes to wins and losses. What was his message with this one last night?
The thing that struck me about what came out from him last night was that, and it took 2 times to get to it, and Dan is very careful and always very supportive of the players. This one turned very quickly. And when asked what happened, he said that the Brewers basically took advantages of the opportunities that they had. And a little bit later circled back and was a little bit more specific in saying they hit the hittable pitches. And that's what happened after George gave up the first hit. It happened quickly. There were a bunch of first pitch swinging on pitches that were well in the zone, hittable pitches. And the Brewers are a team that can do damage and can do damage quickly with that. And that's what we saw. So I did think it was interesting that he pointed out something very specific, because that's not something that he usually does. And I do think we are starting to see him do things a little bit different. I think we are starting to see him put the kind of the foot on the pedal a little bit more, on the gas a little bit more, and realizing that it is the second half, which technically isn't a half at all. You're getting into the sprint territory where every game means a little bit more simply because there aren't as many in front of you. And I think that they are expecting results a little bit different. It's one thing to have one game get out of hand against a good team like the Astros. It's another to have it happen the next day. And while he wasn't, showing too much anger, or any anger for that matter, he also wasn't saying that everything was okay with what they did last night.
The good news about Cal is, not including the home run derby, he does have 5 home runs, right? 5 or 6 in July. The bad news is that is out of like 7 or 8 hits total. I'm far be it from anyone to say Cal is in any kind of slump, but I do think that you've seen, maybe a tougher challenge for him in terms of what he's going to be facing from pitchers, not getting quite as many, pitches in the zone. Is what you're seeing from him, hey, it's hard to be a catcher and sometimes the season catches up to you? Or is what you're seeing, man, people are pitching around him and it's just he's going to get like 2 pitches a game that he can even clobber?
Well, I think he's missing his pitches, and he wasn't missing anything early. I think he's just getting under some of what we're seeing. Pitches that he would square up and hit out, he's popping up a little bit more right now, and that certainly can indicate a little bit of fatigue. And with everything that he has done and then not getting an all-star break, that obviously has something to do with it. And I also think that he is probably in a phase right now where he is trying to make a little bit of adjustment to what he's doing. And that's not, there are always adjustments, but this is really the first challenge that he has had this season. I think it's fair to call it a little mini slump right now. He is not doing what he did, and I don't think anybody expected him to continue doing it at the pace that he was doing it this year, but I also don't think because he did it for 3 months, it's out of the question. But he is human. So I do think that it's a number of things. I think he is aware of what's going on, and you hope that that can turn around a little bit quickly, because he is important to this lineup. But the good news up until these last 2 games was that offense was getting picked up by others. Randy Arozarena had a good 3 weeks where he was the equivalent of Cal at the plate, which is great. Jorge Polanco has come around quite a bit, and I think that's important. Julio had a flash, and now we're looking to see if he can pick it up again. So I do think that certainly helps and can take a little bit. Mitch Garver's done some things too. But I think, truly, I think it is both. I don't think it is any one thing, and I do think that they are watching him very closely to make sure that he gets the rest that he needs, and quite often that's just a DH day. But, these are the things that you do look for at this time of the year with a catcher, especially one with a workload of Cal.
Hey, Shannon, I remember maybe 10 years ago, I was at Newcastle Golf Course, and I played a round behind Ichiro. That's the closest I got, and the greatest moment I have with Ichiro. What are some of your favorite moments?
There's a ton, and we've done some videos of some of them, and we're going to be putting them out between now and the number retirement ceremony. Just watching him to begin his career, hearing all of the doubters and seeing how quickly he erased it on what was just a phenomenal 2001 team, and what a part of that he was. I think it's the first thing that comes to mind with him. And then really just getting to know him both as the player and the person, and the message that he wanted to put out there as a player. That was very important to him. He is somebody that has always been very thoughtful with his words and in sharing his words, and wanting to make sure they land the way that they were intended, which was a challenge for a reporter, because it was something that was very different with him. But getting to watch, and I covered the team not like I do right now, but I was in that clubhouse a handful of times in 2001, to his last day, the first time as a Mariner, to his last day in Major League Baseball in Japan. And he is easily the most fascinating player and person that I have covered. And to get to see things in a clubhouse every day and realize that these things aren't happening anywhere else. You know, he did things so differently. From the stretches that he did, from how he sat in his chair at his locker, to how he did post-game media sessions, to interactions with teammates, to even little things like his preparation. Not a step was ever missed with it, and he had his own equipment that he had developed so he could specifically work out exactly the way that he wanted to, and other players would try and use that equipment and just couldn't. Great athletes were like, how is he doing this? Everything is so different in what he did, and sometimes with a sense of fun, and sometimes you could feel that there was a weight on his shoulders carrying expectations that he carried. And then seeing when he left Seattle, a lot of those expectations gone. The first time I talked to him in the Yankees clubhouse, he was almost a different person. He was in a clubhouse that was filled with other superstars. There was a lightness about him that we didn't see very often. And just the whole progression of everything that he was in his career, and every opportunity that we had to talk to him and still have to talk to him. I talked to him yesterday. And it was a challenge getting him before the Hall of Fame. Obviously, a lot of things going on. And he didn't want his schedule disrupted. His schedule still involves working out at the park every day when the team is in town and being available if players on the team need him for anything. And he takes that incredibly seriously. And I had hoped to do a big sit-down interview, and we did those years and years ago. And it just wasn't happening. The scheduling wasn't happening. And I finally thought, there's one thing that after covering him for all of these years, there's one thing I have been dying to know. And out of almost desperation, I grabbed his interpreter yesterday afternoon, and I said, hey, could I just get one question? When Ichiro was starting to come off the field from his workout, he said, let's find out. And I did. I was able to sit down, and I was able to ask it. And I'll have that piece coming out, and it really speaks a lot to his drive, who he is, and the things that he really believed were important in his career. And just the opportunity to be able to get into that with a player of that just caliber, which is, A, Hall of Famer, B, international, superstar, was special to have that opportunity to see that day in, day out, and to sometimes have those conversations. The fact that most of it all happened here in Seattle in a Mariners uniform, it's just very special.
Very, very cool. As Shannon mentioned, that stretch of time from the Hall of Fame induction to that jersey retirement ceremony. The Hall of Fame induction, obviously, July 27th. So by the next time we have you on the dugout, he will have been inducted, which is very cool. And then that number 51 being retired in a special ceremony at T-Mobile on August 9th. So keep your eyes open. SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app for the latest from Shannon. I guess just if I could fit in like a quick 30-second question here, Shannon, whether you're hearing, fingers crossed, though my gut tells me maybe not, anything about potential movement from the Mariners here soon, or you're hearing rumblings. Are you hearing this front office talk about the trade deadline at all, or is it still kind of quiet?
Yes. No, they want to make, they are hungry to make a big deal from everything that I have heard around this club. They absolutely want to add to this team, and, they're excited about the possibilities that they have at the deadline.
Oh, I like that. Hungry to make a big deal. I'm starving too. That's exciting. She is Mariners insider Shannon Dreer. Shannon, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Shannon.
You got it, guys.
More to come, including Aaron Goldsmith and Alex Mayer coming your way. This is The Dugout.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Incredible savings for 3 days only. Divers Fair only happens once each year at Underwater Sports, 107th and Aurora Avenue North.
Are you in pain? This is Dave Wyman, and if you're experiencing pain in your shoulder, elbow, wrist, hip, or knee, do what my friend and co-host Bob Stelton did and go see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
It's been a huge game changer. After 13 years of jiu-jitsu, I had a lot of issues with my hip. It was bad, so I'd heard a ton of patients raving about the results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner, so I had to check it out. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience performing more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. Now, people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back to doing what they enjoy doing without pain and without surgery.
Whether it's a hip like Bob had, a shoulder, a knee, a wrist, an ankle, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Celebrate 40 years of The Bite. The Bite of Seattle returns to Seattle Center, July 25th to 27th. Over 300 food and retail vendors, plus games and live music. Admission is free. Enjoy a Seattle summer tradition at The Bite of Seattle with delectable multicultural cuisine, live entertainment, and fun for everyone. Enjoy a Friday night screening of Pixar's Ratatouille at the Mural. Taking over Seattle Center July 25th to 27th. Come to The Bite, biteofseattle.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
All Mariners 1-2. Mariners broadcaster Aaron Goldsmith joining us in about 15 minutes. We're also going to talk about some interesting numbers with Alex Mayer at 1:45 before we get to it. The latest from Jeff Passan talking about the trade deadline, pitching options the Diamondbacks could want for Suarez and Naylor. In fact, let's start there.
Is Logan Evans in play? Maybe not 1-for-1, but if it were Suarez and Naylor, would you be willing to put Logan Evans in that deal? Or are you looking more to go from the position prospect depth that you have? I'll say this. I do think Kate Anderson signing with the Mariners helps them in terms of being willing to trade or being able to trade starting pitching because they have Gerangelo St. and he's awesome. And they have Ryan Sloan, and I think Ryan Sloan actually is, at the end of the day, going to be the better prospect out of those two. I adore Ryan Sloan. Everyone's going to be asking for Ryan Sloan, and that, you know, if that's the line in the stand that the Diamondbacks draw, that's going to be a difficult one for the Mariners to consider. But I think they want more near major league ready starting pitching, and that's what Logan Evans is, right?
How comfortable would you feel, Bump, including Logan Evans in a trade for Suarez, knowing you're already giving up some prospects you really care about in that trade, and also your pitching hasn't been fully healthy?
Solved.
Yeah, you were just waiting, slowly reaching for your mic going, and ready.
Oh, it's easy. I mean, yeah, Logan Evans has had some good moments. So has Emerson Hancock, but they both have struggled as well. They haven't done anything to make me think you need these guys in your rotation. And then you have those prospects as well. Go ahead and do what you got to do, man. Because I just believe that Gino's going to get a taste of the Seattle Mariners again and be like, you know what, I forgot what this is like. They still have my good vibe signs up. Let's go get it. No, I'm with it. I'm aggressive at the trade deadline. If I'm a GM, a president, owner, I am aggressive. So, yeah, I say sold. Let's go.
We have focused a ton on Gino Suarez. He's someone fans are familiar with. He just hit his 36th home run of the season. He's well-liked everywhere he goes, and I totally get it. He fits the construction of this team, being just like, hey, get guys who can hit bombs. And ideally we get runners on base. Let's talk about some other potential options, though. Jeff Passan on Colorado third baseman, Ryan McMahon.
I mean, if we're looking at third baseman, it's interesting. There are quite a few third basemen available. Ryan McMahon is going to be pricey in terms of dollars at $16 million a year for 2 more years beyond this year. He's played in Colorado his whole career, so when he gets outside of that, you don't know how he's going to adjust.
Well, we know the Rockies are sellers, but I'm with Jeff. You aren't entirely sure what those guys are going to look like in other parks. And finally, some more trade deadline options that maybe we haven't talked about as much.
The Mets have a really interesting group of guys with Mark Vientos and Brett Beatty, Ronnie Mauricio, Luis Angel Acuna. They're likely to move one of those infielders. So you would be getting a guy who's under control. And I remember seeing Vientos last year during the postseason. The guy looked like a star. And so Vientos' step backward this year has been a bit of a surprise to me. And you might be able to buy low on a guy like that. Someone like Willie Castro with the Twins has the ability to play multiple positions, including third base. And then you're just looking at sort of lower end guys, Luis Arias, Jonathan India potentially, Yohan Moncada, who's with the Angels right now. Those are upgrades, but are they good enough upgrades? It depends on what else you go out and get.
Oh, they better be. What kind of addition do you want to see?
Yo, my man said Brad Batty, is that his name? Batay, whatever the heck his name is. I'm not going to act like I know who he is.
With the Mets?
Yeah. 11 bombs. 237, 295, 431, 726 doesn't move the needle for me. He's dropping names to where I'm like, okay, let me see what the numbers look like, and it's not like you want a needle. You have that. You have that on your roster already. I get the move. Maybe a change of scenery changes things for these guys, but let's just start really high. And then if you have to get down to these guys, I get it. Then he went to the Twins. I forgot the name he said with the Twins, but none of these guys are what do you call them? Needle movers? No. Mover needles? Mover needles. None of these guys are mover needles.
Let's talk about why the Mariners should be all in. Here's Jeff.
I have a column that's going to be running tomorrow. It's going to be my final trade deadline preview. And at the top, I have a category called Teams Going Big. And it's teams that are all in and teams that are all out. Teams that are all out, I got the Rockies, White Sox, Pirates, and Nationals. Teams that are all in, the Blue Jays, the Phillies, the Yankees, the Cubs, and the Seattle Mariners.
As they should be. I don't want to see some hybrid, we're looking to get better for, some club control for next year as well and maybe try to stay competitive. Nope. You better be all in.
All in. You better be all in.
Why wouldn't you be? You wasted last year. You wasted having the best 1 through 5 in baseball. You're about to waste.
Well, they were all in last year, trade deadline.
That's true. I shouldn't say that, but it wasn't enough. Do not waste this trade deadline. Be aggressive.
Yeah, keep it up because your move last year has paid off so far this year. And Randy, it looks like he's going to could have a career year when it comes to his hitting bombs. I mean, the most hit was like 30, 32 or something like that. He's on pace for that at this point. Yes, he strikes out a lot, but that's not why he's here. He's here to hit bombs. So you continue to do that. So, yeah, continue to grow. That approach you made last year or you had last year has put you in a position here with Cal and Julio, and I'm talking about the addition of Randy. So why not? You've already shown that you're capable of doing it. Go ahead and do it again.
Well, and you have it's a different ball game, figuratively speaking, when we're talking about the trade deadline, because when we're talking about the Mariners going after certain names in free agency, it sometimes feels impossible because you just know that you're not going to be in it with the Mets for Juan Soto's services. You know that you could be in it as a rental player making a trade, but you knew that you were not going to be competing for Juan Soto's services with the Mets or with the Yankees or with the Dodgers. This is different. You're a power player here. That's different territory for the Seattle Mariners to be in. You have more to spend in terms of prospects and capital to give up than do most other teams. Embrace it. Use it. Like, having prospects and having a great farm system means nothing if A, you don't graduate those guys, B, those guys don't line up with when other parts of your major league roster are, cool. Like, maybe you do have a couple future all-stars on that team, but are they going to be here in 2028? What's your rotation look like? What's the rest of your team look like? What's your division look like? Right now, it's kind of weak, the rest of your division or the conference itself. I know that it's not going to be that way all the time, but, there is a window here, and I just want them to seize it.
Yep, there's a window. You let one window shut on you, and that was the window where all 5 of your starters were healthy and made it through the whole season. That window's shut. So now you're going to the next room, and this is a different kind of window. Your window consists of Kyle Raleigh having a great season so far, Randy contributing at a high clip, hopefully Julio's turning the corner. But it's a little different mainly because of the rotation. They need more help now than ever, to whereas last year you're asking for help, but you need more firepower than this year than last year.
I agree. Let's get to one more cut here. Rather than look ahead to the trade deadline, we're just looking ahead to tonight. Logan Gilbert on the mound against Mizrowski. Really exciting rookie for the Brewers, but we're just kind of waiting to see Logan have a quality start here. Jeff Passan, not worried.
To me, that's not of great concern in the same way that Shohei Ohtani going only 2, 3, 4 innings is not of great concern. Now, I know it's a little bit different with the Dodgers because they're going to be in the playoffs, whereas the Mariners are fighting for a playoff spot at this point. But I think being judicious in the way that you deploy your starters is really important, because the one thing that the Mariners, if they're going to win the World Series, can't afford is one of their big arms to be missing time. And, as much as because I wrote the book, I'd like to think of myself as an expert on the matter, I also know enough to know that every guy is different, and that the Mariners are throwing George Kirby and Logan Gilbert the way that they are in response to how their arms are feeling.
Well, I'm glad Jeff isn't worried about Gilbert's shorter outings yet, because I am a little bit. And maybe a little bit of that is just a different understanding of injuries. Like, I was a football reporter. If guys usually, if they get to 70, they're not going to get to 80. They're going to stay at 70. Like, the season is draining in a different way. But the pitching staff doesn't seem concerned with those things.
They don't. And they have information that we don't have. They have data that we don't have. The communication with the guys on the mound as well. Maybe Logan is feeling no pain or any tension in that arm or forearm or whatever it is, and they feel like they're moving in the right direction. Maybe the plan for him was always just to try to get through 4 or 5 for the first X amount of starts that he has coming back.
Yeah.
So it's probably just aligned up with their game plan as far as his usage.
Let's ask Mariners broadcaster Aaron Goldsmith not just what he's looking for when it comes to Logan tonight, but maybe what he's hearing about the trade deadline, what pieces could be added, if there are any hands-off, don't move these guys prospects, in his opinion, when it comes to this team. Don't go anywhere.
The clack of the cleats, the sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton,
the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Buckle up. True country icon Clint Black is rolling into Muckleshoot Event Center Tuesday, August 5th on his Back on the Blacktop tour. Grab your boots and get your tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. Clint Black, live and loud and only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Robert. Robert, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I heard an ad, and my wife and I had just got our policy renewals from our previous provider, and everything had gone up quite a bit, 30-40%, so I thought I'd give it a try. It was a pleasant experience, very easy. It only took a couple of days to get the good news back.
And were they able to save you money?
Yeah, we were able to save well over $1,000. Not only did we save money, our agent found that we had some gaps in coverage, and they were able to not only save money, but improve our coverage.
Well, now you can be a good friend, and you can tell everybody about it.
Well, I have. I've, in fact, passed it on to a couple of my good friends, and they're taking the challenge as well. So it's been great.
Robert did it. My family did it. Now you got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you could be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Joined now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook hotline by Mariners broadcaster Aaron Goldsmith. Aaron, how's it going?
Stacy, Bump, it's great to be with you. How are you guys doing?
Great. Happy to have you. Looking forward to putting last night's game in the rear view, and that means looking ahead to tonight's with Logan on the mound. We were both talking about whether or not it's at all concerning that he hasn't been able to go deep into games. Obviously, he's coming off of injury, so it's much more complicated than that. But what have you made of kind of the progress you've seen from him since coming back into form, back from the IL, and what is a fair expectation in terms of how deep he can pitch into games?
I think the story with Logan this year, outside of the obvious injury that you referenced, is that it has been a season of quality and not quantity, right? His stuff has been really good. His swing and miss stuff in particular has been maybe the best it's ever been, and that's saying something for a guy who was already as accomplished as Logan Gilbert is. And in terms of him not pitching deep post-injury, I would make the case, and I think it's pretty obvious to prove, you just look at the game log, this was an issue for Logan prior to hitting the injured list. I mean, he went 7 innings on opening day. He was terrific against the Athletics, and that has been his outlier deepest start since. He has never gone even a full 6 outside of opening day. And this isn't an issue of Logan being babied, for lack of a better term, and Dan saying, oh, he's at 80 pitches, let's pull him. Oh, he's gone through the order 2 times, let's pull him. I mean, the pitch counts have been there. He's pitching upper 80s, 90s, mid 90s, upper 90s in the pitch count, and he just simply has not been able to get to where we're used to seeing him. I mean, he's pitching like Logan Gilbert from the standpoint of the ERA, the strikeout rate, the general lack of walks, that kind of thing. But it's not the full Logan Gilbert experience because he's not going 6+ on a regular basis. And to be perfectly clear and fair about it, not even the greatest pitchers are not going to go 6 innings every time. Now, I know you can point to Brian Wu, how he's done that this year. I think we can all agree that's
the only one.
Yeah, I mean, he's an outlier, right? Even last year, which was a Cy Young caliber season for Logan Gilbert, you're going to have your clunkers, you're going to have your duds, and a dud and a clunker on a Logan Gilbert scale is still typically a very competitive start. But for whatever reason, and I can't quite put my finger on it, he just has not been able to get deep. I think he was trending that way the Yankees start before the rain delay, and then obviously he was a different guy after that roughly 45-minute delay or so. I don't know if I buy into the, like, oh, well, his stuff is just, he has such great swing and miss stuff that he just can't get deep because he's striking so many guys out. I mean, okay, tell me about Tarek Skubal. Right. You know, like, tell me about Zach Wheeler. Tell me about Chris Sale. Like, there are a lot of guys with great swing and miss stuff who get into the 6th inning and beyond. Is that part of it? Yeah, that could be part of it. I don't think that's like the thing that is making this happen for Logan Gilbert. But hey, the way baseball works, it could turn around tonight. He's that good of a pitcher, we know, and he's certainly that important to this ball club.
Hey, Aaron, how much influence do you think Logan Gilbert has on the trade deadline and, say, Julio Rodriguez? How do they move the needle when it comes to decision making?
In what way are you referencing?
So everyone we spoke to or speak to says, look, either they need a reliever, they need an arm, and they need a bat. Is there a world where Julio Rodriguez goes nuts for the next X amount of days and they feel comfortable saying, all right, maybe we don't need to swing big with a bat? Or is there a way, not even Logan, let's go the bullpen. The bullpen comes out and they look great for the next X amount of days, and it just influences how urgent they are when it comes to getting a bat or getting an arm?
The short answer, I think, to that is, in my opinion, is no. I don't think there's anything nuclear that any of those guys could do in the next week and change that will influence anything. I think, and that is not a commentary whatsoever on those players. It's a commentary on just the way that this game works and the big picture vision that, in this particular case, Jerry and Justin have. And to be frank, I think any executive worth their weight would have as well. We all know for every player that stuff ebbs and flows. It comes and goes, and guys get hot, they get cold, and they ride the middle. And I don't think anything that those guys do change the 100-game sample size that the Mariners have right now. The wild thing to me about this team right now is you look at their offensive numbers, and they're top 10 in runs per game. They're top 10 in on base. They're top 10 in slugging in the majors. And they really need to add. Like they really need a bat. You know, Cal has driven a lot of that, right? Randy, speaking of nuclear, that's been his last roughly 2 weeks or so. You need to build in buffers for Cal to have a normal month, right? I mean, like, he might have a normal month at some point, and that's okay. You need to have a buffer there. I don't think there's any question the Mariners are thinking about adding on the corners, on the infield corners, and I think having another arm in that bullpen a la the Jimmy Garcia deal last year. I know it didn't work out last year with Garcia. He got hurt, but that's the kind of guy in my mind that they would be looking for, is that setup type guy that now just lengthens your bullpen, that either allows you to save Brash on a day, or when Brash is down a day, you can go to that guy. Or if they're all available, now you go 7, 8, 9, plus you have Gabe Spire, right? Plus you have Vargas. So I think that's, in my viewpoint, when I look at this team as we near the deadline, those are the things that I'm seeing.
I think it's very natural for a team that has not made the playoffs more often than not to leave people kind of jumping to this like doomer outlook. Like, I don't blame people at all when they do that or when they feel let down by any sports team. It can be emotionally draining. That being said, I think that this team has more than people give them credit for. And I think that this, whether the American League or the league in general, can just be a little more competitive and interesting this year than we're giving it credit for. And Aaron, I think in large part, I'm looking at the team facing the Mariners with the Brewers. best record in baseball right now, going, man, you really aren't entirely sure what's going to happen. You know, the Yankees are going to be in it, the Dodgers are going to be in it, in either league, but it feels like the window is now for the Mariners in a way. Do you kind of see it that way, where you go, God, I know that sometimes it can be frustrating if your team struggles, but in a way, this can be a really competitive Mariners team?
When this season began, my thought on the Mariners in 2025 was simply, if you don't win now, when will you win? If it's not now, when is it going to be?
Right.
Now, the season has developed. We're about 100 games into things now, and obviously you've gone through injuries, and you're in your point of great strength in the rotation, right? Julio has had a fine season. He hasn't had an MVP level season that everybody is craving, but Cal has, right? So like you've picked up the weight there. You have had some setbacks in your bullpen, but now Brash is back. Like we all know how the season has unfolded, and yet it's all still there for the Mariners, right? If Gilbert gets fully right, and I don't think he's not, I think he's close, right? It just gets back to what we were talking about. If Gilbert starts pitching deeper into games like we know he can, and Kirby, it has felt like he's turned that corner or is beginning to. If he does that, and both these guys have track records. Both these guys have been all-stars, right? Both have been in Cy Young conversation. So I don't think this is pie-in-the-sky stuff with those two in particular. If those two guys do that, and you continue to get offensive contributions from just call it the big three in Cal, Julio, and Randy, it's all there. It is all there. The Mariners have all the beef that you need to go deep into October. I can't imagine a team that would have the mindset of being more aggressive than the Mariners. Now, can they find a partner? Right, and multiple partners potentially, given the areas of need that they likely want to address. They've proven that they can, but it does take two. That's an important thing to remember. It takes two, and there will be many teams with multiple suitors, right? And I think one of the things that's so important to remember at the deadline is that it comes down in part to what the team selling values, right? Like you want to go get ice cream tonight? Like Stacy wants chocolate and Bump wants strawberry, right? And it's like, no, I don't care if they got the best chocolate ice cream in town. Like, I want strawberry. And so if that team wants strawberry and you got chocolate, it could be really good chocolate, but they want strawberry, right? There's been a million examples in trade deadline history where the team that has been trying to acquire the player says, well, the prospects that I'm giving you are better than the prospects that the other team wants to give you, and yet you went with the other team. And that's because the team selling Gino or selling Naylor or selling Griffin Jacks, they just wanted strawberry, man. Like they wanted what that team had more than what you had, even if you liked it better. So it's like there are dynamics in play, and I bring this up every trade deadline just as a reminder that when a player gets dealt that you as a Mariner fan wanted and the Mariners didn't get, like it isn't always just that simple.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they didn't try. It's just sometimes that team didn't want what you were offering, you know?
Last question. I want to be able to, we only saved you a minute, so just a very, very quick one. Is there a prospect name that you would be a little surprised to see moved at the deadline? Speaking of trying to give teams what they want and having a lot to work with in terms of capital and prospects, is there a name that you go, God, I know that they love this guy and I would be shocked?
Oh, I mean, I think the chalk name there is Cole Emerson. I don't think anybody's untouchable. I think that's how the Mariners have operated forever. Like, nobody is untouchable. But if you want Cole Emerson, one of the top prospects in baseball, I mean, it's got to be everything, right? It's got to be a major haul, and I would be guessing a haul with like a lot of control coming with it. And a lot of the players we've talked about are players that are in contract years that are free agents at the end of the season. But yeah, Colt would be the guy that it would take just the moon to get the Mariners to trade Cole Emerson.
He is Mariners broadcaster Aaron Goldsmith. Thanks, Goldie.
Thanks, Goldie.
You got it, guys.
Yesterday, Aaron and Ryan were talking about like how late they realized that the Milwaukee Brewers glove logo was the M and the B.
Mm-hmm.
And I forgot to tell them, like, solidarity. I did not realize for a very, very long time.
I realized it like maybe 3 years ago.
You know what I didn't realize until maybe 5 years ago, and this is shameful? that the Wazoo, the Coug
The
spells
WSU.
WSU. I've stared at that logo my whole life.
Man.
And I did not realize until I was out of college, having gone to a rival school.
Did
that
you
it
know
spells-
Eastern spells EWU? Yeah.
Curtis, just go to break.
You didn't know that?
Just go to break.
The clack of the cleats. The sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting, and incredible savings on a custom-fit dry suit. Big savings on beginner, advanced, and specialty classes. Underwater Sports' 47th Annual Divers Fair starts this Thursday at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store, 107th and Aurora Avenue North. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Now is the time. We talk about it year-round, but roofing season really is upon us. It's Mike Salk here. So what makes it roofing season? Long, dry days where roofing crews can work realistically sun up to sundown. They're cranking out projects all over our region, and Riverside Roofing is, of course, leading the charge. Local to Marysville, Riverside Roofing serves the entirety of Western Washington. They do amazing work. They've earned my recommendation, plus industry awards like GAF Master Elite's President's Club, a status fewer than 1% of roofing companies in the entire country actually achieve. Get a roofing quote in less than 60 seconds using Quick Quote directly on riversideroofingllc.com. It'll pop up as soon as you go on their website. During and after your roofing job, you can expect a yard and driveway totally clean of debris. Behind their national accolades is a family company from right here in Marysville, built upon important local values like trust. That's why Riverside Roofing is the local roofing company you can trust. Go to riversideroofingllc.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
You're listening to The Dugout every Tuesday at 1 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Let's ask Alex, Bump. Alex Mayer joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Alex, someone texted in, Joe in Bellevue, one of our regular listeners, said Wazoo has the best logo in college. I was telling Bump that I didn't realize that the Coug spelled out WSU until I was like well out of college. And while I went to UW, I could admit that Wazoo has a cooler logo. And I said, I don't know that it's the best logo in college, though. And Bump said, well, which one's better? And I don't know that I could quickly think of one. So I said, let's ask Alex. But
wow. Well, I'm an Iowa State Cyclone, so I'm going to go with my alma mater, Iowa State.
Got to take the bias out of it, Alex.
I don't think you have to, Alex.
I don't know what immediately comes to mind. I've always liked Bucky Badger, Wisconsin, and then all right, here's an underrated one. I like the Arkansas Pine Bluff Lion. I like the Golden Lions.
Okay,
it's very regal looking. I don't know. That's my pick.
I'll allow it.
I'm not mad at the Gators logo with the gator and the sweater.
Exactly.
I think that's a cool
powerful.
One. Yeah.
There you go.
I don't know when my mind
WSU is one of the more creative logos.
Yeah.
Clemson's just a paw. Okay.
It's just a paw.
Let's talk about more pressing matters, and that being, granted, something that already happened, but was very cool, the home run derby and the All-Star game. Alex, I kept seeing videos on Instagram and Twitter, and it would be of Cal walking around, and then randomly I'd be like, it's Alex! And whether it was before you left, you went with them with Pardon My Take, and then you were at the home run derby, and I was like, what adventures Alex is on following Cal around to all these things. Take us behind the scenes. Let's start with the derby. Just what was that experience like? Because you were right there in the middle of it.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. I missed not visiting with you guys last week, but for good reason. I was in Atlanta on the ground.
Fair.
It was really cool. So I watched the first couple rounds of the home run derby in the American League clubhouse. That was a really cool experience in itself. But then when Caminero with the Rays and Cal obviously advanced to the finals, somebody from MLB PR basically grabbed me and said, hey, get in the dugout. If your guy wins, we're going to need some help ushering him to media. So I got in the dugout, and I was watching the final round of the home run derby with Freddie Llanos, who also works in my department, Ken Griffey Jr., and Chris Tucker. Yes, that Chris Tucker.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. So, name dropping to the extreme, but it was a really cool experience, and just seeing those baseballs fly out of the ballpark, really from Caminero and Cal, was just really cool to see. And then, when Cal won it, got some video, and unfortunately I was on the other end of the ESPN video because their cameras were on the other side of Cal and his dad and his brother, but it was really an amazing experience and like a career maker. I think next to the night of the clinch, which also had Cal as the central figure. It's probably the coolest night of my 5 years at the Mariners so far.
Hey, his brother low-key was a star during that whole thing, man.
Oh my goodness.
What's his game like? Is he getting recruited? Like, tell me more about the little bro.
Yeah, a little bit. So so Todd Jr. is actually the younger brother, believe it or not. He goes by T. He's also a switch hitting catcher like his big bro Cal, and he wears number 29 for, you guessed it, his big bro Cal. T is quiet but confident, I would say, and I think he's well on his way to getting some offers if he hasn't already. I'm not exactly sure where he stands on it right now, but it was really cool because at the end of the All-Star break, the All-Star break extends into Wednesday and Thursday. Cal actually got to go to T's tournament game, so I know T and the rest of the family were thrilled that Cal could actually catch one of his games for once.
Was there any kind of like little fly on the wall moment you had, whether it was being around Cal, kind of watching players introduce themselves and seeing what those interactions were like? Maybe it was watching Cal with his family or hearing anything from his dad, or maybe it was when you were sitting with, casual name drop, like you said, Griffey, just kind of watching the final round of the Derby. Was there any fly on the wall moment where maybe someone said something appropriate for air that just kind of gives some insight into how they view the moment or view Cal?
Yeah, that's a good one because there were so many. I would say the whole week was kind of a fly on the wall week. I would say the family aspect was so cool because you had the family stuff on the field, right? You literally had his dad throwing to him and his brother catching, but also family off the field, from his mom Stephanie to his two sisters and all his cousins and aunts and uncles and grandma. It was really cool to see them all react to Cal's win and celebrate with him after. I would say the coolest fly on the wall moment in totality was all of the other All-Stars, both AL and NL, who were just so stoked to see Cal. Like, no one walked by big old number 29 in a Mariners uniform and just kind of looked down or anything, where some All-Stars might just walk by each other very unassuming. But everyone from Aaron Judge down to the last reliever and coach with the All-Star teams were like, dude, great year, like unreal year, like how do you do it kind of thing. So that was really cool to see, because for as special of seasons as guys like Aaron Judge has had, or Kyle Schwarber, some of those guys have kind of had like their breakout season already, and the season Cal is having has been the number one player story in baseball, in my opinion.
Hey, I'm assuming this was said in fun, but Kershaw didn't realize his mic was hot.
Oh, man.
Did he get wind of that? I'm sure he did. And what was his reaction to that?
I heard Cal got a hold of it. I think he just took it in good fun. He took it lightly. I think Kershaw saying, you know what, big dumper, was all in good fun. I would hope Clayton Kershaw, for as long as he's been around, knows that all mics are hot, right?
Well, that was the first time he's been mic'd up on the on the mound. So I appreciated his approach to it. I think who was it? Scooble was on the mound, and he seemed kind of stressed out. Like, man, I really don't want to talk to these dudes. And Cal was kind of like, I'm just trying to catch. But Kershaw kind of leaned into being mic'd up.
Yeah, well said. I think for as much as I love Cal dearly, I think him and Scooble's inning mic'd up was interesting, to say the least. No, they weren't having a bit of it even.
Please take this away from us. And I feel like you could sense, not like irritation, but I think like, honestly, part of me was like, Fox, what were you expecting? Like, hey, Cal, what are you calling here? Like,
he wasn't
what's
having
he gonna
it.
sit down? Yeah, he just wasn't saying anything at all. So, yeah, I agree. Let's talk about one of our catchers here in Seattle, George Kirby, with a really, really solid start yesterday. And then obviously, tough getting out of that sixth inning, which I guess the hottest team in baseball is going to do to you. But not just what did you see from George, but what have you seen from him this year?
Yeah, I mean, George was really cruising there. Obviously didn't finish the outing the way he wanted to, but it's still been really solid since coming off the injured list. I looked at his career numbers, and yesterday was his 100th career start in what happened to be our 100th game of the season. His strikeout to walk ratio through 100 starts is the best in Major League history. And not just that, but by a really wide margin. Basically, for every walk that he's issued in his career, he's struck out about a little over 7 batters. Wow. Next closest is Shane Bieber at 5.5. So George has literally historical command at his disposal.
A great company to keep too.
Mm-hmm.
What are your betting odds that Cal can knock at least 50 bombs in this season? Because he's played a lot of games, he's caught a lot of games. He's gonna slow down a little bit, obviously, right? The body is just—he's a human being.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the odds are?
Oh, goodness. Well, I should probably stay away from odds, especially since I just did the MLB gambling policy survey on my computer.
Yeah, you should.
We're testing you, actually.
Yeah. So I won't talk odds, but I will say I think it's important what you pointed out, Bump. I think first half, second half is kind of misleading to begin with, considering we played 96 games before the All-Star break with 66 after. So it's not exactly an 81-81 split. So newsflash, Cal's not going to reach 76 home runs or whatever people think he's on pace for. I think if Cal is blessed with health in the second half, I think that he reaches 50 and he'd become the first catcher in Major League history to do it. And I'm so excited to have a front row seat for basically all of it.
I was going to say you've had a front row seat for just Cal's entire season, including the Derby, which is very, very cool. He is Alex Mayer. Alex, thanks so much, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you, guys. Next time.
Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
The clack of the cleats, the sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
This is my life. This is my family's life. The people that work here, they're my family. When something's not right with them, it's not right with us.
We get notifications every time we get a review. And I said, how do you not let it eat you up? Sometimes I feel so responsible. And his answer was, I just look at it as an opportunity. We need that feedback to learn and to do better. I'm grateful for the feedback.
Big part of sales is the relationship aspect. People want to do business with someone they can trust, who's a real person. They don't feel like you're just going after their money. And when you take the time to get to know them, get to know their needs, not be a car salesman, but be a consultant, then they feel more comfortable with you, and just the experience is better on both sides.
It's not about closing deals. It's about opening relationships, helping people make the right choice. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Overburdened with a bunch of stuff you don't want anymore, but feel bad throwing it away? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We prioritize donating and recycling. We'll help get your items to those in need instead of going to the landfill. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. It's time to reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors. When you hear Harley Exteriors, I want you to think windows manufactured right here in Washington and specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. These are the windows you want. They look absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and they're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They also come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your resale and home value. These windows last up to 60 years. Harley Exteriors is making these windows affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. In July, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments, no interest for 12 months, and an additional $200 off your project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more right here in the Puget Sound. Call 833-HARLEY or just go to harleyexteriors.com.
The countdown is on.
Just one more day until Seahawks training camp.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Mariners looking to rebound from the dud they put out there last night in Game 1 against the Brewers. Game 2 coming your way tonight. Logan Gilbert takes the hill, hoping to get things turned in the right direction. You can get all of that happening at 5:30 with the pregame show. 6:40 first pitch right here, Seattle Sports on 710. Set to get underway here shortly. Guardians playing host to the Orioles. It'll be the Tigers in Pittsburgh to take on the Pirates. Marlins host the Padres. The Red Sox, who fell to the Phillies. That's helpful. We need to root against the Red Sox. Game 2 of that series coming up in Philadelphia, as well as the Nationals hosting the Reds. White Sox on the road to take on the Rays. Blue Jays hosting the Yankees. Mets and Angels in New York. And the Braves play host to the Giants.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. It is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Tuesday to everybody out there. Another beautiful summer day. I hope everybody's enjoying the weather out there. We got a big show coming your way. Coming up at 3 o'clock, we'll talk some Seahawks with the Seahawks reporter John Boyle. He'll join us from Seahawks.com. Charlie Furbush will join us for his weekly conversation in studio at 4 p.m. And then El Hombre, Michael Bradley at 5 o'clock before we turn you over to the Mariners pregame show at 5:30. Logan Gilbert on the hill for Game 2 of their series against the Milwaukee Brewers, who are red hot. They have now won 11 games in a row, and they came out and just, frankly, kind of embarrassed the Mariners last night. That was an absolute dud of a game. And it started out looking so promising. Second time we've had a pitcher working with a no-hitter, and you're going, oh, is he going to get some run support? And I tweeted out, like, Kirby's rolling. This offense needs to get going. And then, of course, after the game, everybody's, well, this aged well. Like, well, it was true at the time. He was rolling, had a no-hitter going into the sixth, and then the wheels came off, much like, to a lesser extent, Brian Wu had that going into the eighth inning, and they lost that game. So it's boy, just maddening. That was a brutal one last night.
That was incredibly frustrating, and it wasn't so much about what the Mariners had 5 hits, and so I mean I know a lot of people would be pissed about that, and 0 runs, but man, that meltdown by Kirby was just frustrating to watch, and he's just cruising along, and then all of a sudden it's just one after the other, just a total meltdown. Whole thing ends with giving up 4 runs, and then Woodruff was great. That's a guy who missed all of last year, and he's had a couple of good outings, but this is just a really hot team right now. First team in Major League Baseball to make it to 60 wins. But they got to turn it around, because you saw Houston won last night.
Yeah, so now you're 5 games back.
Yeah.
The gift was Boston losing, so you're still tied with them in the wild card race for the second spot. But yeah, I mean, Woodruff pitched well. It I don't know, man. It just was. I was so ticked watching this game because it was just such a no-show. It was just like, look, man, you tip your cap. That's a team that is just absolutely on fire. There's no two ways around it. But the offense just dead in the water, and then the wheels come off the pitching. Right, Kirby just starts getting lit up there when he was just absolutely. He looked like the Kirby of old. You're like, there he is. Is he going to throw a no-no? Oh my goodness! And then. Is the offense going to kick in here at some point? I mean, your top 4 hitters went 1 for 16. 1 for 16 between JP, Julio, Cal, and Rosarena. And the one hit was they're down 6-0 in the 9th inning. Cal hit a single. It was, good. I'm glad he got a hit, but it was just a no-show. It was just, ugh. They were 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. They left 7 on base. And I'm sitting there watching that going, okay, here it's kind of a repeat of Wu in that July 10th game against the Yankees. The pitching's not getting back to where it was last year. It just is not. You're seeing glimpses, you're seeing stretches within games. You've seen Wu's been the most consistent starter they've had. Luis has thrown out a couple of gems lately, so hopefully he can keep that going. But as a staff, injuries have obviously completely disrupted the rotation. And even with the guys back, we're still waiting for Logan to get beyond 6 innings, get beyond 5 2/3.
Yeah.
His longest outing of the season has been the opener. He went 7 innings. He was outstanding.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Logan. I think he is going to get back, and this would be a great team to do it against, obviously, just because they're on a heater right now. But that was frustrating. And then our guy Brandon Garcia came up, and I was talking about how, hey, this works out for them. And it was a kind of a rude introduction to Major League Baseball in his debut. He gave up a couple, but I wonder how much. And I think Kirby would be the one guy that I would probably think most gets frustrated by the lack of offense. And I wonder how much that affects him. It shouldn't, right? And I know that pitchers are very disciplined, but I'm just wondering if, maybe that was kind of what got in his head there in that 6th inning, because it just looked totally frustrated and, lack of offense and just no support. I'm just wondering how much that gets to him. And like I said, I think Kirby, and I like the fact that he's fiery, But I'm wondering if he, maybe that's kind of what happened there. It's like, come on, man, I need just give me a little bit of a cushion here.
Yeah, it's. I don't know if that got to him. I'm not going to put that. I don't know what was going on in his head, but it was just amazing how quickly it turned from him being that dominant and just locking that team down. And then once that first hit happened, just out of the reach of JP at shortstop, it was just another one, then another one, then another. It was like all of a sudden they couldn't miss. And you're going, what is happening here? And then the offense just had nothing. They just were just an absolute no-show. So, and it doesn't get any easier. You're going up against Mizorowski, who's throwing the ball 103 miles an hour. He's got crazy movement on his pitches, and there was debate as to whether he should be in the All-Star game because he's only had 5 or 6 starts on the season. But bottom line is extremely talented. So it doesn't get any easier. Is the point? The road is not easier for this offense. And last night I'm looking at this going, we talked about the idea that there were some fans out there going, I don't want them to be too good offensively because then the front office is going to go, we're fine. Well, you got your wish. Did that look like what you were hoping for? I hope you were smiling last night. For those of you that wanted the offense to stink so that the front office wouldn't get too comfortable, you got your wish, and that's what a stinky offense looks like last night.
Yeah, I mean, and I think there's a balance there, right, for people that are thinking that way. It's like you don't want them to feel satisfied offensively, and I really don't think that it's whatever happens in the next few games up until the trade deadline is gonna affect them really one way or another. But yeah, it's kind of like walking that line of, well, I don't want them to get too far away out of the playoff race, but I also don't want management to, think that, okay, we got it. We got our offense, and we're getting, production from other spots other than Cal, Randy, Julio, JP. So, yeah, and I don't know. It's kind of an interesting concept there, but I think that the Mariners have pretty much already made up their minds
as to
what they're going to do at the trade deadline.
Yeah, and what they're going to be able to do. I'm watching Gino Suarez hit more home runs last night and a loss. They lost to the Astros, as you pointed out earlier, so it's a 5-game spread between them and the Mariners in the West. But with every home run, I just hear cha-ching, cha-ching, that the price tag goes up on Gino Suarez, and he's on an absolute tear right now, hitting home runs. So I think the Diamondbacks are going, oh, yeah, this is great. Because they're looking at, all right, maybe initially when we first were toying with the idea of trading him, we were expecting this kind of return. And then a few home runs later, another few games, and he's piling up the home runs. They're going, you know what, now we could probably ask for this kind of return. And now it's probably grown again. They're probably on plan C now. I think we can maybe get one of these teams to give us this kind of return. And it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And maybe more remote that the Mariners would land him. We're all speculating. Nobody knows what the asking price would be for him, but you can't help but look at what he's doing and go, yeah, it's getting more expensive by the day.
Yeah. No, definitely, and that's something you don't want to see him. What is it? In the last 5 games, he's hit his 5th homer in the last 3 games with the Diamondbacks. I mean, that's brutal. That's the worst result possible. And so that's what made, I think, everything coming together with Kirby, kind of imploding in the 6th inning, totally imploding. And then, you got Houston winning, and then you got Eugenio hitting more and more homers, just getting more and more expensive. So yesterday I was being Doomsday Dave and said, I think they're going to get some help in the bullpen, but that's it. I wonder if JP Morosi still thinks that they need starting pitching.
I would imagine his opinion's the same.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'll assume as much. What's really changed since that? I mean, you're seeing the ups and downs of their offense. They have games where they just look like, okay, yeah, you look like a pretty good offense. Maybe you don't need all the help we think you need. And then they'll have the games like the last 2, which were just dud game. I mean, back to back. I think that's what makes it feel worse last night. It was coming off a dreadful game against the Astros. You won the series, which was great. But it was a game you were up 3-0 in, and then the wheels came off, and you just got your tail kicked. And then on the heels of that, this happens. So it's a 1-2 punch that you've been hit with as a Mariner fan watching this team go out there and flail around the past couple of games.
Yeah, I don't know that it could have been much worse. I'm sure that fans are really frustrated by that, just because Kirby, I mean, he's just somebody that's so reliable. And then, the good news, Boston lost, but, you have Houston winning. You've got Eugenio hitting home runs. And Matt asked the question, does this Mariner team look like a playoff team to you?
Yeah, that's what I was asking last night. They don't. Not right now. If we're just talking about what we see right this minute, is this a playoff team? Does this look like a team they're capable? We've seen them look great. Obviously, they just swept the Tigers on the road. They look fantastic. But they're so extreme one way or the other. They look fantastic. This team is a team nobody would want to face in the postseason. They're going to be a problem. And then they look like they do the last two games where you go, this doesn't look like a playoff team. What about it? Looks like they're going to make noise in the postseason.
Yeah. Well, and especially when you have Julio, JP, Cal, and Randy all going 1 for 16, and not tremendous amount of strikeouts. I mean, that wasn't really the problem.
Or 8 total last night?
Well, these guys, I mean,
4 amongst them.
Just 4 of those guys.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but they 0 for 4 and runners in scoring position, left 7 on base. I mean, yeah, now all of a sudden, if you just want to look at that game, doesn't look like a playoff team. But, yeah, it's just frustrating to see one of your best pitchers just kind of unwind like that.
Yeah, it's we'll see this is a perfect time for Logan to look like Logan. We need to see him pre-rain delay. That version where he looked like he was just cooking. He looked like the old Logan Gilbert, looked like the guy who opened the season. And again, he's only gone beyond 6 innings one time, and that was the opener. Now he did get hurt, and obviously there's some grace when he comes back. Let him find his footing. Let him build up that arm strength, what have you. But just hasn't happened to this point where he's been able to go deep. I mean, he was the guy that went over 200 innings last year. That was the standout in all of Major League Baseball in terms of innings. He gave you length, and he was efficient, and that hasn't been the case. So tonight would be a huge, huge night for him to come out there and look like the old Logan Gilbert. And hopefully the offense, should he come out and he's out there dealing the way Kirby was to start the game, the first 5 innings, hopefully he can get some run support out there. Yeah. This offense needs to figure it out and get these guys, a little more comfort, a little more slack to work with out there, because it just hasn't been happening the past couple of games. And again, for the front office, if they're thinking we're fine offensively, we don't need to do anything.
What do you say about that, Bob?
I said, you better not. You better not.
You better not.
That was the battle cry yesterday.
You better not. It remains the battle cry.
Well, look, I don't think they're going to say that. You never know.
I'm just saying, don't say it publicly. Just do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor and do not say that publicly, even if they think. I'm hoping they don't think that, though. I can't imagine they think that. You can't have nights like you've had and feel like, yeah, we're good, we're fine.
Yeah, but I mean, if they make the case that, look, all of a sudden Eugenio Suarez's price tag just went way up. And maybe the same thing with Naylor, because there's lots of people talking about they are convinced that they're going to get Suarez and Naylor, get the corners taken care of. And
I'd be in favor of that.
But, I mean, if all of a sudden it's just like packaging up all of your prospects and maybe sending them someone like Gabe Spire, I don't know. I just think that would be – That's kind of frustrating to look at that and the way that seems to be kind of ticking up, especially with Suarez's production.
Yeah, I can't see him getting rid of anybody on the major league roster, giving up because you need, in addition to Spire, you need another arm in there. So I don't see them giving up a consequential arm, of which he is in that bullpen.
What about a starting pitcher?
No.
Yeah.
No. I don't know that there's anybody that of the guys that other teams would truly covet on this roster, they're not going to give up. Yeah. Right? They're not going to trade Cal, they're not going to trade Julio, they're not going to trade any of their starting pitching. I think it's prospects, and that's it. I mean, who else are they going to go after? Who are they going to trade? Solano? Okay. You want Dylan Moore too? Okay.
What are you going to get for that?
You're not going to get anything. So, yeah, just point being, there's not much on this on the big league roster that I think they would be willing to trade that other teams would covet. Meanwhile, it's you brought up Houston won, so their lead is now 5 games in the AL West. Boston lost, so we should all be rooting for the Phillies. We need the Phillies to come through. We've counted on them before, and they let us down really, really badly. But they got game 1, so hopefully they can get game 2 and take out the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah.
Because that's who you're tied with in the wild card standings right now.
Yeah, and I heard somebody, I think it was Passan, that was saying that, he thinks that Boston's going to stay put, that they're not going to do anything at the trade deadline. That
buy or sell?
Yeah.
They're just going to stand pat, huh?
That's what, some of the experts think. So, but, yeah, that, I was just looking at Bryce Miller. Man, do we miss that guy. If you look at him, sub-3 ERA last year, and you just kind of forget about him, and that's been a huge loss, man. You look at some of his outings last year; it was just ridiculous. So that's really frustrating. I think that is the one guy I think that that they've missed the most.
Yeah, they've missed all these guys because they've all been gone for the most part at various times, other than Wu and Castillo. Right? You miss Gilbert when he wasn't there. You miss Kirby. You certainly miss Miller, and the guys that have come back, you're still waiting for them to look like the version of them from last season, and maybe we're just not going to get that this year. I don't know. I mean, you're down to 62 games. You got 62 games left in the season. At what point do they find their rhythm, if you will? Do they find that, all right, this is who I was last? You've seen it for stretches like we saw. I mean, that looked like prime Kirby, and then it was just a 180. I don't know what happened. I don't know that you speculate if he gets frustrated with the offense. I have no idea. I don't think so. I think he'd be used to it at this point. I'm not kidding. I think any of these starters.
You did say that with a straight face.
Yeah, I would think. Look, this is the team you've been on. This is not new. You're 100 games into the season. This offense is who they are. So the idea that it doesn't mean you don't get in your mind going, give me some support here, man. Give me something to work with. But it having that kind of impact on the game, I don't see that. I just think he started catching way too much of the plate, and they were taking. He's a guy who doesn't walk anybody, so you go up there knowing if I go up there hacking, he's going to be throwing strikes.
I think he had one walk.
One walk. Yeah. So it's just he's always around the strike zone. Same with Wu. Those are guys you can count on being around the strike zone. You're not going to chase a lot with those guys the way you do with Logan Gilbert and the way you do with other guys. Those guys are always around the strike zone, and sometimes too much.
Yeah. Well, and I remember Jerry DiPoto saying earlier this year that, once you get into June and July, the ball starts to fly out of the park here. And so you don't really have that advantage. So frustrating also that you don't have the home field advantage as much anyway. Yeah. So, it's just a very bad timing. And just, I think the most disappointing part of it is, oh, man, Kirby's going to have one of these epic outings, right? He just looked like
it was headed that way, man.
Dealing.
It was fun to watch for a while, but then it went south. So hopefully it gets rectified tonight with Logan Gilbert on the hill. A reminder, if you miss any part of the show, you want to go watch things over again, check out our Wyman and Bob channel on the Seattle Sports YouTube page. You can search Seattle Sports, search Wyman and Bob, search Bob Stelton on all social media platforms like Instagram and X and Blue Sky and Threads, all that. Find all our interview segments, like our interview with John Gruden yesterday, which was fantastic. A lot of people weighing in on that. If you didn't catch it, definitely check out that interview. He was some unsolicited remarks that I thought were pretty accurate, pretty funny. He's just good interview, good stuff from him. So check that out if you didn't hear it yesterday. Right now, let's take two.
Tight end Jimmy Graham has indicated that he plans to retire from the NFL this year with the New Orleans Saints.
Leading receiver as far as the tight end goes in Seahawks history.
Yeah, the most productive tight end in Seahawks history. Which still seems so weird.
What was kind of interesting about him was that he wanted to be paid like a wide receiver in New Orleans. And so that's where he wanted to be categorized. And Mickey Loomis was like, no, you're a tight end. But, and tight ends are, number 2 or 3? I mean, you always look at
the franchise tags.
How as far as the franchise tag goes, you get they're at the bottom basically. I mean, you got offensive guards making more than tight ends, and it's just one of those positions. So I didn't, and wide receivers are up at the top. So I thought it was a brilliant move by him because really that's what he was. And when he got here, we found that out because he really
not a blocker.
Couldn't block.
Bengals team president Mike Brown said it was, quote, a form of foolishness that his team and rookie Shamar Stewart had been unable to sign a contract.
Yeah, have you read this story?
Yeah, it just looks like they just are not good business people there as far as how they get things done. And the instruction seems to be Mike Brown. A lot of it comes from the top. And I don't know. I just feel like you don't see these kinds of things here.
Well, it's
and
if the story is accurate, though, I'm kind of putting it on the agent. Because it says the sticking point in the negotiations, Brown said, is a dispute over the language in Stewart's rookie contract pertaining to potential conduct detrimental to the team. In that scenario, it could void guaranteed money owed to Stewart, which is a clause the Bengals added recently to mirror other teams around the league. So basically, they're saying you go out there and do something that's detrimental to the team, we're not paying you. And the agent is fighting that, saying, well, even if my client does do something detrimental, he wants his money. So it's kind of a bad look, I feel like, from the outside. I don't know all the details or how accurate that is, but you're saying, well, there's a good chance your client might screw up. So you're protecting against that.
That's almost as bad as the language in the Kyler Murray contract.
Really. To make him actually study.
But why is it always, it's always the Bengals.
Yeah.
It's always Mike Brown, and there's always a problem. And, they got the big problem with Trey Hendrickson right now. So, yeah, it's interesting. And I don't know, if maybe they're, I don't know, why are we hearing from Mike Brown? But we hear from Jerry Jones all the time. But I don't know, he just seems like a guy that just doesn't really get it. And certainly like his interviews and the things I've heard him say and the quotes and everything, it doesn't help his case.
Yeah.
Mike Brown.
All right, Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife, swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Coming up, we're going to hear why Jeff Passan thinks this may be the most important time in Jerry DiPoto's career. That's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. It's Seattle Sports on 710.
The clack of the cleats. The sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. Take advantage of the Mazda of Everett price during the More to Move You sales event. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed all in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data, except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Seattle Children's is leading the fight against pediatric cancer with groundbreaking research in immunotherapy. It reprograms a child's own T cells to hunt down and destroy cancer. It's hope, powered by science. But here's the truth. Pediatric cancer research is drastically underfunded. That's why Safeway is stepping up, and you can too. G. Scott here asking you to say yes to donating to ImmunoHeroes next time you're at Safeway checkout. Together, we can help fight cancer for all kidkind.
America's favorite car show is back. It's the Good Guys 37th Griot's Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals presented by Wicked Fabrication. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center. Over 2,500 of the Northwest's finest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Shop the Fender Midway. A free family fun zone. Great live music, Saturday night twilight cruising, and so much more. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Celebrate 40 years of The Bite. The Bite of Seattle returns to Seattle Center, July 25th to 27th. Over 300 food and retail vendors, plus games and live music. Admission is free. Enjoy a Seattle summer tradition at The Bite of Seattle with delectable multicultural cuisine, live entertainment, and fun for everyone. Enjoy a Friday night screening of Pixar's Ratatouille at the Mural. Taking over Seattle Center July 25th to 27th. Come to The Bite, biteofseattle.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting, and incredible savings on a custom-fit dry suit. Big savings on beginner, advanced, and specialty classes. Underwater Sports' 47th Annual Divers Fair starts this Thursday at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store, 107th and Aurora Avenue North. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776. You guys can weigh in on the Mariners, what you think they should do, what you think they will do as we approach that trade deadline. Do they look like they're a playoff team to you? Is this a team you feel like, all right, they're a couple of bad games, but they're right there. They're going to make some noise. They're a team you don't want to face in the postseason, or do you feel like, it's not clicking? What's your feeling about this team? You guys can text in on that. Meanwhile, Jeff Passan was on with Brock and Salk and talked about a few different things as it pertains to the Mariners, and he talked about seeing a scenario where the Mariners are a top 5 team, but they need to get to work over these next 9 days.
Listen, I can absolutely foresee a scenario in which the Seattle Mariners at some point are a top 5 team in baseball. I really do believe that they have the capabilities of being that. And yet I also can foresee it where they're like 15th. And it's just, there's such variance in baseball right now. And the team, the group of contenders is just flattened to the point where the trade deadline is paramount import. Like, if the Mariners want to be more the top 5 team than top 15 team, they need to go out and do work over the next, 9 days.
Couldn't disagree with a word. He just echoed everything we said earlier. Like, one night they out there, and we talk about the sweep of the Tigers on the road, best team in baseball record-wise. They just look like they're a problem. This is a good team. And then you look at the last 2 games where they go out there and just get their tails kicked, and it's just kind of wonky looking, and you're going, is this a playoff team? So, yeah, he's talking about, well, they look like they're top 5, but then they could look like they're number 15. Yeah, 100%.
I just hope that Jerry, Justin, and Dan have their thumb on the pulse of what this team is all about. Because I was just going to say, you brought up the Detroit series, best team in baseball, best team, and they just swept them and they killed them.
Yeah.
And just so hard to figure out where this team is. And, and I think Passan, having listened to all the clips and everything this morning, it sounds like he's a little bit, getting a little bit more excited about it and more bullish. But, I was being Doomsday Dave yesterday and said I think they'll only add, as far as maybe a bullpen. But I don't know. It's very difficult to tell where they are. But it's also the fact that, I don't know, it maybe every year seems this hard, but it seems like, this year it's particularly difficult at the trade deadline because there's lots of people that are in the mix. And so you're going to have to give up more. And are they in the mood to do that? I mean, they've done an awesome job of building their, their farm system. I mean, they have just some great prospects.
Yeah, they've got ammunition. It's, how much of it are they going to have to spend is the question. So we'll see. Jeff went on to talk about the deadline being important for the Mariners to get to the playoffs, and not returning to the playoffs reflects on ownership and the executives.
It was awesome seeing them go to the playoffs a few years ago.
Yep.
And then the last couple of years, they have just missed by a hair. And I don't think that they can afford another year with a near miss. It speaks to, well, frankly, it speaks to ownership to some extent because they really didn't have much of a budget to work with this offseason. But sometimes executives are not given budgets. And I look at the Milwaukee Brewers, and I know it's an easy thing to say the team with the best record in Major League Baseball right now, be more like them. Well, yeah, duh. But what the Brewers have done extremely well is put processes in place to be good at just about everything. They draft well. They do international well. They trade well. And most of their free agent signings, though on the lower end of things, turn out pretty good. And the Mariners are close to that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the Brewers right now, they've got a good thing going, man. And then, you get this Mizrowski kid just kind of out of nowhere. Guy kind of looks like Brady Bones in there. He's about 6'7", 190 pounds.
Brady played ball. Did he ever tell you?
What?
Yeah.
This is news to me.
All right, we're talking about ball now.
Yeah, he used to throw a ball or something. Ask Matt. Matt's an expert on it. He's heard a lot.
Very intrigued with my baseball playing career. Is that right, Matt?
Yeah, he's dazzled by it. Is more like it.
Let me have it, Matt. Go.
The first time I ever had to train Brady for something, I made it pretty clear I don't care about baseball. And that did not stop him from talking about baseball to me for 3 straight hours.
I may have gone a little too deep into the analysis of the game.
That didn't deter him.
I have to bring up when Brady was training. How long you been here, Brady?
A little over 4 years.
4 years. 4 years ago, he came in, this young, fresh, wide-eyed kid. And
now he's just beaten down and broken dreams.
In here,
yes, exactly. He's just a broken human being now, having to spend all this time in the studio there with Matt. But anyway, Lefko was training him, and being a young guy, he wanted to let Lefko know that he kind of knew what was going on. And I think there was some football thing, and he started quoting some stats or whatever. And Lefko looks at him with this blank stare and goes, "Anyway, you need to click this thing and then click that and then this is how you build a segment here. And yeah, it was just all
Lefko's
business.
his passive-aggressive way of saying, I don't care, and I want you to pay attention to what I'm telling you.
But you know what? It was exactly what a rookie would do.
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
He was the rookie.
It was kind of charming, actually.
But so good. All right.
I'm happy my failures could be charming to you.
I don't know if it was a failure.
It wasn't
but
a failure.
But just a moment in time that was beautiful. Yeah. Passan went on to talk about how this can be the most important time in Jerry and Justin's tenures here.
This, to me, might be the most important time of Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander's tenure as the executives running the Seattle Mariners. And I think they have the opportunity to do something really good this year. And I think I said it last week. I will reiterate it every day until the end of the season. You can't waste a Cal Raleigh season like this. You just can't waste a historically great season when it's not just him, but you also have guys around him who are having good years.
Yeah, you hate to see any brilliant standout season from anybody go to waste. Ask Felix Hernandez. He had a number of them. Right? I mean, you've had a number of years with Griffey, a number of years with Randy, with A-Rod. You've had stars, Ichiro, who've put up tremendous numbers, who've set records. They didn't go to the playoffs. So there's been, unfortunately, Cal wouldn't be unique. If they didn't make it to the playoffs and you look back and go, wow, you wasted that season by Cal, well, there would be a lot of members of that club going, Cal, come on in.
Yeah.
Come on in. We got a seat for you, buddy.
Well, last year, I mean, I think that would have been don't waste what your starting rotation has done. And so, yeah, to hear that. And you're right. He's not alone in Mariner history. So
no, unfortunately, there are a lot of people in that club, and he would be the latest addition. Jeff went on to talk about why he said this could be the most important time for Hollander and Dipoto.
Reason number one, because it is a wide open landscape in Major League Baseball. There is no dominant team. And if you can put yourself in the position where you get one of those golden tickets to get into October and you have the starting pitching and you have the bats, then you can win a World Series. I firmly believe the Seattle Mariners can win a World Series this year.
Yeah, but I liked what I heard. I said this earlier. I liked a lot of what I heard from Passan, and he just seemed like he's very positive and bullish, and on this team. So I hope he's right. But we just have to go in the past and kind of go off of that, of what they've done, and I don't know what they think is a sense of urgency. Just because and I think Jerry does a good job of kind of throwing people off the scent, but sometimes he'll say things that it's like. Well, like this last offseason when he said, our offensive numbers were actually better than everybody thinks. And, and I hope he continues to do that. And, maybe, that way he'll get a better deal or something. I don't know. But if it leads to a better deal, then I'm fine with it. If it doesn't, you can't say that stuff. You can't do it. People are not hearing it. They're just not. One more quickly from Passan before the break here. Just talked about he's writing an article now talking about, teams that are in it, teams that are out of it, all that, and the Mariners.
I have a column that's going to be running tomorrow. It's going to be my final trade deadline preview. And at the top, I have a category called Teams Going Big. And it's teams that are all in and teams that are all out. Teams that are all out, I got the Rockies, White Sox, Pirates, and Nationals. Teams that are all in, the Blue Jays, the Phillies, the Yankees, the Cubs, and the Seattle Mariners.
He's got them all in. There we go. Hopefully they live up to the billing he gave them as being all in. We'll see.
Well, and the other bad news about Eugenio Suarez is that I think the Yankees are looking at him.
Oh,
and so,
there's a bunch of teams,
Yeah, so now all of a sudden you're like, oh, boy, here we go.
All right, coming up, who are this season's most consequential under-the-radar Seahawks? We'll give you a few names we've come up with. That's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. It is Seattle Sports on 710.
The clack of the cleats. The sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton,
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here. I got to tell you about a decision I made that's one of the best I've made in my life. I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That is Refractive Lens Exchange. Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. And King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every single stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, no readers, no cataracts. That's the icing on the cake right there. So if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, or you're like me, I had a pair of readers in every room of the house, had them in my car, couldn't read restaurant menus or read the receipts when they came. This has been a game changer for me in a very big way. K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect and permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And again, you will never develop a cataract. It's amazing how much better things are when you don't have to pat your pockets and look around. Did I bring my glasses? Oh, dang, I got to run back to the car. Or I don't even have them with me, so I'm going to have somebody read the menu to me. Whether it's LASIK, whether it's EVO, ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors. They've got all of the info to recommend the very best procedure for you. You can schedule your free, that's the operative word, free Zoom consultation today. Just go to K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Again, that's K2VisionRLE.com.
Seattle home prices, well, they just keep going up, and you might be ready to take advantage. If you're getting ready to sell or just moved into a new home, now is the time to get a thorough inspection of your crawl space and attic. And don't do it yourself. You don't want to be crawling around in there. You probably don't even really know what to look for. It's Mike Salk here, and Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to, so you can know if there's anything going on in your crawl space or attic without having to crawl into and evaluate those spaces on your own. A free inspection will let you know if your home is energy efficient and if the air you're breathing is clean and safe. Plus, there are some really great utility rebates available right now to help you with the cost of the new insulation if it's needed. How nice would it be to get someone else to cover that cost? Had them out to my house, and it was a great idea. Did that free corner-to-corner inspection, found some issues, they took the pictures, showed them to me, and then solved the problem. No issues since. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team? We can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes. Teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey friends, Stacy here. Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is celebrating its 103rd year anniversary, and their biggest sales event of the year is going on right now. Take advantage of their great pricing on new Fords, Isuzus, and commercial vehicles. Also, large discounts on their service and parts departments. What about those of you who want to sell a car? Wayscar Ford's Vehicle Profit Sharing Plan is the best deal out there. They purchase your car and pay you right up front. Then, when Wayscar Ford resells your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. They've already paid back over $800,000 to customers. At Wayscar Ford, there's absolutely no games, no gimmicks, and no pressure. That's backed up by a full 5-day or 500-mile no questions asked return policy on absolutely every vehicle they sell. Change your mind for any reason, bring the vehicle back for a full 100% refund. So if you're like me, you want a good price, a low-key, no-pressure experience, and a full 5-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee, Wayscar Ford is the place to go. Check them out for yourself at wayscarford.com. Wayscarford.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years. Woo! The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So taking a look at this Seahawks roster as we get set for training camp, which begins tomorrow, Dave. We're going to be out there tomorrow. We'll be on after the Mariners game. It's a Mariner Day game tomorrow. So we'll go out there. We'll speak with a player. Not sure who that's going to be as of yet. But, yeah, we'll be broadcasting from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center starting tomorrow, taking you through training camp, getting you up to speed on everything going on with the Seahawks team. And we talk about this time of year. Everybody comes up with lists of, here are the most important players. And some used to do it, and then they stopped doing it because others started doing it. So you got to reinvent the wheel, so to speak, Dave. You can't sit there and just, regurgitate what somebody else has already pilfered. So what you do is come up with something new. We're going to go with the most consequential under the radar Seahawks. How about that?
I like it. I like it because, I mean, you look at the most important, the most consequential, this is consequential under the radar.
Yeah. I mean, because the consequential is obvious, right? It's in the most consequential. It's always your starting quarterback.
Yeah.
It's always. There's no intrigue there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're taking a different route, and we'll trademark this, and it'll end up somewhere else. But yeah. So who's and we didn't come up with a number, 4 or 5, whatever. But who are some of the names on your list that really you think have a big bearing on the success of this team, but maybe they're not talked about like we do Spoon, like we do Darnold, like we do Cooper Kupp, or people like that.
Yeah. Do you want me to start at the top, Bob, or should I?
Do you have them in order? Up? Yeah. Start at the bottom.
No, I'll start at the bottom. Anthony Bradford. And I think
a good one.
It's right guard is the one. I mean, if you believe that Oluwatimi is going to be the center, I mean, I still think that Jalen Sundell kid has a good chance to be the center. But, I mean, as far as question marks, it's been right guard.
Yeah.
I mean, and really, I think – with the center, it's a very important position, but, if you have a couple of good guards around him, then it's, I think that's going to help him out tremendously. So, but Anthony Bradford is he's kind of, I put him into a category kind of like Reek Woolen in that I think he's tremendously physical. And as far as like that stretch zone that they run, he can do that. And at least that's what the Seahawks think. And it's not because he's just like this big, big bear of a man that's just going to play inside. He can also, and he changed his body composition this year pretty significantly, which I think turning fat into muscle and, and I think he's going to be in much better shape. But, I mean, if you look at him and he can play at the top of his game and concentrate on every single play, because when I looked at him, it was kind of like watching Reek Woolen in that he's a tremendous player and he can do, like, he'll just barely touch a guy and he'll knock him down. He's incredibly powerful. But can he do that play in and play out, and that's going to be the big question for him.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. That's a good one. Guy I came up with, we brought up his name yesterday, and it struck me that we hadn't really even talked about him. That's in I'm not sure why. Just there's so many other issues on the team, especially O-line. But Demarcus Lawrence, I think, is a guy, and it's not about everybody knows who he is, but on this team, kind of forgot that they picked him up. And this is a guy who's achieved some things in this league. Now he's an older player. He's 33 years old, just turned 33. So we'll see what he's got left. But he's had career year. He's had years of 14.5 sacks and 10.5 sacks. He can be a problem. He's a guy that can go a long way into helping this defense, which I believe will be health provided a top 5, certainly a top 10 defense. I think that's the minimum I expect for a healthy Seahawks defense. Should be no lower than top 10. And I think they could squeak into a top 5. And I think, could be a very significant part of that. Somebody that we don't talk about the way we do, obviously, Big Cat and Ernest Jones and Witherspoon and those guys on that side of the ball.
That's a good one, because also, you mentioned Big Cat. Demarcus Lawrence also is very versatile. I mean, he can move inside. He's 6'3", 265, but man, you watch some of the rushes he has from the inside where he's in like the center guard gap, and they love that kind of versatility. And like we heard from Coach John Gruden yesterday, the one thing that they do the best on their defense is they show all kinds of multiple looks. And when you have a guy lined up inside, it's not like you can't guarantee that he is not going to, drop out in, because a lot of times you line guys up like that have a little bit of speed, and then he's going to drop out of there. He can rush from in there. So that's going to make it even more confusing, I think, for opposing offenses.
Who's your next guy?
Next guy is, it's not really under the radar, but I think Ernest Jones he's a really good blitzer, and I think it really matters that he goes out and has a great year. And the reason why I picked him is because we didn't know that he was actually injured last year, and he talked about how he is healthy, and I think he's going to be an X factor as far as rushing the quarterback. I think they're going to blitz him a lot more, and he's really good at it. So, I kind of a frontline guy, but still, I think the sort of under the radar part of him is that he's a really good blitzer, and that will work really well in this defense. How about you?
A.J. Barner. And that became even more so based on the move the team just made in releasing Noah Fant. That's showing a lot of faith in him. Obviously, it's not just him. They drafted Elijah Arroyo, and we'll see how they incorporate him. And you've talked about all the 2 and 3 tight end sets that the Saints ran. I'm not sure if they're going to try to mimic that exactly, or maybe a variation of that, but he's crucial, and he's not a star yet. He's got 1 year under his belt, and it was a promising year, but he's not a guy we spend a ton of time talking about, but he's becoming more prominent by the day now because of what they just did with the roster. So I think if the tight end is going to be as significant in this offense as it has been for Kubiak in other settings, he's big. Yeah. He's big in this offense. So he's my next guy on the list.
Yeah, I'll get to him later. K9 to me is my number 3 guy, just because, and he may not be an under the radar guy, but if you look at, Lefko and I were doing a kind of running through of like, what about extending these guys' contracts early? If you look at K9, I mean, his best year was his rookie year.
Yep.
He had 1,050 yards, 9 touchdowns, and then the next year 908 touchdowns, and then last year 573 and 7 touchdowns. He looks really good. Who was it, Moyer? Somebody was going on and on about how much, like, his lower half, he's put on a bunch of muscle, and he looks really good. And to get this run game going, we don't really have like that featured back. And so I think he's huge, but I think a lot of people aren't talking about him.
Yeah, we're up against the break, so I'll give you my next one, and when we get back to this, because we've got unveil more. So you guys can text in on that as well if you've got some names that you think are under the radar consequential players, not Sam Darnold, not Witherspoon, not the stars we talk about all the time, but who are the under the radar most consequential players for this Seahawks team. All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for Seahawks training camp. Seahawks reporter John Boyle is going to join us next with Wyman and Bob. It's Seattle Sports on 710.
The clack of the cleats, the sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Big Trees has certified arborists and site experts who help you select the right trees for the right location on your property. When Big Trees installs a tree, we offer a 1-year warranty and 1 free aftercare visit from a board-certified master arborist. To learn more about our process, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Incredible savings for 3 days only. Divers Fair only happens once each year at Underwater Sports, 107th and Aurora Avenue North.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card, allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Mariners looking to get things turned around after a bit of a dud last night in Game 1 of their 3-game series with the Brewers. Logan Gilbert on the hill. Hopefully he gets things pointed in the right direction. He goes up against Jacob Mizorowski, the young phenom for the red-hot Brewers, who have won 11 games in a row. So you can catch all the action of this one beginning at 5:30 with the pregame show. 6:40 first pitch right here, Seattle Sports on 710. Meanwhile, the Las Vegas Raiders today signed 3-time Pro Bowl safety Jamal Adams. Jamal Adams is going to reunite with Raiders head coach Pete Carroll, who he obviously played under for 4 seasons here with the Seattle Seahawks. Raiders also signed cornerback J.T. Woods, who played in 13 games in 2 seasons with the Los Angeles Chargers.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We are on the eve of training camp. We will be out there at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center starting tomorrow. Seahawks getting down to business. And who better to talk to about what's going on out there than Seahawks reporter John Boyle, who joins us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook hotline. How are you, John?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. Are you somebody that anticipates this day? You're sort of just chomping at the bit. You can't wait. Or you're like, wow, it's here again. It's so fast. I'm not ready yet. Where are you at with this?
I mean, it's always a really exciting time. I mean, you get, players back in the building, football starting, so that's exciting. I mean, selfishly, I think anyone who works around the NFL laments kind of the end of summer feeling that comes with training camp of like, okay, well, so much for, all the fun plans. All your friends are having these great weekend plans, and you're like, oh, cool, I'll be at training camp. So, it's a little bit of both, but who am I kidding? I have a pretty fun job, and it's a lot of fun to be out here seeing this all unfold.
Hey, John, I was looking at some of your numbers and some of the work you did as far as looking at the offense and specifically the tight end. And and you had all these numbers about the number of snaps as far as tight ends go, like more than double what the Seahawks did last year as far as having multiple tight ends out on the field. And then we get the news of Noah Fant over the weekend. So just tell us, I mean, was that surprising to you? And do you think, my big question, I guess, is there going to be a corresponding move? Because now you really have 3 experienced tight ends, and one of them coming off his rookie year. And then you got a rookie, and then you got kind of a journeyman, and then a couple other guys. But do you think they're going to make a move there? And what was your reaction to that?
I mean, surprising, no. I think anytime, we've all been around this business enough to know that you can kind of look at guys' contracts and numbers and start to say, okay, could there be, some salary cap related moves at some point? And that was always a contract that looked like it could end up that route. First off, you never know. I've heard nothing about this with Noah Fant, but you do never know with some of these guys that get released. We've seen in the past, they've been willing to keep talks open and bring guys back. So again, I'm not saying I've heard that and I don't know anything about that, but it's, you can't always completely close the door on somebody because they're released in these salary cap situations. But in terms of that position, I think, it seems like there's a pretty clear-cut 3 guys in A.J. Barner, Arroyo, and Salbert, the free agent they brought in, who's, a guy familiar with Kubiak from his time in San Francisco. I think the other thing that kind of makes that position interesting is even though on paper that's only 3 tight ends, if that's the way they went, if they didn't add anybody, you have 2 fullbacks who have tight end backgrounds. Brady Russell, that's been his position, and Robbie Oots out of Alabama, he was a tight end in college. So let's just say even though you plan on using a lot of multiple tight ends and you might think, 3's not enough, you could go into a game day with 3 true tight ends on your roster if you also had 2 fullbacks who can play tight end as well. So, long way to go between now and making those decisions, and I'm sure they'll be, looking at guys, whether there's free agents or guys getting cut down the road, things like that. But, that's, just the business side of this game comes up every so often, and that was the case with Noah Fant.
Where are they at in terms of salary cap space right now, John? Because Dave and I were speculating, looking at a savings of 8 million, almost 9 million in savings, and they already had a decent amount of room. So we're going, all right, does this mean maybe there's a big move on the horizon, a big player, an expensive player perhaps? But where are they sitting in terms of the number, as far as you know?
I don't honestly have the number. I don't, being on the team side of it, I don't usually report on a lot of salary cap stuff. I know, just from what I've seen, the same stuff you've seen, they have a decent amount of cap space right now. And, John Schneider talked about this if you go back to when he talked last spring after the big moves of, trading Gino Smith, trading DK Metcalf, and you get all this cap space. That doesn't have to be for, we're going to turn around and spend it all in free agency right away, and then turns out they didn't. One thing he pointed to at the time is you like the flexibility that gives you if opportunities come up later. And so that can mean, free agents either who are still unsigned or who might become free agents when teams make similar decisions to what the Seahawks just had to do with Noah Fant. Of there might be a veteran guy out there that the Seahawks are kind of keeping tabs on that another team might let go, or there could certainly be trade opportunities, and that's where John Schneider likes having that flexibility. I mean, this is not a team, I'm not going to predict what they're going to do between now and September, but I will say this is not a team historically that has just sat on cap space under John Schneider. They've spent their money. They're usually right around that cap limit. So I would think they're going to do something. And another big thing is they've got plenty of their own guys they can extend. Now, extending a guy in a rookie contract usually doesn't cost you a ton of money that first year. It's more the cap hits come later on. So you could still extend guys and go out and spend money on some other guys. Cause if you extend a guy going into his final year, that's, with the signing bonus that really hits later in the contract. But yeah, I mean, they've got cap space to give them a lot of flexibility here to, if there's somebody they want to add or go out and trade, they've got the ability to go do it.
John, I think this is going to be really interesting as far as the coaching goes this year, and it's really a lot about that. I mean, they had pretty much a tear down on offense, as far as the coordinator, quarterback coach, offensive line coach, and I just think coaching is going to be really really key, like how well those guys do right away, but also. Mike Macdonald, his influence, and the question I have for you is, Rick Woolen, there's been a lot of things that Mike Macdonald has talked about Rick Woolen, and that it really is, and I'm always encouraged when it's like, man, he has all the physical ability, Rick does. He's got the perfect, like Richard Sherman type body for, playing corner, but, there's kind of some focus things, and there were some interesting things, and, it was kind of encouraging seeing what Mike Macdonald was saying about getting Rick Woolen going, and I feel encouraged having read one of your articles about all the stuff that Mike Macdonald was saying about Rick, and it sounds like he's quite confident that he's going to be able to get the best out of Rick Woolen.
Yeah, I mean, that's a topic that, really goes back even to before Mike got here with, his second year when he was playing under Pete Carroll. He has all the talent in the world, but he's still new to this position, and it was more a consistency issue, just, doing it every game, every practice, and really just play to play. That's the kind of position where, I mean, you could play a game 50 snaps doing exactly what you're supposed to do, and if something gets messed up 1 or 2 plays, it can really look bad when you're all on your own out there. So, we saw it in Pete's last year, and we saw it with Mike last year, of the key is just getting him to be the best version of himself every play. And I think that's something Mike Macdonald's kind of put on himself and on the coaching staff of it's our job to help this guy be his best. And man, when he is at his best, he is truly an elite cornerback. I mean, there's all sorts of advanced metrics you can look at in terms of, passer rating allowed and yards per coverage route and all those things. He has been by a lot of measures, a great cornerback, so far in his career. And yet I think everyone involved, himself first and foremost, agrees that there's more for him. And he would love to get that done this year and really take his game to that next level.
Hey, John, something that Dave and I have talked a lot about is sort of the, I guess, I don't know how you term it, national pessimism surrounding this team.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, and it was true last year too. I think the over/under number on the win total was like 6.5, depending on where you look last year, and this year 7.5. Some spots it's 8.5, but that still does not represent a lot of belief in this team. And I'm curious where you stand on that. Is it, and it's obvious why. I mean, basically the whole offensive side is new. You got a new quarterback, you got new receivers, you got a new O-line coach, new offensive coordinator. So I get that it's a question mark, but this defense, it feels like they could hit the ground running based on who they were in the second half of the season. I don't know. It seems like it's a little, they're underselling this team a bit. Do you buy into that, or how do you view the sort of just lack of belief nationally in this team?
I do. I mean, I definitely think they've kind of been undersold for a few years now, and I'm clearly biased. I work here, but I would take this back to really 2022, and I think part of it is just national perception tends to be shaped by, big names, star power, and especially offensive star power. That's just kind of the name of the game in the league. And there are national experts who really know their stuff about individual teams. I'm not lumping everybody into that umbrella, but a lot of the people just kind of look in really broad strokes. And so if a few years ago you see Bobby Wagner and Russell Wilson are on, it's like, okay, they're going to be bad. And Pete Carroll talked about this. He was really frank about that spring of they don't care what people think, and they feel like they're going to surprise people. They went out and made the playoffs. And then to your point last year, it's like you get rid of a big name, successful coach like Pete Carroll, and people just kind of start to question where the direction the team's going. And I think they exceed a lot of people's expectations last year. And now, to your point, it's about offense. It's people see your starting quarterback's gone and DK Metcalf are gone, and I get it. Those are great players, but the Seahawks really believe in the plan that they have in place with both the players they brought in and, going back to Dave's point, the coaching. They really have a lot of faith that this new scheme, especially these offensive line coaches, veteran guys, and John Benton and Rick Dennison, who can really help get the most out of guys, that they can be better on offense, not as a slight to the guys who are here. It's not about okay, we think we got rid of inferior players and brought in great players to replace them. They like the players they brought in, but it's not a slight on the previous guys. It's more we think we can put better stuff around them, better scheme around them. And then going back to what you just said about the defense, was this defense was top 5, top 6 in just about every metric in the second half of the season, and just about everybody's back from that defense. They've got another year in what's a pretty elaborate scheme that takes some time for guys to learn. So I think I think the best case you can make for this team is their defense that finished here really good could take it to even another level. And then offensively, I think the scheme, the commitment to the run game can really help bring more out of this offense than what we saw for a lot of last year.
Hey, John, we're doing sort of as Bob said, the under-the-radar type of players. And just my number 5 guy was Anthony Bradford. And I understand that his body composition has changed. And then I asked somebody who would know, and they said, hey, he can play in this offense because there's going to be a lot of, the wide zone run game. You gotta be an athlete. You got to be able to run. And he's kind of a big, big bear of a man inside, very strong. But tell us about him. Did you see a difference as far as him changing his body and the way he came back this year during OTAs?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little hard to say you see a difference when it's OTAs and minicamp and they're not in pads, they're not hitting guys. It wasn't, the body composition stuff that I think Mike McDonald called that out in the press conference. A lot of times that's more just what they're, when they're measuring guys and, looking at things like body fat and all these different measures, that it's not actually stuff you just look at the guy wow, he looks so different. But definitely the way the coaches are talking, he did come into this camp looking into the offseason workouts at least looking pretty good and being more the player they want him to be. But yeah, I mean, it's a really intriguing position of somebody, whether it's him, whether it's Christian Haynes, whether it's Laumea, whoever it is, someone's going to win that job, and it's going to be a very important job on this offense. So, Bradford's a guy who started a bunch of games last year before he got hurt. So he, right now he looks like he'd be sort of the leader to open camp at that position, but it looks pretty wide open, and it's going to be a fun competition to watch for sure.
John, what's your take on Oluwatimi? He's a guy that I had a hard time nailing down. Is he the guy? Is he not the guy? He came out of Michigan with all these accolades, the Outland, the Remington Awards, and all of that, and yet he was there in the 5th round, and feels like it's been sort of hit and miss for him. It's hard to get a gauge on whether people believe in him, or do you think his position is up for battle? How do you view his status with the team?
Yeah, I mean, again, kind of like Bradford. I think he's the guy with the most starting experience right now coming into camp, and I would put him as the favorite. But he's also got to earn it and go out and prove it. Coaches talked about him last year as a guy that he really kind of made strides as the year went along and impressed them with how he handled. That was a tough situation for him. If you go back and look at, he looks like he's going to be the starter in August. Then they go out and they go out and sign a veteran in Connor Williams, who's, kind of more that proven starter, and he just immediately takes over the job. That can be a tough blow for a young guy. And then Connor Williams retires midway through the year, and now Olu, they're asking, okay, we didn't give you the job to start the year, but now we need you to do it. And, it's not the easiest situation to put a guy in, both in terms of just like the football side of it, but also the mental side of it. And he handled it well. It wasn't, a perfect finish to the season, but he grew and got better and showed the team enough that, again, he's got to earn the job, but I think they feel pretty comfortable with him there if that's how it shakes out.
Is Arroyo one of the more intriguing players to watch as far as the rookies go? I mean, you kind of know what you're going to get out of Gray Zabel and even Worry, but I mean, this guy is just the way they talk about him. I think he's got some work to do, John, as far as his blocking goes. But, if you look at some of the things that Schneider has said, I mean, they're talking about using him as like an X receiver, and I just think, and that tight end position just in general is, one man lighter. But, I mean, as far as, that goes, I mean, I feel like he is maybe the one guy in that draft that's going to be the most interesting to watch in camp.
Yeah, I mean, I'd put Eamon Worry in that category as well, just because there's so much fascination like how they could use him in terms of all the different skill sets he has, just being as big and fast and athletic as he is. But to your question about Arroyo, it's like he was already a pretty intriguing guy coming to the year, and after moving on from Noah Fant, that just really ratchets it up even more, because he is, they're not the exact same player, but somewhat similar to Fant in that he's going to be known more as an athletic guy who can catch balls down the field than a guy you're going to expect to block a ton. Like, if you're playing tight end, they're going to need you to block, especially in this offense. But that's a big reason you go get a guy like Saubert, who's a veteran, more physical guy. I mean, to your point, it's like John Schneider talked about him after the draft as a guy that, if he's healthy the last few years, he missed a lot of time in college. Like, he's probably a first round, maybe even top half of the first round talent. So I think there's a big opportunity for him to kind of do as much as he can. It went from how's he going to earn play time to now, to me, it feels like it's up to him of like how well he does in camp to really, he could, earn as much playing time as possible if he earns it. So he's a really fascinating guy. I mean, Gray Zabel is, they're counting on him a lot, and he's going to come in and probably be an every down guy. So that's a huge role, but there's less mystery there. It's sort of like, okay, you plug him in, he's a left guard. We know what that's going to be. So the two rookies who really are going to be fun to see just how they use them are Eamon Worry and Arroyo, the 2 second-round picks.
John, we've talked a lot about contract years for guys. You were just talking about Tariq Woolen, contract year for him, for K9, for Mafe. The other guy's Abe Lucas. And he's a guy that I think a lot of people look at and say, well, when he's healthy, he's dominant. He may be the best O-lineman on the team and when he's healthy, but that's been the problem, is availability and health. And, when Pete talked about him, he made it, Pete was never real specific about injury or anything, but made it sound like something that needed to be managed as opposed to being fixed. This is a big year for him. This is a contract year, and his availability is crucial. Do you think we see him out there for the majority of the season? Do you believe he's fixed, or do you believe he's somebody that's dealing with something that will need to be managed just moving forward?
I don't want to speculate too much on like the long term of his injury, but I will say just from what we've heard from him, both in coming back last season and now that we've talked to him, this year, he feels like, this is really the healthiest he's been since his rookie year. And he was pretty open about last year that, he came back. He was not at full strength. He was kind of gutting it out and just trying to give him some playing time out there, and did an okay job, but was not up to his own standard. And so, yeah, I mean, it's a huge year for anybody going into their fourth year, but especially a guy who needs to prove he can stay healthy. I will say, I don't think Pete did him a lot of favors the way he talked about that injury. Pete, for all his great qualities, was not always the best at getting injury stuff incredibly accurate, I'll say. I don't think that was necessarily and I don't think that was well like put. Intentionally being dishonest. I think it was just, his focus was on the football team and not on the training room. And he kind of felt like, okay, I'm going to worry about the guys who are out here and let the trainers worry about the guys who are injured. And I think he just might have, a little bit misphrased things with Abe to make people think he had this big chronic situation. And Abe's talked about that of like, look, it was a weird injury and it sucked and the surgery was tough and the comeback from it was tough. But I think he feels like it's not something that's any sort of chronic. He pointed that word out of chronic, of that kind of being an inaccurate perception when he talked about the injury this spring. So I think he's counting on being fully healthy, and the Seahawks obviously would love to have that from him, because when he has been healthy, he makes that line a lot better.
Yeah, that definitely was Pete's forte, was like, okay, if a guy's hurt, let's focus on the guy that's going to play. And he did much more focused on that. You're right. And that's kind of funny to hear that. But, hey, as far as coaching goes, last question from me. John Benton is the one guy I hear out there a lot, and he seems like kind of an old school, gruff guy. And it seems like he's going to, sort of round into one of those coaches that his players love. But, yeah, anybody, as far as all the new coaches, anything stand out in your interaction with either Kubiak or Dennison or Janoko or Benton?
Yeah, I mean, still kind of getting to learn all those guys. I think it's not surprising to me that Mike McDonald and Kubiak were like a good fit together. They just both seem like very no-nonsense football guys. Like, not that they can't have fun and have a good time, but they just – it's very much about the football first for both of them, and they just seem like a pretty good, like, philosophical fit together, which I think is a big reason why Clint Kubiak is here, is he's going to see football and offense the way Mike McDonald does as well. You mentioned Benton. I mean, I think that position group, just because offensive line development is, we've heard John Schneider talk about this for years. Like, that's a hard position to develop guys. They come into the league, a lot of them ran offenses in high school and college that just aren't pro-style offenses. So to me, coaching at that position is about as important as anywhere at the pro level. Like, there's still actually a lot of like teaching and development, and John Benton's a guy with a great track record of that. So is Dennison. Of like, these are two guys who I think between them they've got like 50 plus years of NFL experience. That's really going to help guys, and that's when you look at, obviously I'm talking through a glass half full perspective, but like when you talk about why this offense and this offensive line might be better than people give them credit for, it's like you've got a lot of young guys on this line, and you've got two really experienced guys who can really teach in a scheme that's proven, all around the league, and all those things combined, I think you could see the line play look a lot better without huge changes in personnel.
Seahawks reporter John Boyle has been our guest here with Wyman and Bob. John, as always, we appreciate the time, my friend. We'll be seeing you tomorrow.
All right. Come say hi. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
There you go.
Thanks,
John Boyle, Seahawks reporter. If you missed any part of that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, ESPN compiled a list of Major League Baseball's top 50 trade deadline candidates. We're going to look at which ones the Mariners may have a chance at signing. That's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
The clack of the cleats, the sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton,
the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors. And when you hear Harley Exteriors, think windows. Manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest climate. And Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors. And this is the window you want. It looks absolutely stunning. It's much better than a traditional vinyl window. And these windows last up to 60 years. And they're going to lower your energy bills and provide your year-round comfort. And they come with a double lifetime fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help your home's resale value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. And in July, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation. So no payments, no interest for 12 months, and an additional $200 off your project. Think Harley Exteriors for windows, doors, and more right here in the Puget Sound. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Seahawks training camp, powered by Boeing, is back at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, July 23rd through August 12th. Take in stunning lakeside views, grab autographs from your favorite players, and let the kids join in on pre-practice football drills and more. Register now at Seahawks.com/training camp.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. Not a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Get in the game at Hoops on the Pier. Friends of Waterfront Park and Rise Above are hosting a 2-day youth basketball camp at Pier 62 for ages 6 to 16. It's free, it's fun, and it's right on the water. July 31st and August 1st. Plus, open courts during the afternoons. Open to all ages and abilities. Don't have a basketball? No worries. We have a ball for you. Live out your Hoops dreams on the waterfront. More info at waterfrontparkseattle.org. Brought to you by Friends of Waterfront Park.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to John Boyle, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, during the break there, we were watching Christian Walker of the hated Houston Astros being interviewed on MLB Network, and some teammates were messing with him, throwing gum and seeds and stuff at him, and then somebody came and took a big, giant plastic trash can and put it over his head, and I thought, that seemed appropriate. They're just writing the jokes for us now out there in Houston, aren't they? Just didn't even think about it. I hope somebody screen capped that, and it'll become a meme.
Yeah, I guess they're just past it.
Or a meme.
Don't you wonder why people are booing you? Are you not like looking into that? And it wasn't a metal garbage can.
No, it wasn't a metal one.
You can still get a good amount of noise off of a pretty, thick plastic.
It was a thick plastic one, yeah.
Garbage can.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they've advanced their methods now. I'm not really sure. But meanwhile, ESPN, they're getting into the whole trade deadline thing, and they've compiled a list of Major League Baseball's top 50 trade deadline candidates. And each player, they go through and talk about best fits and, all of that. Number one is Gino Suarez. They've got him number one on the list. Chance of a trade, 90%. The quote, Suarez is in a contract year and playing like one of the best players in baseball. Only Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge have more home runs than his 35. So he was number one on the list for the Mariners. And then Jeff Passan talked about acquiring the cost of acquiring somebody like Gino Suarez.
I think the biggest issue is going to be that as much as the Mariners could use a third baseman, they also could use a first baseman. Right. And they also could use a little bit of bullpen help. And I think the New York Yankees probably need a Eugenio Suarez more than the Mariners do. Now, the Yankees do not have the farm system that the Mariners do. And the Yankees have a need for starting pitching in the big leagues right now, where a guy like Cam Schlittler, who, 6'8", up to 99, absolute monster, they probably in other years might be more willing to move him for someone like Suarez. But now the Diamondbacks are going to be looking for pitching.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have a Eugenio Suarez back here, but I guess I'm making the case for Ben Williamson. I love watching him play, but, he's got one home run.
Yeah.
But he's hitting over 250. I mean, I
Need
guess
production, man.
Yeah.
Need to produce there. I mean, I like him too. And maybe he develops that power. If we're just talking about this season, though, and you can get somebody in there who's hitting bombs like Suarez is, that is crucial to this lineup, because you're not getting it at first base. You're not getting it at third. You're not expecting it at second and short, but you're not getting it there either. So your entire infield is devoid of any real production, doing damage up there. Yeah, he's hitting singles, and that's great. And maybe he is the future, talking about Ben Williamson, but for the present and taking advantage of this window, if they can get Suarez, you got to get Suarez.
Well, I guess I'm looking at it either or. Like, if you can't get third, you can have one or the other, which we'll get to here in a second. But, I don't know. I just, if you can get that power replacement, I mean, do you think it needs to be done in both places for them to get to the playoffs?
If they could do it, that'd be fantastic. I don't expect it, though.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, the idea that they would land Suarez and Naylor, it's kind of a daydream. If they get it done, then I'm very excited about their future. I'm very excited about the rest of the season if they get both those guys. Now, Passan talked about that, and he talked about, what a great pickup Rosarena was and how JP's having a good year, but he was talking about adding Naylor and Suarez and how much different that lineup would look.
I look at Randy Rosarena, like what a great pickup that was last year, and how good has he been this season? And Julio has just been what he's been for the last couple of years, but that's still really good. And JP Crawford is having a sneaky excellent season. Having him toward the top of the lineup, knowing he's getting on base at the level he is, it's great. But man, you add Gino Suarez and or Josh Naylor to that lineup, and it looks way different.
And or. That's the phrase.
I like the end. Yeah. I like end more than or.
Yeah.
But for Naylor, they've got best fits Seattle, Boston, San Francisco, Texas.
Yeah.
And they've got him at 70% chance of being traded. So so number one on their list of ESPN's top 50 is Gino. And the best fits, they've got Yankees, Cubs, Mariners, Brewers, Tigers, Giants.
Yeah.
So there's a big market for him out there, and we'll see what that bidding war looks like.
Well, and maybe what will come into play is the fact that Jerry has built this great farm system, and maybe his prospects are more intriguing or more valuable than the rest of those teams. But again, like we talked about yesterday, it takes two. You got to have the other side. They've got to get a haul back for those players, and Eugenio Suarez, God, I love him, but please stop hitting home runs right now. My God.
Just watching that price tag get bigger and bigger.
5 in the last 3?
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But, the and part of it, like you said, I mean, that would be incredible because, so far you haven't seen Luke Raleigh really, he ended the season with great numbers and lots of power there, but that hasn't happened. If you got both of those guys, man, and then, also you got Ryan O'Hearn, possibly.
Yeah, he's number 15 on their top 50.
Yeah.
And they've got him at chance of a trade, 85%. O'Hearn having an out-of-nowhere career year with an OPS plus of 135, along with being on pace for career highs in homers. He doesn't face lefty pitchers much, and his split suggests that he shouldn't. So he doesn't hit lefties well is what they're saying. But they're saying best fits Seattle, Boston, San Francisco, Texas.
Yeah, and, the fact that they call it an out-of-nowhere career year, I don't know. That
could give you pause.
A little concerning.
Yeah. A couple other names they've got attached to Seattle in terms of just good fits. Marcell Ozuna, DH of the Braves. They call him a 70% chance of being traded. Playing 2 games in the field in 2023 as his last regular season experience defensively. He's in a contract year. His power numbers are down from a standout 302 average, 39 homer season last year. His on-base percentage amongst the highest of the potential trade candidates. Best fits, San Diego, Seattle, Texas, Detroit, San Francisco. Boy, San Francisco's listed in everything.
Yeah.
They're a great fit for everybody, apparently.
All right.
So he's another one. Let's see. Ryan McMahon, third baseman from the Rockies, is number 22 on their list. They've got him attached to Seattle. 40% chance of being traded. On pace to keep his 4-year, 20-homer streak alive. With above average power, patience, third base defense, but more of a middling contact rate, and base running value. He'll have 2 years and $32 million remaining on his contract after this season.
I'm sorry, is this Ryan McMahon you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best fits, Yankees, Tigers, Milwaukee, Seattle.
Yeah, he leads the league right now in strikeouts with 124. But yeah, you could see that the Rockies would be sellers definitely, but how much is left on his contract? You said
he'll have 2 years and $32 million remaining on his deal after this season. So that could be prohibitive for the Mariners.
Yeah. Well, and the strikeouts. He's got 15 home runs, hitting in the thin air a little bit. Not sure how many of those are home, but the splits. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just the only really names that we've heard are Eugenio Suarez. You've heard about Naylor, and then you've heard about O'Hearn. And I don't know. After that, you start looking at these prospects and seeing what their numbers are, and then how much they cost and things like that. It seems like it drops off.
Well, and they could be looking at somebody completely different, or maybe they've got insight on names that aren't even on this list that they're talking to teams about. I mean, this is who ESPN is speculating is available, and I'm sure they're accurate on a lot of these guys, but there are guys that aren't on this list that are maybe available that teams are talking to other teams about that's just not public. I mean, who knows? Mariners could pull off something that we didn't see coming, like, whoa, we didn't hear this name. Nobody was talking about this guy. So we'll see what they do. But, boy, it's coming quick. That trade deadline is coming quick, and I would love to. We always talk about wanting to be in the draft room during the draft. I'd love to be in the room when Jerry and Justin and whoever else is involved. I don't know if Stanton's in there, but just to hear the conversation, I'm sure they've got a board with, here's these options here in this category, and this is our other options at this spot, and I don't know. That's just how they go about it.
You think it's like Brad Pitt and playing Billy
Bean? I don't know.
No, I'll take this. No, give me that. No. I mean, ultimately, it comes down to that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, just the meeting with all the scouts and talking to, I would just love to hear all that. Just how does all that go down? All right, coming up, could we see one of the biggest names in college football return to the NFL? We're going to talk about that when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
The clack of the cleats, the sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton,
the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, are you somebody that's dealing with consistent pain, and maybe you've talked to a doctor and you're considering surgery or maybe even joint replacement? Well, before you do all that, let me tell you about something here. It's Bob Stelton, and I recommend you go see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Now, I did it, and it's been an absolute game changer. I had a ton of issues with my hip. After 14 years of jiu-jitsu and sparring and all of that, I had a torn labrum, a frayed tendon. I had the bursa sac was irritated. I had arthritis developing, all kinds of things in there. And what I loved about Dr. Wagner is he was straight up with me after the exam. He said, look, this isn't going to fix every last thing that's going on in there. You got a lot of things happening, but it's going to go a long way. So obviously I'm going to take every avenue I can before going under the knife. We went with the stem cell, and it couldn't have been better. It doesn't fix every last thing, but, man, it is a world of difference. And I had heard so many patients raving about the results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. I had to check it out for myself, and I'm glad I did. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience performing more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. So people that have severe osteoarthritis, maybe it's bone on bone, they're back to doing what they enjoy doing, and they do it without pain and without surgery. So whether it's a hip like I had, maybe it's a shoulder, elbow, knee, ankle, wrist, whatever it is, before you choose surgery, do what I did. Go see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. I went to K2 Vision for refractive lens exchange. Now, I'm somebody who struggled with up-close vision. I couldn't read restaurant menus. I couldn't read receipts. I couldn't read the text on my phone. I had this crazy large font on there. I put the readers away. I went to K2 Vision, and I'm actually reading some of what I'm saying to you right now. I couldn't do that before. It's amazing. So if you're like me, you struggle with distance vision, or you always need a pair of glasses, K2 Vision RLE is quick. It's absolutely painless, and I am seeing great without glasses or readers. RLE is a game changer. I'm excited to spend my good active years not needing reading glasses. K2 Vision RLE gave me great vision that, more importantly, is permanent. The doctors at K2 Vision have performed over 150,000 lens procedures, so they know when RLE is right for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
Trey Hendrickson told Manti Te'o that the Bengals offered him was atrociously low.
But I spoke to Trey yesterday. He called me and we had a great conversation. And first and foremost, for Bengals fans, he wants to be a Cincinnati Bengal. That's number one. He's always wanted to stay in that city. He has a beautiful son now, him and his wife. They've established roots there. Let's get that squared away. But I said, well, so what's the status? He's like, number one, Tom P said he's not reporting to training camp. And I said, well, how far are you? How far are you off from them? He was like, bro, they are atrociously low. And I said, what's the deal? He's like, well, it's all about the guaranteed money. And Jalil, you know this. Yeah. It doesn't matter what they post. Yep. Yeah. When there is the words up to in the contract, you're getting paid this and it could be up to, you might as well just cancel whatever number comes after those words up to.
Pretty true. I mean, if it's not a fully guaranteed contract, the numbers are deceiving. They'll release, the number, $125 million deal or whatever, and you see, well, this much of it's guaranteed. They can earn up to that much. So I get that part, but the part that stands out is the dissatisfaction that Trey Hendrickson is displaying with Te'o, saying they're atrociously low. And it's not like, hey, we still got some ground to cover here, but we're getting close, or some shred of optimism if you're a Bengals fan to hear your star defensive player saying they are atrociously low. Does not feel very good heading into training camp.
Yeah, and you look at he's been an all-pro Pro Bowler for the last 4 years, and I just, for whatever reason, he's getting disrespected. I hate using that
back-to-back
word.
years with 17 and a half sacks?
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah, so 35 sacks, and then, you look at the last 4, it's like another 22. So, yeah, you're in the mid-50s as far as sacks over the last 4 years. I mean, I don't know. And I said this before. I think sometimes, the only way to really show somebody your value is to leave.
Yeah.
And maybe ask for a trade, whatever. But
all right, I guess our show's over for today. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun.
Sweeping the dial.
On the Dan Patrick Show, Albert Breer said that Nick Saban might want to return to the NFL.
I think the possibility exists that maybe he looks at it and says, if there is a situation where I can win quickly, where there's a quarterback, I don't feel completely satisfied with what happened in Miami 20 years ago. And every time he talks about the NFL, he'll bring up the Miami doctors and their assessment of Breeze. And if you remember, Dan, I mean, people were picking them to go to the Super Bowl in 2006, which was his last year in Miami. And obviously the Culpepper thing went the wrong way and the Breeze thing went the right way in New Orleans. And so there's always been that question lingering out there. If the doctors had cleared Drew Brees in Miami, he would have signed there. What would it have become? Would Nick Saban have ever gotten to Alabama? So the same way we've always asked those questions, does he ask that question of himself?
Dante Culpepper. Haven't heard that name in a long time.
Yeah. He was 15 and 17 in the NFL.
Sometimes it doesn't work, man. Sometimes you're great. College. I mean, Lou Holtz was he was there for a hot minute in the NFL. It didn't work. Even in basketball, Rick Pitino goes and coaches the Celtics. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
Nobody doubts his knowledge of the game of basketball, but sometimes they're just more suited for dealing with college kids and dealing with that game versus the pro game.
Yeah, it's weird how, he just has maybe more of a connection with younger people. I don't know. He provided one of the great quotes when he was in the NFL. He said, every player in this league has the ability to make plays, and anybody that doesn't understand that is foolish. And,
no ball. Did you say that?
He didn't say that. But, yeah, I mean, he really is a great coach. He's just phenomenal. But I don't know why that doesn't translate into the NFL. And I think maybe a little bit more rah-rah type of stuff, and buying in college, whereas, you're an NFL player.
Pete made it work, but
you're playing, yeah.
It's unique to each guy, and greatness at one level doesn't equal greatness at the other.
Yeah, and I didn't think Pete was going to work out until...
A lot of people didn't.
Yeah, until I was, listening to a speech that he was given to the media and what it was all about and everything, and I'm like, oh my God, he just sold me, because he just was saying all the right things. And yeah, so I don't really get that, but I don't know. Saban could probably make a ton of money going back into college coaching if he wants to coach again.
Sweeping the dial.
Last night, the Phillies won their game over the Red Sox thanks to a walk-off catcher's interference call with the bases loaded in the 10th inning.
That pitch just a bit outside.
That catcher's interference?
That's a good question.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
Philadelphia is telling him that there was catcher's interference on the play.
Can you imagine? Oh, my goodness, there was.
After review, the call in the field is overturned. There is catcher's interference.
Wow! The Phillies have won on a catcher's interference.
Hey, Tiger Bags.
Baseball is amazing.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Charlie Furbush. Baseball is amazing.
It is amazing. A walk-off catcher's interference call. I'll take it because that's good for the Mariners. They're tied with the Red Sox for that second wild card spot. So you want to see Boston. I just like seeing Boston lose anyway.
Oh, we'll talk to
Where's Ian?
Where's Ian at? Yeah, he hasn't been here for a while. Did he get?
You wouldn't be sporting his Red Sox gear today. He only wears it when they win. Front runner.
We'll have to give El Hombre some crap about this, though. Is that how you want to win a game? He'll say, hell yeah.
There'll be no shame in his game at all. He'll be like 100%. A win is a win. All right. Is this Mariners team worthy of the playoffs? We'll talk to Charlie Furbush about that and everything else as he joins us in studio for his weekly appearance. That is coming your way next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
The clack of the cleats. The sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BlowingClassic.com for more.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
The countdown is on.
2 more days until Seahawks training camp.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, it was a rough one for the Mariners last night, so they're looking to wash the taste out of their mouth with a big win tonight when they send Logan Gilbert to the hill to face off against the Brewers in Game 2 of that series. They go up against the young phenom Jacob Misiorowski, who, by all accounts, hits 102, 103 on the gun. Very easy delivery. It's going to be a great pitching matchup tonight. You can catch it all starting at 5:30 with the pregame show. 6:40 first pitch right here, Seattle Sports on 710. Games going on right now. Top of the second inning in Cleveland. Guardians up 1-0 on the Orioles. It's top of the second in Pittsburgh. No score between the Tigers and the Pirates. Also top of the second in Miami. The Marlins out to a 2-0 lead over the Padres. No score between the Phillies and the Red Sox. That one in the bottom of the first. Top of the second in Washington. Reds and Nationals scoreless.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Well, it's been a tough couple of games for the Seattle Mariners, and here to make us all feel better about what's going on with this team as we approach the trade deadline is former Mariner reliever, part of a no-hitter. He's forever immortalized on a wall in a tunnel leading to one of the clubhouses out there. The great Charlie Furbush in studio with us as he is each and every week. How are you, man?
Outstanding. Happy to be the Mariners therapist that you need.
We need it, man. We need it. There's some anxiousness developing. I mean, we were all feeling great after that Tigers series. Phenomenal. Going, okay, look at that. At the time, best team in baseball record-wise. You sweep them on their home field, and then you won the series against the Astros, but you got your tail kicked in that final game. It was a weird game. You had a 3-0 lead, and then yesterday was just an absolute turd. So do you have a grip on this team? Like every time we think they're one thing, like this is what they do well or don't do well, you see a different version of it, and it's always extreme.
Yeah, it can be extreme. I'd say, it's tough to, watch a team get swept, then sweep someone, and then feel like you're going to run away with another sweep with the Astros and thinking that it's finally turning around. And then you kind of have that clunker game on Sunday, and you go, okay, well, maybe we're not as good as we think. But I think when I look at the team as a whole, I'm still really optimistic of where the team is right now at this point in the year. I think coming up on the trade deadline, this is just a big stretch, not only for these next few games and maybe what deals could unfold, but ultimately where you're at going into the next 2 months, like that August-September stretch, which is going to be the most important stretch really to win ball games and get yourself in a good position to get in the playoffs. So, where this team is and what they've done, it's been around pitching, and that's where I find themselves having more good games from having a good performance from the pitching staff and, less games where it's the pitchers giving a couple runs and the offense, is competing. I feel more often than not the offense is lacking compared to the pitching staff. So it all just comes down to all right, how can you figure out a way to improve this offense to a point where it makes them more, I guess, dangerous day in and day out?
Well, and we'll get to how they're going to do that here because we've been talking about the trade deadline coming up here. But I was going to ask you about for Kirby. I mean, that was so frustrating to watch because he was just dealing. And then all of a sudden the sixth inning comes and it was just one after another after another. Could you kind of see that coming? And does that sometimes, I'm just wondering what your headspace is when, you don't have any offensive support and you just feel like, oh my God, I'm out here alone and I don't have, anything on the offensive side. And then it just starts to fall apart. I mean, how does that go? Like with Kirby, is it because he's getting frustrated, do you think? Or is it, what's going through a pitcher's mind at that point?
Yeah, I mean, you're rolling, right? I mean, that's the thing.
He was
rolling. You're cruising, right? Everything about the performance before the sixth inning is telling you that, oh, might be a long performance. This might be, a 7-8 inning performance. But I think that's just the nature of going through the lineup for the third time in a lot of ways, is that, okay, now these hitters have seen all of your pitches. They obviously know your scouting report, but to see it in person and then see release points and see how you're sequencing, there's adjustments that they make. So you really have to be super precise. And like you mentioned, the offense not scoring any runs, that's not really on your mind. Like as a pitcher, you're not going, oh, okay, offense isn't scoring any runs. In a lot of ways, you should take every start as if they're not going to score any runs. And that's how important it is. It doesn't matter right, if they don't score any runs or not. I need to get the job done. So it's just one of those innings that kind of just, I don't know, fell apart, right? It's just it didn't get off to a good start, and obviously, give up a couple runs, and then it just feels like, okay, now we're down 2-3 runs, and we don't have any runs, and it feels like a bigger mountain to climb over, especially at that point in the game when it's only 9 outs left. So you're like, okay, now we really got to get it done here to score some runs, and it becomes a little bit tougher. But from where Kirby is, it's really easy to say it was a bad outing, but there's a lot to like from that outing. There's a lot to point and say, hey, he made some fantastic pitches in a bunch of different counts in earlier at-bats that no one's talking about, because it's like, okay, yeah, we lost the game. He didn't, get it done in the sixth and, ultimately lost 6-0. So it's like, yeah, we can point and say this is why it isn't good. But, I'm of the, the therapist here. I'm of the optimistic belief, It's like, no, that was a pretty, like you just said, it's like a really solid outing up until that point. So, if he came out of that sixth and only gave up one, right? Like, you're not mad about it. You're going to say this was a fantastic outing from Kirby. So I think trying to put it a little bit more in perspective is, yes, one inning wasn't good, but the rest was really good. So yes, it didn't work out because we didn't have any runs, and then you put yourself behind the 8 ball there. So,
but there's a lot to like.
There's a lot to like. Yeah. There's a lot to like.
Love the first 5 innings.
Right. That's what. How can you neglect it? Right. Like how can you say
he was dealing? He was. Looked like Kirby
against a stud offense, right? So it's like, okay, I just shut you down 2 times in a row. You got me the third time.
Bummer is we've seen him, and we saw Brian Wu go into the 8th with a no-hitter going, and they lost both these games. That they, and look, it's on them too. They're the ones giving up runs, and in Wu's case, there was some defense behind him that wasn't great, but it's I don't know that we keep talking about this rotation last year and who they were. It's not who they are this year. I think we're 100 games in, and it's for obvious reasons. Obviously, injury has just completely made it disjointed. You've been without Miller for quite a while now. You were without Gilbert. You were without Kirby. So it's not going to be that. But I think the idea of them returning to form, for me, is kind of out the window. That I'm just like, all right, this is who they are, and it doesn't mean you're not going to get a gem out of Gilbert tonight. He might go out there and just deal. We'll see. I'm still waiting on that, but that's where I put more emphasis on this offense to sort of bridge the gap, because I just don't think we're not dealing with last year's rotation. The pitching isn't where it was for a lot of different reasons, but that's just the fact. So the offense needs to find a way to be more supportive on a consistent basis. Is that fair?
Totally fair. I'd say that's been, the name of the offense and the team for a long time. It's not the pitching that's letting the team down, right? In a lot of ways, it's the offense as a whole. There are clearly some great individuals that are doing awesome things offensively, but when it comes to a unit, that's where they can continue to get better. So, it's a, you mentioned Gilbert and where the pitchers are and expectations behind them. I look at it and I think it's a little, I don't know. Is the word I'm thinking of. It's kind of like hard to kind of compare from last year because it's a completely different scenario, right? It's like, okay, we just know how good you are, how good you can be, and each outing that you're having, Kirby included, like, are you getting to that point where we're seeing that version of your old self? Like, it may not be the exact same, but are we seeing things? Are you trending? And can it go in the right direction to where now each individual knows where they're at and knows that, okay, it took a little time to, let's just say, I don't know, get the kinks out, get the rust off, figure out a new normal from, your post-injury, and then maybe any sort of post-recovery after each start. How do I make the adjustment? That this is still a very, very capable pitcher of getting, both of them getting the job done at a high level, and it's going to be absolutely, in my mind, mandatory for them to have a stellar, next 60-plus days in order for the team to kind of make it, because it's just going to fall on the next guy in line in the rotation if something happens. Okay, yeah, Woo's been fantastic, but you didn't think Woo was going to be that guy this year, right? I mean, you knew he was going to make a step forward, but
he was my second
All-Stars. Oh, come on.
Not ask Dave. I said Logan and then Woo. Was I not saying that in the offseason?
I don't remember that.
Over and over I was. Yeah, because Woo was electric last year.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Well, kudos to you for seeing that. You know what I mean? But I think, did you expect an all-star season?
No. Right? I expected I said he was going to be their second best pitcher.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's where having him like step up, it's like, okay, now you have other guys stepping up. I think would we call it the resurgence of Luis Castillo? Like he's seemingly come back to this Luis Castillo pitcher of old.
Yeah.
Looking really, really strong. So, I just think when the expectations are put on this pitching staff, it becomes, kind of a lose-lose situation in a lot of ways because they have to be perfect. They have to be perfect in every facet of what they do. And anytime we see a mistake or a bad inning, it's like, well, maybe he's not as good as he used to be. And it's like, I don't know if that's the way that you should be looking at this. It's like, let's look at the player. Let's look at, knowing their experience and where they are and where they can continue to get to. So be a little more optimistic than it is kind of picking apart every little facet of the mistakes that go on, because it's a long season and these guys do a really good job of learning from mistakes. So, the things that I look at are just like body language, like how you're carrying yourself. How is the ball, moving out of your hand? Are the spin profile, spin characteristics looking similar? Same thing with velocity, and a lot of these things I'm seeing, right? I just think it's a matter of, especially when it comes to Logan, like, okay, yeah, you haven't really gone deep into games, and it's something that is going to continue to get brought up start after start if you're not going deep into games. So it's like, all right, where are you right now? But ultimately, where can you go and where can you get to? I think he's on the path right now of actually, having a big game, a gem of a game, and then really feeling like, okay, now this rotation's intact now. Okay, Logan had that Walter game we're looking for. Oh, here we go. So it's just a matter of, one or two things happening, I think, that allows the staff to continue to, be the staff that is one of the more dangerous staffs in the league.
Yeah, definitely Woo was, and I think whenever we talked about who did they sign long term, it was Logan and Woo. Consensus, pretty much. But what about, you just look at, we were spoiled last year, right? I mean, they were number one in like 6 different categories: ERA, quality starts, strikeouts. I mean, it was just ridiculous. But what, you were talking about like body language and then like the things that you hear. What do you think is on the horizon for Bryce Miller? Do you think maybe this is going to just be one of those years that he just not able to get healthy, and what you've seen out of him so far, and just looking at all the the trips to the disabled list and all that? What do you think?
That's a good question, and I'm happy to say that I'm thrilled, in my opinion, to see him throwing a live VP at this point. That's big news. So I think when you look at the next, you call it, where is he at, right? And how much time does he need to build up to get back to that starter, length? And then you couple that with, okay, what is the workload it's going to take, and where is your elbow at, and how is the recovery? If you're dealing with, bone spurs and things that are going on in there, you can kind of manage the symptoms, but the more you kind of push it, the more it, creeps up and becomes more of an issue, the things you have to kind of navigate. He seems like a classic. This is like a classic guy. It's like, okay, let's get you right, move you right to the bullpen, put you right in the pen, and let's see if we can find a little lightning in a bottle when we need you to come in, and maybe your stuff plays up to that. Instead of 95, 96, it's 96, 97, and everything's playing harder, and you're able to have these shorter outings while still benefiting the team just for this year, right? It's like, okay, let's just see where we're at. Is it going to be more beneficial to throw you in and try and build you up? Okay, you threw a lot of BP. How many pitches do you need to get to? How many starts in a rehab assignment do you need to get to? And then how well do those rehab starts need to go in order to get back up to the big leagues? And then, you add all that time up. What day is it? Is it September 10th now? Like, where are we at? So I think when you look at it and then putting that pressure back on Bryce to say, oh, it's the playoffs. We need you coming off this injury. We need you to be the guy. So I think the pressure and the weight of it all maybe makes it a little easier and less if you are in the bullpen. And it could be
interesting.
It could be an X factor type of guy, because I've always been of the belief you don't need 5 starters in the playoffs. So if he's one of the guys that falls off into the bullpen, he does have this interesting mentality that I think would transition great to the bullpen, but also his stuff. So figuring out ways to use him to your best advantage moving forward. Maybe it is, hey, we'll put you in the bullpen just to make sure that we can, you feel healthy coming out of outings. If we have to address the elbow thing in the offseason, we will, and ideally it'll be quick. But I just look at it like, okay, well, if you can't essentially build him up to be a starter in time, then what's he building up for? Like, what's the next step, right? Mm-hmm. You're not going to have any games to pitch in. So it's like you're building up to go sit down in the offseason. So at this point, I'd say either he's way further ahead of schedule, right, and actually could join the rotation as soon as, let's say, a month, maybe a little longer. I'm not sure where he's at, exactly what he needs. And, typically, you look at Logan Gilbert's rehab assignment and what he's going to need. He's going to need at least 3 starts, at least, So, you try to add it up and you figure out where, okay, it'd be great to have him back in the rotation, but are we sacrificing now a bullpen day every time he pitches? Oh, he only goes 3, 4, 5 innings, maybe, right? Mm-hmm. Is that more valuable? Or, hey, can you pitch every 3rd, 4th day and come out throwing 97 out of the bullpen and get that nasty righty out that we need in the 6th, 7th inning so we can bridge the gap to Munoz and Brash and Munoz? So,
how tough is that transition, do you think, hypothetically? Because he seems like he's just in talking to him, he's kind of a bulldog. Like, I'm a starter, man, and he was a great starter. I mean, last year sub-3 ERA, 31 starts, 180 plus innings. So the idea that all of a sudden we're going to put you in the bullpen, I mean, while he might agree and go, okay, I'll do what you want me to do, just mentally, you've been both. You've been a starter, you've been a reliever.
You're asking the perfect guy this question, as someone who made, plenty of starts. I wouldn't say plenty, but started his rookie year only to get moved to the bullpen. And that it is a tough transition if there is this back and forth and not knowing what the role is. But if they were clear up front and saying, hey, this is where we're at and we want to get you back, but are we able to get what we want out of you so you're back in that normal rotation and not feeling like you're on a pitch count every time, right? I think that's the one thing that I look at. But from the mentality standpoint, it's like, I'm a starter. And believe me, I think at the end of the day, I felt the same way. Like, I'm a starter. Like, there's no way I'm pitching out of the bullpen. But, when it comes down to helping the team win and having a chance to do that, are you more of a me guy or is it a team guy? So it's like, you get pulled in different situations in different directions. I think, if he's all in on starting, then I'd say, then let's see if we can get him up and get him ready and let him go to pitch this year, assuming that the elbow is good and recovering nicely. And I don't know if they're trying to address that in the offseason or if this is something that he'll always have to continue to deal with and I always have this elbow thing going on every year. So I don't know if the team if they're looking at it that way, but I just look at it from a a timeline where we're at this year, it would be nothing against it. At no point would he go to the bullpen next year, right? It would just be this temporary move to be like, hey, let's get you back. Let's see if we can, it's other pitchers have done this before, so it's not like it's the hardest transition, but just given the uniqueness of his year and where he's at from an injury standpoint, and then trying to build him up this year, and then maybe, throwing him in, it just, and I say this because he's got the stuff to do it. It's like if you saw him in the 8th inning and Bryce Miller was throwing 98, you'd be like, okay, I like this.
Yeah,
this will work. And I think that's what you find. You find guys that are in the rotation. If they're not going to pitch that day, they may go down to the bullpen. Like, hey, we need you today. And I think that he's a guy that could fill that role. Now, I'm not trying to speculate and say that's what's going to happen, but I do think that he's a starter through and through in his future. But this could be an alternative route.
No, that's an interesting idea, really, just because like the time's running out, right? So, it's funny. I think as you were talking about going from a starter to the bullpen, it kind of reminded me of when I got taken off the field on 3rd down on nickel.
Oh, wow.
And like, I wish I'd known, because I think it's really important that you know who you are and where you're at. And I was still like, I belong on the field. I'm like, no, you were slow, okay? And you got lots of injuries. And so just being a guy that can handle that, I think that's like half the battle, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you gotta, and for him, it's not even a problem because, like you said, next year he can go back and be a starter. But
I think the issue for some guys is that they look at it as a demotion. Like, you're now being demoted. And it's like, well, real demotion is not on the team anymore, man. You know what I mean? That's sending you down to Tacoma. That's demoted. Right. You just got a different role now. It's just transitioning departments. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just think it could be something, and I'm sure the Mariners have looked at this, and if Bryce is like, no, I'm not doing it, then they won't do it, right? It's like, if it's not in the cards, it's not in the cards. But when you just look at, okay, I know the talk of the trade deadline, and the Mariners need another reliever, like, okay, could he in theory be that reliever for you guys without realizing it?
Sure would have been great if Santos amounted to anything, huh?
I know. But it's lightning in a bottle. It's like the guy throwed 99-mile-an-hour sinkers, and you're like, okay, if he's healthy, he's nasty, and then really was never healthy.
It's just an absolute nothing you got from him, unfortunately. I mean, the potential is exciting, but I don't know what the problem is. He's just fragile or unlucky or what. I don't. When you look at his mechanics, did it look like somebody that you looked at and go, yeah, that's gonna be a problem? There's some guys you look at, you can just tell it's not if, but when they have an issue.
They probably said that about me.
Probably say it about. Well, it's actually most pitchers. You pitch long enough, you're gonna have a problem. It doesn't matter how smooth your mechanics are.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say there was anything like
nothing jumped out
that said, oh my, he's in a bad position. When it comes down to the engine of your arm, I always thought like, your elbow, your shoulder is like the true engine. Like, it's the one that's the way I described it. It's like, and if once the integrity of your joint gets compromised, it starts to act different. It starts to respond different. It starts to recover different. And if you can't make the adjustment and feel like you can still recover and pitch well enough, then it's going to be hard to be successful, especially at the highest level, when these hitters will do anything to take a middle fastball and drive it in the gap. So, it's a gnarly thing.
Yeah, it's a bummer. We'll see if they ever get anything out of him, or but you kind of forget about him. You forget. Oh yeah, they picked him up.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, all right. If this team does make the playoffs, and by the way, as we sit right now, they are a playoff team. They're tied for that second wild card with the Boston Red Sox.
Optimistic, Bob.
Right
that's
now.
Why.
Was that a ray of sunshine or what?
Come on, let's go.
But if they do make that playoff spot, what's your level of confidence they can make a deep run? We'll talk more about that with Charlie Furbush, who's in studio with us for the hour, as he is each and every week here with Wyman and Bob. It is Seattle Sports on 710.
The clack of the cleats, the sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I got to tell you about one of the best decisions I've made in a very long time. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's Refractive Lens Exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, who is the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. So King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. So if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision. My problem was up close vision. I couldn't read menus. I couldn't read receipts. I couldn't read the texts on my phone. Maybe you're the opposite. Whatever you're dealing with, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect and, more importantly, permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the capper, you'll never develop a cataract. Again, I'm somebody that had to have a pair of readers in every room of the house, had to bring them into restaurants with me. If I forgot them, I was out of luck. I'd have somebody read the receipt to me. So whether it's LASIK, EVO, ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors with all of the info to recommend the very best procedure for you. Schedule your free, again, the operative word being free, Zoom consultation today. Just go to K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Again, that's K2VisionRLE.com.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Upgrade your view and comfort with Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Buy one window or door, get the second at 50% off through July, and enjoy 12 months same as cash financing. For details, visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Oh, it is the time of the season for pests. That's right. No one likes them. No one knows where they come from, but we can all agree no one wants them in their house. Mike Salk here for Crawl Pros, and they have a full-service pest control division now called Pest Pros. They can come to your house and do a full corner-to-corner inspection, take care of any problems, just like they did at my home. This is the time of the year you'll start seeing more ants in and around your home. You may also begin hearing a little buzzing outdoors. Bees, wasps, hornets. If they make a nest on your property, that is a huge huge nuisance. So please don't try to take care of those nests on your own. Simply call Pest Pros to have any nest removed and destroyed professionally before the problem grows or you and your guest ends up getting stung. Pest Pros is the full-service pest control division of Crawl Pros with eco-friendly treatments to keep ants, stinging insects, and all sorts of critters from making their way into your home. If you're worried about rodents, ants, or other bugs or an issue in and around your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com to schedule a free inspection at gopestpros.com.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed all in. Plus get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards, USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Mariners get back to it tonight. Game 2 of their series against the Milwaukee Brewers. Logan Gilbert on the hill. We're turning over to the Mariners pregame show in an hour from now at 5:30. We got Charlie Furbush in studio with us. You guys can text into 866-979-3776. Want to play you a couple cuts from Jeff Passan talking about the Mariners. And here he is talking about, we got the deadline coming up. What are we, 9 days away? Deadline's there. So each day it becomes more and more urgent, and we're looking at how some of these targets are doing, and are the prices going up, they going down. Jeff Passan was talking about the deadline being crucial for the M's because, you know, getting to the playoffs obviously is huge, and not getting back there reflects poorly, to say the least, on the executives and ownership.
You know, it was awesome seeing them go to the playoffs a few years ago.
Yep.
And then the last couple of years, they have just missed by a hair. And I don't think that they can afford another year with a near miss. It speaks to, well, frankly, it speaks to ownership to some extent, because they really didn't have much of a budget to work with this offseason. But sometimes executives are not given budgets. And I look at the Milwaukee Brewers, and I know it's an easy thing to say, the team with the best record in Major League Baseball right now, be more like them. Well, yeah, duh. But what the Brewers have done extremely well is put processes in place to be good at just about everything. They draft well. They do international well. They trade well. And most of their free agent signings, though on the lower end of things, turn out pretty good. And the Mariners are close to that.
So how crucial is a playoff appearance for this front office, for the ownership group, just to, you know, really sort of pacify a fan base that feels like it's teetering, man? Because I agree 100%. You can't afford another, we just missed it. You can't have it.
Yeah, I think it's very crucial. I mean, every year should be really crucial, right? But I mean, obviously this year, given where you're at, yeah, I mean, I look at it, I just try to always, you know, all right, if I'm going to put myself in their shoes, how are they thinking, where are they at? You know, I think the biggest backdrop for me is like, you know, you are sitting right now in a position where, and you guys can say I'm crazy for saying this, but I think you can be the greatest general manager, upper management that the Mariners have ever seen, like in the history of the organization. Like that's what you have in front of you. Like if you get it
You're
done.
crazy.
You're crazy, man. But I just feel that way. It's like, you know, you can put this team in a position to succeed and go deep in the playoffs, and then if you win the World Series, like you're gonna go down in the Mariners history books as like you're the guys that got it done finally. So it's like I just feel like just always remember, guys, you have an opportunity here to do something that no one in the history of the organization has done.
Mhm.
And I think that should not ever be forgotten on all your day-to-day stuff. It's like, okay, at some point, we're either gonna make it or it's gonna crash and burn, and we're not gonna have jobs anymore. So at some point or another, you got to risk it, and you got to say, all right, I'm going all in here and gonna do things a little differently because I want to win now, right now, as opposed to worrying about the next 3-4 years.
Well, and then the thing about Dipoto that he can take a tremendous amount of pride in is that what's probably going to get traded away to get them to the playoffs and hopefully a World Series championship is the farm system that you built. And he can take a lot of pride in that. And, it's always like one of the top 5 as far as any kind of ranking. So when you look at that, do you think that's going to be the majority of, it's going to be heavy as far as trading those prospects, or do you think there's going to be a player here and there? But I mean, for the most part, it just seems like it's going to be some of these prospects. And I feel like Harry Ford is like perfect because you have your catcher signed up to a huge long-term deal, and he seems like he's highly coveted.
Yeah. So I've been listening the last couple of days, and even this morning, and even hearing you guys talk. There's just been so much talk about whatever we're going to do, whatever the Mariners are going to do, it's going to be all about prospects. It's all the prospects.
Mm-hmm.
That's great to a certain point, but whoever you're dealing with, they're going to want someone that's big league ready.
Yeah.
So I think that's where, being a little more creative instead of just being like, all right, let's get rid of these prospects and hopes that they don't pan out, right? I mean, that's
Right.
like really what it is. Like, oh, let's get rid of them.
That's the
Let's
worst.
get someone else in hopes they don't pan out. But I think when you're, keep hearing Gino Suarez and Naylor, specifically Gino, it's like, first off, he's playing out of his mind. But second off, it's like there's a immediate hole at third base for the D-backs. Either they're going to call someone up, but imagine if they flipped an everyday player from our roster, like a little swap there. So I just think like looking at it from that standpoint, I think be willing to maybe look beyond just prospects, look at some of the guys on the current roster and see if there are even some younger guys that say, all right, well, we really like you, but we can fill a need here now, and this may be a better situation for the overall fit of our team, as opposed to trying to go after these prospects. Of course, there's 2 or 3 they love, right, that they don't want to get rid of, but, if you could figure out a way to still hold on to that potential while giving away some current pieces, that could be another way of getting a deal done that, is different than what any other team is going to offer them.
Which current pieces would you be talking about? That I'm trying to figure out who anybody would be interested in.
Well, I mean, a couple guys come to mind. I think, a first guy is Ben Williamson and a Cole Young, right?
Mm.
Like these 2 young guys that came up that, oh man, you got this taste and you've done pretty well. There's nothing really to hate about your game. You clearly look like you have it, and you can continue to learn and get better, but you have 5-6 more years of control, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like that's where like the value comes in, and then having a guy that can actually fill in your roster spot and on the big league roster as opposed to stacking the minor leagues. It's like, okay, well maybe those guys are more attractive. When we look at anyone else that's younger that could be a fit. I know Harry Ford keeps getting brought up, and rightfully so, just because it oddly feels like the shortstop of the early or late 90s 2000s. If you were with the Yankees, like you weren't gonna get out, man.
Yeah, there's no path.
There's no path. Jeter's gonna be there forever, and at this point, if Cal keeps doing Cal things, the deal's gonna run out and they'll re-sign him. Like I just he's too valuable for the team, not only from an offensive standpoint, but what he does inside that clubhouse as a leader. So I think just thinking of it differently, trying to be different, and that's going to be the difference maker in terms of getting a deal done. Because when you look at all the players that are around and available, some familiar names keep coming up, but you're going to be fighting against other teams that also want this player. So
Mm-hmm.
how do you put together the most attractive deal? And when you look at it, like I look at it, it's like don't think of it as you're getting Gino. Think of it as you're buying wins. right? Like, you're getting a player to get yourself more wins, and ultimately you need more wins to get into a better spot to be in the playoffs. So ideally that's the player. Like, he gives you like that edge where now you have more wins because of his presence in the lineup, and it opens up other at-bats throughout certain games. So obviously what he's doing in Arizona is great, and the amount of home runs is awesome. But you look at it and you go, all right, is that repeatable in Seattle? Is that can that happen? Yeah, there's so much to like. There's that familiar face, but a lot of question marks go into it, and then what you have to give up to get a player like that, and then question is it if he has a great year and you make a run, can you re-sign him? Like, I know everyone's talking about Gino as a rental, but could you sign him to another 1-year deal next year, and he can fill that gap at third base as a 35-year-old, and be that presence in the clubhouse. So there's a lot of ways to look at it. But it's just, it's a fun spot and time to be a Mariner fan, because they're in it at the deadline. They're in it, and like we said earlier, they are a playoff team right now today. And it's just a matter of, I think, making a few other moves to really cement the idea that this is truly a playoff team this year.
Well, what will the Mariners actually do at the trade deadline? We'll get Charlie's thoughts on that. All that coming your way next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
The clack of the cleats. The sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton,
the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, are you guys out there dealing with pain? Maybe you've been talking to doctors and talking about surgery or even joint replacement. Well, before you do that, let me give you a little advice here. It's Bob Stelton here, and I'd recommend you go see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Now, I did it because I had heard about all these patients raving about the results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. So I was looking at surgery. I had a torn labrum, a frayed tendon, some bursitis, had some arthritis, all kinds of itises going on in that hip. Everything was messed up, and he was very upfront. He said, look, this isn't going to cure everything, but it's going to go a long way into helping, and in fact it did. And I avoided going under the knife, which is, I think, should be everybody's goal. But he's had an unprecedented track record of success. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience performing more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. So people that may have, severe osteoarthritis, maybe bone on bone, they're back to doing what they enjoy doing, and they're doing it without pain and, more importantly, without surgery. So whether it's a hip like I had, an elbow, a knee, an ankle, whatever it is, before you choose surgery, do what I did. Go see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Just go to drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Cool cars, cool people, good times. The Good Guys 37th Griot's Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals, presented by Wicked Fabrications, July 25th through the 27th at the Washington State Fair Event Center. Over 2,500 classics, an earth-shaking nitro thunderfest, tire smoking burnout competition, and don't miss Good Guys Friday night vintage drags at Pacific Raceways in Kent. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
1-877 Collars for Kids. 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
So why don't you speed?
I've had one too many close calls on the road, and then I learned the facts.
It's dangerous to drive too fast.
It's true. 1 in 3 fatal crashes involve speeding.
Most people try to be safe, but speeding is dangerous.
You know, the faster you go, the longer it takes to stop.
The faster you drive, the harder you'd hit someone. Slower speeds save lives.
Please drive the speed limit so everyone is safe. Learn more at togetherwegetthere.com.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and we've been talking about this. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience because the hotel opens up August 8th. Bookings are open at snocasino.com starting on August 8th. The expanded non-gaming floor, the destination spa, the big new entertainment space and convention center, new restaurants as well. They're combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com for details. Seattle's closest, now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
What's up? I'm Phil Briggs, here for my friends at Navy Federal Credit Union. Whether you're looking to buy a new or used car, or maybe just want to refinance your current loan, Navy Federal Credit Union has great rates on auto loans. You can apply via their mobile app or online, and in most cases, get a decision in seconds. So get a great car and great rates with Navy Federal Credit Union. Credit and collateral subject to approval, rates subject to change, and are based on credit worthiness. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA, and you can learn more at NavyFederal.org/auto.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at the top of the hour, El Hombre, Michael Bradley will join us on the program, so you definitely want to stay tuned for that conversation. We got our guy Charlie Furbush in studio with us, as we do each and every week, and we are rapidly approaching that trade deadline, Charlie, and we've thrown out a couple of names, the two most popular names that we hear, Gino Suarez, Josh Naylor. But ESPN did a top 50 list, top 50 trade candidates, and they attached, here they'd be a perfect fit with this team. Well, there are a number that the Mariners were attached to. Suarez, Naylor, Ryan O'Hearn. We've talked a bit about him. Marcell Ozuna, Ryan McMahon, Taylor Ward, Nolan Arenado, Adolis Garcia. Any of those names getting you excited more than the others? Who would you, in a perfect world, who would they end up with if you were the GM?
That's a great question. Put me right on the spot. In a perfect world,
well, let me ask you this.
Get?
How about pair out this guy? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Ryan McMahon. He's got 124 strikeouts. He comes with a 2-year, $32 million deal.
Yeah.
And he's batting .218. So if that's somebody that they bring in, especially if Suarez is out there or, O'Hearn and Naylor,
I don't see them committing to carrying that 2 years, $32 million. They'd have the team pick up part of his salary or as much of it as they could.
He leads the entire league in strikeouts.
218? That doesn't feel good.
No.
I don't. They put him on there as a fit for the team, maybe based on his strikeouts and the history with this offense. But that seems like a non-starter there based on the money he's owed, unless they could get his former team to pick up the majority of the remaining salary. But you bring up a guy that I think may end up being like a backup plan, right? Is that
if they have their plan A and it is Gino or Hearn, it's like, all right, well, if this isn't going to work and we are unwilling to part with certain guys that, maybe that one of our prospects actually makes more sense for a guy, like that. So I don't know. I think when you look at it, you're like, there's so many different routes this can go. I do think, though, getting a guy beyond, I think that's just, it makes you, if you're getting a guy that's hitting 218, it's like, is the team any better? Right? I mean, I think that's where, not only from a, actual standpoint of stats, it's like, when all three of us look at it, like, do we feel good about that deal? Like, we gave up some minor league guy and we got this guy, but
no,
does he make that? No, I don't think so either.
I don't feel like he's a consideration. I think he was just on ESPN's list, and he could fit there. But I'd be stunned if they were, especially again with that dollar amount attached to him.
Yeah, and I think like when it comes down to it, if you are just dead red on Gino Suarez and getting him back into the fit or into the mold here, it's like then give them almost what they want. Like, all right, how do you, if this is what you need and this is what you want, like, as long as it's not going to completely change the integrity of your organization and it's going to make you instantly better, from that first game on, it's like, would I rather have more wins now or would I rather have more wins in 3 years from now from the prospect? We don't know who's going to make it. So it's like, I think that's where it's like, okay, at some point, you got to, I think I said this earlier today. I was like, you got to risk it to get the biscuit. You know what I mean? So it's like, at some point, make a change, make a deal that, okay, this seems like a lot for us to give up, but what we get back ideally is going to be way bigger of a return on our investment right now than it would be, years from now. So I think trying to get creative with it, like I said, like packaging, a current guy with a prospect, or even, two prospects and a current guy. I think just that's the type of the package that's going to like kind of put this over the edge, is getting somebody that's legitimate right now, and then somebody that will ideally for them be legitimate in the future if we can get a Gino. And at this point, it's just.
So you're saying Dylan Moore, Solano, and Harry Ford for Gino?
Yes.
Okay. I'm in.
But I think you look at what the Diamondbacks need, right? And obviously they're kind of on the fringe in terms of still being in it, right? And obviously with Corbin Burns going out this year, it was totally unexpected, so they could be looking at more depth from a starting rotation. You can draw it up, and it's nice to hear that the Mariners and the D-backs have had some preliminary talks already. That's a good start right now. But I think when it comes down to it, it's like it's July 22nd. We're 9 days away. Like, in my mind, what's the difference of making a deal today versus a week from now? Like, at this point,
they're just letting the price get driven up by
what?
By other teams that are.
I mean, I just
get a bidding war.
Home runs, 5 home runs in 3 games.
I just find myself thinking, if you're the team that's trying to acquire the player, why force yourself into that situation?
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at it from the Diamondbacks' perspective. Maybe the Mariners have made a good offer, but hey, we got the Yankees on line 1, we got the Cubs on 2, the Giants are on 3. We got
you go. What? How can you hang up all those phone calls right now? What do you need? Like, what? Yeah. How can I remove this obstacle so that you don't call them back and you get what you want and we can move forward? I think that's like the conversation that needs to happen, instead of being like, okay, yeah, go talk to the 9 other GMs and get back to me here. Why don't we set up can we throw 30 minutes on your calendar? Maybe we'll do a 3:30. Does that sound good, Jerry? Okay, yeah, we'll call you back then. Like, all right, at the end of the day, make a move, and I think making it now actually sends a more powerful message to your team right now than waiting till like, oh, there's 2 hours left from the deadline and they finally agreed. Yeah. Like, okay, that's great. I'm glad you got the player, but I think at some point being a little aggressive in your negotiations will be more beneficial, and getting things done now sooner. And the other thing, from a Diamondback standpoint too, it's like if something were to happen to Gino and he gets hurt, okay, well, now we're stuck with him, and he's on the DL. So at some point or another, it actually is more advantageous for the D-backs to flip him as soon as they can, so that if he were to get hurt, it's not under their umbrella anymore.
Yeah, it's. I feel like we're going to be having the same exact questions and conversation next week, because we'll be 7 days from today, we'll be 2 days away from the trade deadline.
Well, I can tell you what it's like, to get traded. And
well, maybe they'll have made a move by then.
And
they could have made a move by then, or a couple of moves.
That's where I think it's like, at this point, they say it's the deadline. It's like the trade deadline week, and it's like, make a move. No one's going to care whether you made it on July 23rd or July 31st.
Yeah.
So at some point or another, you may have to play that game of GMs going to try and negotiate different offers and whatnot. But at some point or another, the acquiring team can absolutely present a package that says, "Oh, yeah, we don't need anything else. This sounds good enough for us. Let's sign the deal and move forward." So, and it's just like, that's the thing I think that is so powerful that can happen, is especially with a guy like Gino. It's like, he immediately changes the lineup. He immediately adds an energy in the clubhouse that you don't have. Like, there's so many attributes that you immediately get that you, in a lot of ways, your prospect will never do.
Right.
So, again, it comes down to winning now and buying wins and putting yourself in a position to be there in the playoffs. And if you can get there, anything can happen. Like, you look at the Rangers that won the World Series as a wild card team. You look at a bunch of other teams that have done this. So, just getting in is the most important part, and if you find a way to make your team better now, I would say push your chips all in and say, let's go, let's ride or die with the Mariners this year.
Let's see what we're talking about next week, Charlie. We appreciate it, man.
Yeah, of course.
Charlie for GM.
There
we go. Push the
Furbush
chips
for
in,
GM.
baby.
That's right.
Yeah, he's with us each and every week. He'll be with us next week. Hopefully, we're talking about some moves the Mariners had already made. Meanwhile, what did El Hombre think of the Phillies winning with a walk-off catcher's interference call? I'm guessing he loved it. We'll ask him. He's going to join us next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The clack of the cleats. The sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by The Landing in Renton,
the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number one is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number one. Do you have the right coverage? Number two, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced and security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The countdown is on.
Just one more day until Seahawks training camp.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Mariners and Brewers getting together for Game 2 of the 3-game series tonight. Mariners sending Logan Gilbert to the hill, going up against the young phenom Jacob Mizorowski. It's going to be a great pitching matchup. Hopefully, Mariners come out on the winning side. We're going to find out. 5:30 pregame, 6:40 first pitch right here, Seattle Sports on 710. Games going on right now. They're in the bottom of the 5th in Cleveland. Guardians up 2-1 on the Orioles. Pirates up 5-3 on the Tigers. That one in the top of the 5th in Pittsburgh. Marlins up on the Padres 2-1 in Miami. That's in the top of the 6th. They're headed to the top of the 5th in Philadelphia with the Phillies beating the Red Sox right now. 4-1 the score there. Bottom of the 6th in Washington. Nationals 3, Reds 1. Top of the 4th in Tampa Bay. The Rays with a 4-1 lead over the White Sox. Yankees up 3-1 on the Blue Jays in Toronto in the bottom of the 3rd. Top of the 4th. Mets trailing the Angels 1-0. And the Giants right now in the top of the 3rd shutting out the Braves 4-0.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
Yeah, you know what you can get me, Pee-wee? What? El Hombre.
That was a catastrophe.
I know.
That's a new low. Roz is better.
El Hombre.
The natural meets Rudy meets... I don't even know how to describe it.
El Hombre.
That pitch just a bit outside.
That catcher's interference?
That's a good question.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Philadelphia is challenging that there was catcher's interference on the play.
Can you imagine? Oh, my goodness, there was.
After review, the call on the field is overturned. There is catcher's interference.
Wow! The Phillies have wanted a catcher's interference.
Hey, tag your bags.
Baseball is amazing.
Baseball is amazing, and I'm guessing our next guest agrees. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. The one, the only El Hombre. Michael Bradley is here. How are you, man?
I was there.
You were there? Did you know what was happening, or were you going, what's going on out here?
Well, I was in a luxury suite. A friend of mine who is a
Stop bragging.
Contractor.
Big shot.
So I had the reason I bring that up is that I had a television set immediately to my right. So as we're standing there saying, what the heck's going on, I looked at the replay and I saw the bat hit the glove. And I said, this is catcher's interference. Game's over. And everybody's like, what are you talking about? I said, the bat hit the glove. He's going to be awarded first base. The bases are loaded. Guys coming in for third. We can go home. And that's what happened. And it was great because, there were a lot of Red Sox fans in the ball yard last night. And as I was walking to the elevators to leave the suite level, there was a whole bunch of them standing there right by the thing. I said, oh, no, now that is such a damn shame. And they were not happy.
Can't imagine them being unhappy about that. That's weird.
Tough darts.
Yeah, well, we thank you here in Seattle because the Mariners are tied with the Red Sox in the wild card race. So their losing is good for the Mariners. Just the Mariners need to figure out how to win and take advantage of it.
And you guys are 5-5 in your last 10 and lost a couple in a row, and you got to go up against that flamethrower tonight. So that won't be easy. It's interesting. This is today. So in the first inning today, Bryce Harper stole home. But he didn't get credit for the steal because the catcher, when the pitch was thrown, stood on the plate as he received it, therefore blocking it from Harper's ability, blocking Harper from getting there. So he was the steal was disallowed, but it was an interference. They've had 8 interference calls against their catchers this year. Boston has. So there's something going on there that they're trying to do, and it's not working out for them.
Bunch of cheaters.
Exactly. We play good, wholesome baseball in Philadelphia.
Wholesome.
Hey, you mentioned Harper. Is he still the most popular Philly there, or is Kyle Schwarber?
Yeah. Schwarber is moving up fast, and it's funny. When he hit the grand slam on Saturday night to beat the Halos, everybody just started saying, would you just get the blank check out and give it to the guy and tell him to fill in the zeros? We're getting to the point where if the Phillies don't sign him, there could actually be a parade of pitchforks and torches to the stadium to go after the ownership.
Yeah, and it's clearly Cal Raleigh here. And I would say as far as football goes, what do you think, Bob? Spoon? Devin Witherspoon, I think, is very popular, even though he's probably not as well known. But as far as like the entire city, here I would say it's Cal. But what about there in Philly? Is it Jalen Hurts?
Harper.
Bryce Harper?
Hurts is a little bit of a polarizing guy because he was thought to be someone who was not really playing well last year, and the move to just the full-on running game was something that people thought was protecting him from having to throw the ball too much. He's popular, but I would say Harper is the most popular.
Yeah. Hey, what do you make of, I know you love to rip the Cowboys, so I'm just teeing you up here, but Micah Parsons is widely considered one of the best defensive players in this game, without question. Yet, Jerry Jones seems to be sort of digging his heels in, and they're not getting a deal done, and Micah's apparently shown up there. It's kind of a hold in, I guess. He shows up there, but it seems a weird hill to die on for Jerry with this particular player, does it not?
Yeah, but you got to remember something. First of all, Falseface loves the drama, and as long as the cameras are trained on him, he's a happy guy, right? So that's the first thing you got to remember. I saw a great meme today, or something on Twitter or X or whatever the heck it's called, and they said if Jerry Jones were given the opportunity to win the next 3 Super Bowls but never be able to hold another press conference, he would say, "I want the press conference." So he is all about that. He is a raging egomaniac, and I hope they preserve him forever. I hope he's got great doctors and he continues to own the team for another 20 years. So he is. That's the thing. Second of all, these guys always sign. They have to. The NFL stands for not for long. If Micah Parsons wants to sit out of here, it's going to cost him $25 million or maybe even more, depending on the signing bonus he's going to get. He'll sign. This is just the usual gamesmanship that goes on, and the Cowboys are better, have more of it because Jerry Jones will always try to negotiate through the media. So I don't pay any attention to this nonsense. Now, is it fun that there could be potential turmoil there? Yes. Am I nauseated by the fact that the media will do anything to get the Cowboys on the air or in print? Yes. So it's this team hasn't won a Super Bowl in how long, and yet what is Dak Prescott's legacy? He's a good quarterback on a team that never won anything, and he never will. That's his legacy. Stop talking about it.
Hey, as far as franchises
Didn't disappoint there.
I was just waiting. I couldn't believe that you didn't use false face, Bob, but we knew that El Hombre would. Yeah,
that's a good host. See, he understands that he's supposed to allow the guests to say that. That's why your ratings are so high.
That's right. That's right.
So high that you can't get your sales staff to get me a few dollars. Good Lord.
I don't know why your prodding hasn't worked. I don't know why.
Seriously, what do they do? Do they do any? Do they go on any sales calls? Or they play golf and paper football or something?
They're on a different floor. We don't see them very often, so I'm not sure.
Nobody sees them. Certainly not the merchants in town.
I'm not going to say anything negative about her.
You better
we have
not.
A fantastic sales force here. Hey,
they're amazing.
Hey, Cincinnati, man. I don't know. Some of the things going on there with Trey Hendrickson and then Shamar Stewart, their first-round pick, they can't get signed, and I don't know. Are they kind of starting to rise to the top of like the worst clown franchise in all of sports? And we always talk for a while there. It was the Commanders for a long time. I think the Jets. As
don't forget Carolina. That guy's a nitwit.
Yeah,
their owner's a nitwit.
Yeah,
but they're cheap. Cincinnati's the Browns have always been cheap. Now they're not as bad as the Bidwells were. They were the gold standard, and that's why the Cardinals never won anything. But the Browns are the Brown family is cheap, and they're trying to try to nickel and dime Hendrickson, and he's one of their better players. And let's face it, if you're the Bengals, you should be driving a large truck of money to his house and letting him keep the truck too, because their defense stunk last year. They were one of the better offenses in the league, and they couldn't stop anybody. And now you're going to say to your best defensive player, we don't want to pay you. Holy cow. This is great. I love this time of year because I want every other team to be miserable but the Eagles.
Well, and one of the headlines, it's heavy sports, I guess. Cincinnati Bengals owner worries first-round pick could be in jail.
That's a nice one. That's a good headline.
But there's something about the what is it, conduct unbecoming the team?
Well, they said the hang-up is over the language of any conduct detrimental to the team. Yeah. His money would then not be guaranteed, and they said that's mirroring what's in contracts around the league. So the Bengals are trying to do it, whereas the guy's agent is saying, well, no, we don't want that clause in there, which to me makes your client look bad. Like you're saying, my client might screw up here and embarrass the team in some way, but we still want our money.
Yeah, he's going to be parachuting and playing the pickup basketball on glass-strewn courts, and he's going to be doing all sorts of risky stuff. He's going to go and eat those, like, what's that, blowfish or something you eat? The clownfish or something. If you eat it, you die. So there's going to be all sorts of risky behaviors that he's going to be doing. So we're not allowing you to have any kind of clause in there that takes away his money for bad behavior. You got to love that. And then the guy's going to, when this kind of stuff happens, the guy's going to show up and mess up. It always happens. It always happens.
How about as far as the Eagles go? The story here going into the season is you got a brand new quarterback, brand new offensive coordinator, you got a bunch of new coaches. What's the storyline there for the Super Bowl champions?
It's pretty clear, and it's 17-0. They're not going to lose a game. I mean, that's what the Eagles fans think. Everybody here believes that this is the team to beat. That they are going to be. A guy wrote a column today in the Inquirer, the Philadelphia Inquirer, that said, here are 5 reasons why the Eagles will be even better than last year. How is that possible? They win the Super Bowl. They beat the Chiefs 40-22. What are they going to do? Beat the Ravens 50-10 next year? It's kind of silly. But, their offense has everybody back except one of their guards, period. Everybody's there. So that's pretty good. And then their defense, they lost some people, no question about it. And that's your question. Can the defensive backfield, which is going to probably have 2 new starters, the defensive line, which is going to have several new contributors, can it stand up the way it did last year? Because, and look, you're going to protect the defense because you're going to run the ball a lot behind that very good line. So the Eagles are going to be very good. They'll be in the playoffs, and it just comes down to how many home games they get and how well they perform in the postseason.
Yeah, Michael, I was looking at the story where Ben Johnson was talking about Caleb Williams, and his quote was, "I told him I would love for him this season to complete 70% of his balls." And it's just amazing that that's sort of becoming a standard. You had multiple guys do it last year, 70%. I mean, it was Tua in 11 games, Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, Joe Burrow, Tommy DeVito in limited time, obviously, Geno Smith, all 70% plus. And Dave and I always talk about, you look at Bradshaw, you look at Joe Namath, you look at Elway.
Yeah.
They're all in the low to mid 50s in the completion percentage. And now they're like, if you can just give me 70%. It's amazing how it's changed. And I don't know if you've ever gone back and looked at, some of the greats back then, even Montana, I think his was like 63% career or something like that. It's crazy how the numbers and the expectations have changed.
Well, yeah, for several reasons. A, you were allowed to play defense back then.
Right.
Remember when the guys could actually play defense, Dave? I mean, that was that was something that you could do against the pass. Joe Willie had a career completion percentage of 50.1. Yeah, he barely completed more passes than he didn't. And he threw 220 interceptions versus 173 touchdowns, and he is in the Hall of Fame. He led the I don't have these off the top of my head. He led the AFL and the NFL in interceptions 4 times. I mean, 27, 28, 22, 28. And those are like the only full seasons he played. The guy was hobbled all the time.
Yeah.
Joe, you hear, he lies prone on the ground, writhing in pain. One has to wonder about the future of Joe Willie Namath. Only time will tell. But, back then you could basically undress the wide receivers at the line, and you were allowed to do things like the head slap and all that other thing. So there was no spread offense.
Right.
Teams didn't throw the ball 40, 50 times a game on the regular. So it was a much different game. But at the same time, you're right. The accuracy expectations now are, no drops. And you're sending 5 guys into the pattern, too. That's the other thing. It's very hard to cover 5 guys. Even if you got 8 to 7 defensive backs back there, you're still not allowed to touch them, and there's a big field. So I am not surprised. I don't know if Williams will do that. His offensive line is rebuilt. He's still going to probably face a lot of pressure, and it's only his second year. But, yeah, guys are expected to be that good.
Yeah, and we have a quarterback in our Ring of Honor here in Seattle that threw more interceptions than touchdowns, and that's Jim Zorn. And that's just the way it was, man. And yeah, I mean,
look at Bradshaw, 4 Super Bowl titles, but I think he was low 50s.
Yeah,
completion percentage.
See, the other thing you could do too was hit the quarterback.
Yeah,
and I mean really hit the quarterback. Go back and watch some highlights from the '70s and what they were allowed to do to the quarterback. Like after he threw the ball, wham, hands to the face, the whole thing. And there was a time before that the most recent rules that prohibited any kind of hitting of them, basically, that they would say we want the quarterback to see ghosts.
Right.
And what that meant was who's coming to get him. And now it's sort of like if a guy, you got to touch him. I wouldn't be surprised within 4 or 5 years that if the quarterback has flags on. And I'm not being facetious. I really think they're going to try to protect him even more than they do now.
Yeah, I think I remember the most shocking thing when I was like, okay, now it's going to start to go this way was Clay Matthews. Yeah. The sack that he got where they were asking him to basically defy gravity. And he fell on top of him, and that was the point where it's like you tackled him and then fell on top of him. What are you supposed to do? But I don't know. You can't say that that they've been wrong, right? I mean, the game is as popular as ever, and yeah, I don't know if it's going to go, how extreme it's going to go, but you can't say that the NFL hasn't. I mean, they're the king of everything, right?
Yeah, you cannot. One of the interesting things about being at the game last night was there was a guy from New Zealand in the box. This guy, is married to somebody who's friends with the guy who runs the company that owns it. So explaining American sports to him was fascinating because he didn't understand very much of it. But when you talk, when I was telling him about the NFL and how successful it is and how much the franchises appreciate and value and how much money the league makes, he was flabbergasted because, what do they got over there? Rugby and emu racing or something. So it's a much different world. And the NFL has got it right. It's an 11-month-a-year season. In June, nobody does anything. You have revenues that continue to go up. And, going to an NFL game, it's like going to a Moroccan bazaar. You can buy – I'm surprised you don't have people, extra special friends. We have an extra special discount. I'm surprised you can't buy furniture there. I mean, how long until it's like a mall?
A Moroccan bazaar. There's a strange pull right there.
That's a Casablanca reference. Come on, help me out here.
I've never seen Casablanca.
Oh, come on.
I've never seen Citizen Kane. I've never seen Gone with the Wind. I've never seen any of those classics, if you will.
Any of those great movies, not classics, great movies.
Okay.
You got to see Citizen Kane, if only to appreciate the greatness that was Orson Welles. Yeah. I mean, it is legitimately a masterpiece. And Casablanca is the greatest romantic movie of all time. It's not even close for second place.
You got to say, though, those movies are slow. Things play out very slowly.
Slow. Stop it. Now has to be entertainment, superhero movies, animated stuff, the garbage that's in the theaters right now. No, it's not slow. It's a great story. That's the thing now. People sit down, I can't read a long book. Are you kidding me? It takes too long to get into it. Your brains are turning to mashed potatoes. It's horrible.
I can't disagree. I can't disagree with him.
Hey, Michael, quickly, before we let you go, I got to read you just the opening line to this story. Rafael Devers, who was traded to the San Francisco Giants in June after he made it known to the Boston Red Sox he did not want to play first base, will make his first start at the position tonight. For the Giants, if you're the Red Sox and you're reading that and seeing it, aren't you just like, this clown?
Yes, exactly. And guess what? Sports is filled with stuff like that. I just wrote a story about high school sports in this area and the fact that kids don't want to, I was a shortstop in youth baseball until I was 14. Well, we need you at second base because we have 3 shortstops. I'm not doing it. I'm a shortstop. All right, sit on a bench, kid. I don't know how to explain it, but people don't understand that you're trying to win games. It's about self-aggrandizement. It drives me nuts. I'm trying to remain a fan, but it gets harder every year.
Yeah, he is El Hombre. Michael Bradley, you find him here every Tuesday at 5 o'clock. You can also find him on Twitter at Daily Hombre. At Daily Hombre. Michael, as always, fantastic stuff. We'll do it again next week.
So long, suckers.
Here he goes.
I like that guy. Every time we talk to him, I like him more.
He like to chastise you for saying the movies are slow.
They are. They are. Come on. He was ripping all the new stuff.
Like
that
you got to be
watches.
You got to be entertained by every moment of the movie.
Yeah.
It's a great story.
Yeah.
He's right. Like, look, I love Marvel movies, but he's completely right. You need to watch Citizen Kane. It is an amazing piece of filmmaking.
I'll check it out at some point.
No, you're not.
I will. At some point I will. Gone with the Wind I probably won't see, or Casablanca.
I actually have seen Citizen Kane, but I have not seen Casablanca.
I haven't either.
Yeah.
You see Gone with the Wind?
Gone with the Wind, yeah.
Did you?
I've seen that one.
It really is the best romantic story ever told. You have to see it. It's so good.
Yeah.
All right. That's what I need. A little more romance.
Kind of a throwback, even though
he's a modern guy.
He sort of appreciates like the furries and things like that.
What? Hey, Bob, is it raining in the city of Seattle?
It's not.
Tell us about that, please.
Well, the Mariners are hosting the Brewers tonight, and the T-Mobile Park roof will most certainly be open because it's beautiful. It's sunny outside. That's the Mariners Roof Report, brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors.
You are so lucky we're up against a break.
Love you, Matt.
Feelings not mutual.
You always bring up the furries. I don't know. Where does that come from?
He's obsessed with them.
I know.
I am not. Obsessed.
You're the one who keeps bringing them up.
That's true. Hey, did you see there's like a crime story now on one of the stations? I just saw that There was like some kind of a murder that was done by a
furry?
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
There's a crime story on one of the stations.
I was watching my stories
Just
on TV.
Google it.
It was out here locally?
Yeah, what was it, like Acorn TV or something like that? Yeah, there's just one of those docudramas.
I missed it. Matt's just
End of the show.
Yeah.
End of the show.
All right. That does it for us. Our thanks to John Boyle, Charlie Furbush, and El Hombre, Michael Bradley. If you missed any part of the show, you can find it on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab. Click on our picture. It's right there waiting. Have a great night, everybody. We talk to you tomorrow with Wyman and Bob.
The clack of the cleats. The sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
America's favorite car show is back. It's the Good Guys 37th Griot's Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals presented by Wicked Fabrication. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center. Over 2,500 of the Northwest's finest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Shop the Victor Big Way. A free family fun zone, great live music, Saturday night twilight cruising, and so much more. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
Now is the time. We talk about it year-round, but roofing season really is upon us. It's Mike Salk here. So what makes it roofing season? Long, dry days where roofing crews can work realistically sun up to sundown. They're cranking out projects all over our region, and Riverside Roofing is, of course, leading the charge. Local to Marysville, Riverside Roofing serves the entirety of Western Washington. They do amazing work. They've earned my recommendation, plus industry awards like GAF Master Elite's President's Club, a status fewer than 1% of roofing companies in the entire country actually achieve. Get a roofing quote in less than 60 seconds using Quick Quote directly on riversideroofingllc.com. It'll pop up as soon as you go on their website. During and after your roofing job, you can expect a yard and driveway totally clean of debris. Behind their national accolades is a family company from right here in Marysville, built upon important local values like trust. That's why Riverside Roofing is the local roofing company you can trust. Go to riversideroofingllc.com.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
I'm sure by now you've heard interviews with a whole lot of people who took the First Mark Challenge and saved so much money on their insurance and got better coverage. We call them First Mark victories. Well, I too took the First Mark Challenge and am thrilled to say that First Mark is saving my family thousands. Now that's what I call a victory. Before we got married, my husband had been with the same agent for so long, I think we just assumed that they were working hard to get us the best coverage and save us money, but it wasn't the case. And we only knew that by taking the First Mark Challenge. First Mark works for you, not the insurance carriers. First Mark will fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage, which could leave you at risk for financial loss. Then they carefully search the market, dozens of major carriers to find you the best fit. And that's it. First Mark Insurance has helped thousands of families successfully manage the complicated world of insurance and save them thousands, my family included. Be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Take the First Mark Challenge now. It's free. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
This is Seattle